When news of the battle fought at Marathon reached King Darius, the son of Hystaspes, his exasperation with the Athenians, already considerable because of their attack on Sardis, was raised to a terrible pitch and left him even more determined to launch an expedition against Greece. Accordingly, he wasted no time in sending messengers to city after city with instructions to raise troops, requisitions that in every case were more onerous than they had been the last time, and required the supply not only of ships, but of horses, food, and transport vessels as well. These demands, which meant the enrolment and readying of the elite of Asia for the campaign against Greece, served to put the continent in a state of upheaval for 3 whole years. Then, in the 4th year, the Egyptians, who had been reduced to slavery by Cambyses, rebelled against the Persians. This, however, only made Darius all the more set on attacking both Egypt and Athens. Now, because it was the Persian custom that a king appoint his successor before setting out on campaign, his preparations for attacking these 2 targets provoked much strife among his sons as to which of them had the best claim to supreme power. Before becoming king, you see, Darius had had 3 sons by his first wife, a daughter of Gobryas, and then, after coming to the throne, had had 4 more by Atossa, the daughter of Cyrus. The eldest of the first group of sons was Artemisium, and that of the second, Xerxes. Because they had different mothers, the rivalry between these 2 brothers was very bitter. Artemisium based his claim on the fact that he was the eldest of all Darius's children, and that it was the universal human custom for the eldest son to succeed to a kingdom. Xerxes retorted that his mother, Atossa, was the daughter of Cyrus, who had won the Persians their freedom. It so happened that the wait for Darius to deliver his judgment on this matter coincided with the journey up to Susa of Demaratus, the son of Aristone, who had been deposed from the Spartan throne, and who, after fleeing Lacedaemon, had gone into self-imposed exile. This man, when he learned of the dissent between the sons of Darius, is reported to have gone to Xerxes and advised him to point out, in addition to all the other arguments he had been making, that by the time of his own birth, Darius had already become king and lord of the Persians, whereas Artemisium had been born while Darius was still in a private position. That being so, Demaratus said, "It would be neither fitting nor fair for anyone to claim precedence over you. In Sparta, certainly it is the custom, whenever there is a king whose sons were born to him both before and after his accession to the throne, for the younger son to succeed to the kingdom." So Xerxes did as Demaratus had suggested, and Darius, recognizing the justice of his case, duly designated him crown prince. Even without this advice, however, it is my own personal opinion that Xerxes would still have had the throne. There was no limit, you see, to the influence wielded by Atossa. Once Darius had appointed Xerxes his heir as king of the Persians, he turned his attention to the campaigns ahead. It so happened, however, while he was busy with these preparations, and without ever having had the opportunity to avenge himself upon either the rebellious Egyptians or the Athenians, that 1 year into the Egyptian revolt, and 36 years in all after coming to the throne, Darius died. Upon his death, the kingdom passed to his son, Xerxes.
薛西斯在刚刚登上王位的时候，并不怎么热心于发动对希腊的战争，而是忙于集结军队准备出征埃及。但是哥布里亚斯的儿子马尔多纽斯，他是大流士的姊妹的儿子，薛西斯的表兄弟， 在王宫里对薛西斯最具影响力的波斯人，他是这样说的：主公，雅典人给波斯人造成那么大的伤害，却完全未予惩罚，那是不妥当的。依我之见，主公在结束你手头的事务之后，在制服桀骜不驯的埃及人以后，你再统帅大军去讨伐雅典人，这样你必将在众人中间留下好口碑，同时也使其他那些胆敢侵犯你领土的人感到惧怕。马尔多纽斯这样说，旨在进行复仇，但是有时候他不经意间又加上了一个理由，说欧罗巴是一个美丽的地方，那里土地肥沃，盛产各种人工栽培的树木，在全人类当中，除了波斯国王，谁也不配占有这片土地。马尔多纽斯之所以讲这些话，是因为他渴望进行冒险，他很想出任国王统治下的希腊总督。过了一段时间，他终于如愿以偿，说服了薛西斯按照他的意见采取行动。而这期间发生的其他一些事情，也有助于他最终说服薛西斯。首先，碰巧在这个时候，色萨利的王族阿留阿斯家族派遣的使者来了，他们邀请薛西斯国王到希腊去，并且承诺尽全力予以协助。其次，比希特拉图家族的人也来到了苏萨，他们的措辞和阿留阿斯家族所说的一样。除此之外，他们对薛西斯所做的说服工作，甚至比阿留阿斯家族还要多些。他们带来了一位雅典的预言家，他就是穆萨尤斯神谕的收集整理者，名叫奥诺马克里图斯。伊希特拉族家族曾经和这个人有过仇隙，不过他们在来苏萨之前，相互间的敌意已经消除。原来，奥诺马克里图斯曾被毕希特拉图的儿子希帕库斯逐出雅典，因为他要在穆萨尤斯的神谕中间插入一则神谕，说利姆诺斯附近诸岛将要从海面上消失。但是这种做法被赫尔米奥涅的拉苏斯给识破了，希帕库斯因此驱逐了他。虽然在此之前他们是最亲密的朋友，不过如今他和比希特拉族家族的人一起来到了苏萨，在拜谒波斯国王的时候，比希特拉族人总是在国王面前把他吹嘘一番，而他本人在每次觐见国王的时候，也可以背诵一些神谕。神谕之中，凡是那些预言会给异族人带来灾害的，他都避而不谈，而只是选送那些预言异族人大吉大利的神谕。他告诉薛西斯说，在赫勒斯滂注定将有一位波斯人在那里架桥，一支大军将由亚细亚经此桥进入希腊。这样，在奥诺马克里图斯使薛西斯陷入神谕的困扰之中的时候，比希特拉图族人和阿留阿斯族人不断地向他提出建议，直到最后把薛西斯说服，使他同意率军远征希腊。在大流士去世的第2年，薛西斯就发兵去讨伐那些叛离他的人们。他制服了埃及人，以比他父亲统治时期要严酷得多的方式奴役了全体埃及人。他把埃及的统治权交给了大流士的儿子，他的亲兄弟阿赫明尼斯。但是后来这位阿赫明尼斯在担任埃及总督期间，却被一位利比亚人普萨麦提库斯的儿子伊纳鲁斯给杀死了。
Xerxes de Αιγύπτου χάλωσιν, χωσέμελες χείρας άξες τα το στράτωμα του επίτας Αθένας. Σύλλογον επίκλετον περσέων των αρίστων επογέτων, χινεγνόμαστε πύτεταις φέων, καεωτός εν πάση είπετα τέλη. Χώστες συνελέχτεσαν, έλεγε Xerxes τάδε, άνδρες Πέρσαϊ, ούτε αυτός κατεγέσωμα εν ομοντώνται εν χυμίντιτες, παραδεξάμενος τε αυτό χρέσωμα. Χώσγαρ εγώ πυντάνομα των πρεσβυτέρων, ουδαμάκο ετρεμίσαμε νεπέτε παρελάβουμε την hegemonian τένδετ παραμέντων, κύρου κατελόντος ασιάγια. Αλλά θεώστε χούτος άγει, καεωτόις χεμίν, πολλά επέπουσιν συμφέρετα επί το άμυδον. Tamen in kyroste kai cambises paterte hoemos tareios catergassanto, kai prosectessanto etnea, epistamenos eu ucantis legue. Egode, epeite parella bonton tronon tuton, e frontis don, hocos me leipsomai ton proteron genomenon entimetede, mere lasso prosectesomai gynomin persesi. frontis donde heurisco hamamentudos hemin prosginomenon horrentetes nunec temeta, uque lasso de floroterem panforoterende, hamade timoriente caetis ingenomenem. Dio hymeas nuneleges synelexa, hyna tonoeo presin hyperteomai hymin. Meloceux ton Hellesponton elanstraton diates Europes epiten Hellada. Hin Athenaios timoresum hossa de pepoiecas in persas te cae pateraton hemon. Horaten in nun cae pateraton hemon dareio nituum tas strateo esta epitus andras tutus. Al home teteleuteque, caiuque exegeneto hoi timores stai. Ego de hyperte ceino cae tonalum perseum uproteron pausum prine helo te cae pirosotas Atenas, hoige me cae pateraton hemon hyperix anadica poiontes. Protamen sardis eltontes hamaristagoreto milesio dulo de Hemetero, apicomenoi ene presentate alsia cae tahira. Deutera de Hemeas hoia erixam estens veterina pobantas, hotedatis te cae artafrenes strategion, tae pistas te culpantes. Tutomen de heineca anartema e pautus strateo estai. Agatade in autoes intossade aneurisco logistomenos. Ei tutus te cae tustoiutus plesiochorus catastrepsometa, hoi pelopus, tu frigos nemon tae horin, genten persida apodexomen todios aetere homureusin. Ugar de horin, geodemian catopse tae helios homureus ante Hemetere. Alas feas passas, ego hama hymin mian horin tesso, dia passes de exelton tes Europes. Pintano maigar hode echi, huto ute tinapolin andron demian ute etnos suden anthropon hypoleipestai, tohemin hoionte estai el tenes mache, tutum ton catelexa hypexaerare menan. Huto hoite hemin aetioi hexus indulion zygon hoite anaetioi. Hymeis dan moi tade poiontes harisdoite. Epean hymin semeno ton chrono eston hekendei, protimus pandatina hymeon chresi pareine. Hossande echon heke paraskewas menan straton calista, doso hoi dora tatimiom tata nomisdetai eine in Hemetero. Poetea menin tautesti huto. Hina de medio bulein hymindokeo, titemitopragmes meson, gnomede keleon hymeon tombulomenon apophaineste, tauta eipes e paueto. Calando-se Xerxes, Mardônio tomou a palavra. Senhor, sois o maior de todos os persas, não só dentre os que já existiram, como dos que ainda estão para nascer. Atentei bem para as palavras sensatas que acabais de pronunciar, e estou convencido de que não permitireis que os iônios da Europa, esse povo vil e desprezível, nos insulte impunemente. Se, com o propósito único de alargar as fronteiras de nosso império, submetemos os sácios, os indianos, os etíopes e várias outras nações poderosas que nenhum ato de hostilidade haviam cometido contra nós, como poderíamos deixar impune a insolência dos gregos que nos insultaram sem razão plausível? Que temos a temer? O número de suas tropas? Seus recursos econômicos? Não ignoramos nem a sua maneira de combater, nem a sua franqueza. Já subjugamos aqueles de seus filhos que habitam nosso país e que são conhecidos pelos nomes de Iônios, Eólios e Dórios. Conheço bem as forças dos gregos. Já as experimentei quando marchei contra eles por ordem de vosso pai. Penetrei na Macedônia e pouco faltou para que eu chegasse até Atenas, sem que tivesse encontrado resistência. A ignorância e estupidez dos gregos não lhes permitem, ordinariamente, agir com prudência na guerra. Eles sempre escolhem como campo de batalha a planície mais nua e mais extensa. Assim, vencedores e vencidos sofrem as mais pesadas perdas. Quanto à maneira de tratar os vencidos, confesso que ignoro. Uma vez que todos os gregos falam a mesma língua, não deviam resolver as pendências que surgem entre eles por intermédio de arautos e embaixadores? Não deviam experimentar outros meios antes de chegar às vias de fato? E se torna necessário resolvê-las pelas armas, não deviam escolher um terreno mais propício à defesa para uns e outros? Por causa desse costume de tentar a sorte das armas em campo aberto, os gregos não ousaram oferecer-me combate quando cheguei até a Macedônia. Serão eles, por conseguinte, capazes de opor-se a vós, Senhor, que ireis conduzindo as mais poderosas forças de terra e mar da Ásia? Não acredito que eles ousem oferecer-vos resistência. Se, entretanto, eu estiver enganado, se a sua insensatez levá-los a medir forças conosco, aprenderão que somos, de todos os homens, os mais bravos e os mais hábeis na arte da guerra. De uma maneira ou de outra, cabe-nos estar bem preparados para a empresa. Nada se realiza por si mesmo, e o sucesso é, geralmente, o preço de um grande esforço. Assim, Mardônio, com sua habitual habilidade, procurou atenuar o que podia haver de excessivamente duro no discurso que Xerxes proferira.
Ο Μαρδόνιος λοιπόν υποστήριξε με αυτά τη γνώμη του Xerxes, κάνοντας την πιο ελκυστική και τελείωσε την ομιλία του. Οι άλλοι Πέρσες έμεναν σιωπηλοί και δεν τολμούσαν να εκφράσουν γνώμη αντίθετη με αυτήν που προτάθηκε, όταν ο Αρτάβανος, ο γιος του Ιστάσπη, που σαν θείος από πατέρα του Xerxes είχε το θάρρος, μίλησε έτσι. «Βασιλιά μου, αν δεν διατυπωθούν γνώμες αντίθετες μεταξύ τους, δεν έχεις τη δυνατότητα να ακολουθήσεις ύστερα από επιλογή την καλύτερη. Και δεν έχεις να κάνεις τίποτα άλλο παρά να βάλεις σε πράξη αυτήν που υπόθηκε. Αντίθετα, αν έχουν διατυπωθεί, έχεις τη δυνατότητα. Είναι όπως με το ατόφιο χρυσάφι, που από μόνο του δεν το ξεχωρίζουμε. Αν όμως τρίβοντας το πάνω στη λιδία λίθο το συγκρίνουμε με άλλο χρυσάφι, αναγνωρίζουμε το καθαρότερο. Εγώ λοιπόν και στον πατέρα σου, τον αδερφό μου τον Δαρείο, έλεγα δημόσια να μην εκστρατεύσει εναντίον των Σκυθών, ενός λαού που πουθενά στη χώρα του δεν έχει πολιτείες. Εκείνος όμως, ελπίζοντας να υποδουλώσει τους Σκύθες, δεν με άκουσε. Έκανε την εκστρατεία και γύρισε άπρακτος, χάνοντας πολλούς και γενναίους από το στράτευμά του. Και εσύ, βασιλιά μου, σκοπεύεις να εκστρατεύσεις εναντίον πολεμιστών πολύ πιο γενναίων από τις Σκύθες, που έχουν τη φήμη πως είναι ασυναγώνιστοι και στη θάλασσα και στη στεριά. Τώρα, ποιον κίνδυνο κρύβει αυτή η επιχείρηση, είμαι υποχρεωμένος να σου εξηγήσω. Είπες, θα ενώσω με γέφυρα τις ακτές του Hellespont και θα προελάσω με το στρατό μου, διασχίζοντας την Ευρώπη, στην Ελλάδα. Πάει καλά. Όμως έρχονται έτσι τα πράγματα και μας νικούν είτε στη στεριά, είτε στη θάλασσα, είτε και στα δυο. Γιατί από ό,τι ακούμε, των ανθρώπων το λέει η καρδιά τους. Και αυτό το συμπέρασμα βγαίνει από το γεγονός ότι ένα τόσο μεγάλο εκστρατευτικό σώμα που οδήγησαν στην Αττική ο Βάτης και ο Αρταφέρνης, το εξόντωσαν μόνοι τους οι Αθηναίοι. Τώρα, στην περίπτωση που δεν τους έρχονται όλα δεξιά και στις δύο μεριές, και πάλι αν μας χτυπήσουν με τα καράβια και νικώντας σε ναυμαχία κατευθυνθούν με το στόλο τους στον Hellespont και κατόπιν διαλύσουν τις γέφυρες, τότε, βασιλιά μου, χανόμαστε. Και αυτό το συμπέρασμα δεν το βγάζω από το μυαλό μου επειδή τάχα είμαι σοφός, αλλά να, είναι η καταστροφή που λίγο έλειψε να μας βρει όταν ο πατέρας σου, αφού γεφύρωσε το Βόσπορο της Θράκης και αφού γεφύρωσε τον ποταμό Ίστρο, βάδισε εναντίον των Σκυθών. Τότε οι Σκύθες και τι δεν έκαναν παρακαλώντας τους Σύονες που είχαν αναλάβει τη φρούρηση των γεφυρών του Ίστρου να διαλύσουν το πέραμα. Και τότε βέβαια, αν ο Ιστιαίος, ο τύραννος της Μιλήτου, πήγαινε με τη γνώμη των άλλων τυράννων και δεν τους εναντιονόταν, τετέλεστε το κράτος των Περσών. Κι όμως και μόνο να τα ακούσει είναι φοβερό. Όλα τα πάντα και η εξουσία και η τύχη του βασιλιά να κρέμονται από έναν άνθρωπο. Και εσύ πάλι μη θελήσεις να μπει σε κάποιον παρόμοιο κίνδυνο, μια και τίποτε δεν σε πιέζει. Και άκουσέ με. Τώρα δώσε τέλος αυτή τη σύσκεψη. Και άλλη φορά, αφού πρώτα το μελετήσεις μοναχός σου, όποτε σου φανεί καλό, ανακοίνωσέ μας τις αποφάσεις που κρίνεις καλύτερες. Γιατί διαπιστώνω πως το μεγαλύτερο κέρδος βγαίνει από το σωστό υπολογισμό. Γιατί κι αν τύχει και σου έρθει κάποια αναποδιά, αυτό δεν σημαίνει πως δεν στάθμισες τόσο σωστά τα πράγματα, αλλά απλώς ο υπολογισμός σου ανατράπηκε από την τύχη. Όμως εκείνος που έκανε κακό υπολογισμό, αν η τύχη του τα φέρει δεξιά, η επιτυχία είναι λαχείο. Όχι πως ο υπολογισμός που έκανε είναι λιγότερο κακός. Να, βλέπεις ότι ο Θεός χτυπά με τον κεραυνό τα μεγαλόσωμα ζώα και δεν τα αφήνει να φουσκώνουν από καμάρι, ενώ τα μικρούλικα δεν τον ερεθίζουν καθόλου. Και βλέπεις πως εξακωτίζει από ψηλά τα βέλη του πάντοτε στα ψηλότερα σπίτια και στα ψηλά δέντρα. Γιατί το θέλημα του Θεού είναι ένα, να κουτσουρεύει ό,τι υψώνεται πάνω από το μέτρο. Και έτσι και μεγάλος στρατός εξοντώνεται από μικρό για τον εξής λόγο. Όταν ο Θεός φθονώντας τους ρίξει πανικό ή βροντί, παθαίνουν πανολεθρία που δεν την περίμεναν. Γιατί ο Θεός την περηφάνεια την κρατά μονάχα για τον εαυτό του και για κανέναν άλλον. Η βιασύνη πάλι σε κάθε επιχείρηση γεννά παραστρατήματα, που συνήθως φέρνουν μεγάλες ζημιές. Αντίθετα, η υπομονή κλεί θησαυρούς, που κι αν ακόμη δεν φαίνονται εκείνη την ώρα, όμως με τον καιρό τους ανακαλύπτουμε. Αυτές τις συμβουλές έχω για σένα, βασιλιά μου. Εσύ τώρα, για του Οβρία, πάψε να λες κούφια λόγια για τους Έλληνες. Είναι απρέπεια να μιλάς άσχημα για αυτούς. Γιατί συκοφαντώντας τους Έλληνες, ξεσηκώνεις το βασιλιά μας να εκστρατεύσει ο ίδιος εναντίον τους. Και μου δίνεις την εντύπωση πως γι' αυτόν τον σκοπό αναπτύσσεις όλη τη δραστηριότητά σου. Λοιπόν, αυτό να σταματήσει. Γιατί δεν υπάρχει κακό άλλο σαν τη συκοφαντία, όπου δυο είναι οι αδικητές και ένας ο αδικημένος. Δηλαδή, ο συκοφάντης κάνει αδίκημα κατηγορώντας άνθρωπο που απουσιάζει και από τη μεριά του άλλος κάνει αδίκημα επειδή πείθεται χωρίς να έχει σωστή πληροφόρηση. Από την άλλη, αυτός που απουσιάζει από τη συζήτηση να πως αδικέται από τα λόγια τους. Από τον πρώτο φορτώνεται τις άδικες κατηγορίες και από τον δεύτερο την άδικη εντύπωση ότι είναι κακός. Αλλά αν πρέπει οπωσδήποτε να γίνει εκστρατεία εναντίον αυτών των ανδρών, έλα, ο βασιλιάς ο ίδιος να παραμείνει στη χώρα των Περσών και εμείς και ο ένας και ο άλλος να στοιχηματίσουμε στη ζωή των παιδιών μας. Και τότε εσύ να μπεις επικεφαλής της εκστρατείας, επιλέγοντας τους άντρες που θέλεις και παίρνοντας μαζί σου στράτευμα όσο μεγάλο θέλεις. Και αν το αποτέλεσμα της επιχείρησης είναι για το βασιλιά αυτό που λες εσύ, να σκοτωθούν τα παιδιά μου και μαζί τους κι εγώ. Αν όμως είναι αυτό που προλέγω εγώ, να πάθουν ότι είπα τα παιδιά σου και μαζί τους κι εσύ, αν γυρίσεις πίσω. Τώρα, αν δεν δέχεσαι αυτούς τους όρους και στανικώς θα οδηγήσεις εκστρατευτικό σώμα εναντίον της Ελλάδας, να τι έχω να σου πω. Σε κάποιους που θα μείνουν πίσω εδώ, σε αυτόν τον τόπο, θα φτάσει το μαντάτο. Το Μαρδόνιο που προκάλεσε στους Πέρσες μια μεγάλη συμφορά, τον σπαράζουν τα σκυλιά και τα όρνια, κάπου εκεί, στη χώρα των Αθηναίων ή στη χώρα των Λακεδαιμονίων. Ναι, εσένα, χωρίς βέβαια να αποκλείεται να συμβεί κάτι τέτοιο και πρωτήτερα, όσο θα βρίσκεσαι στο δρόμο. Και τότε θα έχεις μάθει τι παλικάρια έχει αυτή η χώρα, εναντίον της οποίας ξεσηκώνει σε εκστρατεία το βασιλιά. Αυτά τα λόγια είπε ο Αρτάβανος και ο Xerxes, κυριευμένος από θυμό, αποκρίθηκε έτσι. Αρτάβανε, είσαι αδερφός του πατέρα μου. Αυτό θα σε γλιτώσει από τον κίνδυνο να πληρώσεις όπως σου άξιζε για τα χαμένα λόγια σου. Και σε στιγματίζω με αυτή την προσβολή για τη δειλία και την κρίνια σου. Δεν θα σε πάρω μαζί μου στην εκστρατεία εναντίον της Ελλάδας και θα μείνεις εδώ μαζί με τις γυναίκες. Και εγώ τα όσα είπα θα τα εκτελέσω και χωρίς εσένα. Γιατί δεν θα ήμουν από τον Δαρείο, το γιο του Ιστάσπη, γιου του Αρσάμι, γιου του Αριαράμι, γιου του Τεΐσπη, γιου του Κύρου, γιου του Καμβίση, γιου του Τεΐσπη, γιου του Αχεμένη, αν δεν τιμωρούσα τους Αθηναίους, την ώρα που ξέρω καλά ότι αν εμείς καθίσουμε ήσυχοι, εκείνοι δεν θα καθίσουν, αλλά προφημότερα θα εκστρατεύσουν εναντίον της χώρας μας. Αυτό το συμπέρασμα μπορούμε να βγάλουμε από τα όσα έχουν πράξει εκείνοι πρωτήτερα, που παρέδωσαν στις φλόγες της Σάρδης και προέλασαν στην Ασία. Λοιπόν, καμιά από τις δύο μεριές δεν μπορεί να κάνει πίσω. Αλλά ο αγώνας που μας περιμένει είναι ή να δώσουμε ή να δεχτούμε χτυπήματα, ώστε ή όλες αυτές οι χώρες μας να πέσουν στα χέρια των Ελλήνων, ή όλες οι χώρες εκείνων να πέσουν στα χέρια των Περσών. Μέση λύση στην έχθρα που μας χωρίζει δεν υπάρχει. Λοιπόν, τώρα πια το καλύτερο που έχουμε να κάνουμε, μια και εμείς δεχτήκαμε πρώτο χτύπημα, είναι να τους τιμωρήσουμε. Και έτσι θα μάθω και τον κίνδυνο που θα διατρέξω οδηγώντας το στρατό μου εναντίον αυτού του λαού που ο Πέλοπας ο Φρίγας, που ήταν δούλος των προχώνων μου, πόρθησε τη χώρα τους με τρόπο που και σήμερα και οι κάτοικοι και η χώρα τους είναι γνωστοί με το όνομα του πορθητή τους. Λοιπόν, η συζήτηση κράτησε ως εδώ. Και ύστερα έπεσε η νύχτα και τον Xerxes δεν τον άφηνε σε ησυχία η γνώμη του Αρταβάνου. Και καθώς το γυρόφερνε τη νύχτα στο μυαλό του, όλο και συνειδητοποιούσε πως δεν είναι για το καλό του η εκστρατεία εναντίον της Ελλάδας. Και όταν κατέληξε σε αυτήν την αντίθετη απόφαση, τον πήρε ο ύπνος. Και τότε, σε κάποια ώρα της νύχτας, είδε ένα όνειρο τέτοιας λογής όπως διηγούνται οι Πέρσες. Φάνηκε στον Xerxes πως ένας ψηλός και όμορφος άντρας στάθηκε πάνω από το κεφάλι του και του είπε: «Βασιλιά των Περσών, αλλάζεις απόφαση να μην οδηγήσεις το στρατό σου εναντίον της Ελλάδας, μολονότι έχεις παραγγείλει στους Πέρσες να συγκεντρώσουν στρατό? Δεν κάνεις καλά που αλλάζεις απόφαση και ούτε βρίσκεται άνθρωπος που θα συμφωνήσει μαζί σου. Τώρα ακολούθησε το δρόμο που σου δείχνει η απόφαση που πήρες την ημέρα». Του φάνηκε το Xerxes πως ο άντρας, αφού είπε αυτά τα λόγια, απομακρύνθηκε πετώντας. Και με το φως της ημέρας, χωρίς να δώσει καμιά σημασία στο όνειρο, συγκέντρωσε τους Πέρσες που πήραν μέρος και στην προηγούμενη σύσκεψη και τους έλεγε τα εξής: Άνδρες Πέρσες, ζητώ τη συγγνώμη σας για την απότομη μεταβολή της απόφασής μου, γιατί και η σκέψη μου δεν έχει φτάσει ακόμα στην πλήρη ωριμότητά της και εκείνοι που με παρακινούν για εκστρατεία δεν λένε ούτε στιγμή να ξεχωλήσουν από κοντά μου. Όταν όμως άκουσα τη γνώμη του Παρταβάνου, τη στιγμή εκείνη κόχλαζε η νεανική παραφορά μου και έτσι ξεστόμησα άπρεπα λόγια σε βαθμό απαράδεκτο σε άνθρωπο μεγάλης ηλικίας. Τώρα όμως το σκέφτηκα καλύτερα και θα ακολουθήσω τη δική του γνώμη. Λοιπόν, από την ώρα που άλλαξα απόφαση και δεν θα εκστρατεύσω εναντίον της Ελλάδας, χαρείτε την ησυχία σας. Τότε οι Πέρσες, με το που τα άκουσαν αυτά, έπεσαν και τον προσκυνούσαν καταχαρούμενοι.
That night, however, when Xerxes was asleep, the same figure appeared to him again in a dream and said, "So, son of Darius, you have gone before the Persians and called off the expedition, have you? You have disregarded my words and treated them as if they came from a nobody. Well, know this, if you do not go out on this campaign immediately, this is what will happen. You have risen rapidly to a position of prominence and importance, but you will be laid down low just as swiftly." This dream terrified Xerxes. He leapt out of bed and sent a messenger to summon Artabanus. When he arrived, Xerxes said, "Artabanus, I wasn't in my right mind at first when I responded to your good advice with rudeness. But before too long, I changed my mind and came to see that I should act on your suggestions. Yet I find myself unable to do so, even though I want to. You see, ever since I've backed down and changed my mind, I've been haunted by a dream figure who does not approve of what I'm doing at all. In fact, he threatened me just now and then disappeared. If this dream is being sent by a god, and he will be satisfied only when the campaign against Greece takes place, this same dream should wing its way to you as well and give you the same instructions it did me. I think this will happen if you take all these clothes of mine and put them on, sit on my throne, and then later go to sleep in my bed." At first, Artabanus was reluctant to comply with this command because he did not think it right that he should sit on the royal throne. In the end, however, he was compelled to do as he was told. But first he said, "In my opinion, my lord, it is all the same whether one has good ideas oneself or is prepared to listen to someone else who is offering good advice. Though you have both of these qualities, you keep company with bad men, and that leads you astray. This is like what they say about the sea. In itself, there is nothing more useful for the human race, but the winds that lash it refuse to let it be itself. It wasn't so much that I was upset at being rebuked by you, but that when the Persians were faced with two plans, one of which would increase our abusiveness while the other would curb it, by pointing out how wrong it is to train the mind to be constantly seeking more than it has at the moment. When we were faced with these 2 points of view, what really upset me was that you chose the one which would be more dangerous not only for yourself, but for Persia too. And now, just when you've changed your mind about the expedition to Greece and started preferring the better plan instead, you say that you're being haunted by a dream figure, the emissary of some god, who refuses to let you cancel the expedition. In actual fact, though, dreams don't come from the gods, my son. I have lived many more years than you, so I can explain what these dreams are that drift into us. The visions that occur to us in dreams are, more often than not, the things we have been concerned about during the day. And, you see, we have been extremely occupied with this expedition for some days now. However, if I'm mistaken in my assessment of this particular dream, if there is something divine about it, you yourself already summed up the matter in a few words. Let the dream appear to me with the same orders that it has given you. But the chances of its appearing to me are unlikely to be increased whether I am wearing your clothes or my own, or whether I'm sleeping in your bed or my own. That is, if it is going to appear anyway. After all, whatever it is that you see in your dream is surely not so naive as to mistake me for you on the basis of the clothes I'm wearing. No, what we have to find out is whether it considers me too insignificant to be worth appearing to, whatever clothes I'm wearing, and doesn't appear. I mean, if it continues to appear, I too would have to admit that it is supernatural. However, if I have to sleep in your bed, that is, if that's the way you want things to be and you are not to be deflected from your purpose, then all right, let's see if it appears to me too when I have fulfilled these conditions. But until then, I won't change my mind. Without saying any more, Artabanus did as he was told, but he expected to demonstrate that Xerxes' words were without substance. He put on Xerxes' clothes, sat himself down on the royal throne, and then later went to bed. And while he was asleep, the same dream figure came to him as he had appeared to Xerxes. The figure stood over Artabanus and said, "So you're the one who has been trying to discourage Xerxes from attacking Greece, are you? And you claim that it is your concern for him that makes you do so? Well, you will not escape punishment, either now or in the future, for trying to deflect the inevitable." And Xerxes has already had the consequences of future disobedience explained to him. Artabanus dreamt that, as well as making these threats, the phantom was about to burn his eyes out with red-hot skewers. He uttered a loud cry, jumped out of bed, and sat himself down next to Xerxes. First, he described what he had seen in his dream, and then he said, "The reason I tried to stop you giving away completely to your youthful impetuousness, my lord, was because I am one who has in the past often seen mighty powers brought low by relative weaklings. Also, I know what harm can come from excessive desire. I remember what happened to Cyrus' expedition against the Massagettai, and to Cambyses' campaign against the Ethiopians. And I myself took part in Darius' attack on the Scythians. Knowing this, I was of the opinion that happens for you, and happiness that everyone would recognize, lay in remaining peacefully at home. But since your impetuousness is God-given, and since the destruction overtaking the Greeks is apparently heaven-sent, it is my turn to back down and change my mind. Let the Persians know about the visions you have received from the god, and tell them to carry on with their preparations in accordance with the first orders you issued. And then make sure that, since the god commands it, you do everything you must." This is what Artabanus said. The dream had encouraged them so much that at daybreak the next day, Xerxes told the Persians what had happened. And Artabanus, who had previously shown himself to be the only dissenting voice, gave his open and enthusiastic support to the enterprise. Later, with Xerxes all intent on his campaign, he had a third dream one night, in which he saw himself wearing a garland made out of sprigs of an olive tree, whose branches overshadowed the whole world. But then the garland disappeared from his head. He described the dream to the Magi, and they interpreted its reference to the whole world as meaning that he would gain dominion over the whole human race. After the Magi had interpreted the dream in this way, every one of the Persians who had convened for the meeting immediately rode back to his own province and devoted himself wholeheartedly to carrying out his instructions. Each of them wanted to be the one to win the rewards Xerxes had promised. In this way, Xerxes had every part of the continent searched in the process of raising his army. Xerxes spent 4 whole years after the conquest of Egypt preparing and equipping his army, and in the course of the 5th year he set out his campaign with a huge body of men. Of all the armies we know of, this was by far the largest. The army with which Darius attacked Scythia was tiny by comparison. So was the Scythian army, which invaded Media on the heels of a Cimmerian force, and succeeded in conquering and occupying almost the whole of inland Asia, something for which Darius later tried to punish them. And so, by all accounts, was the army with which the Etridae attacked Ilium, and the army the Mysians and the Teucrians raised. This was before the Trojan War, with which they crossed the Bosporus, invaded Europe, conquered the whole of Thrace, reached the coast of the Ionian Sea, and marched as far south as the river Peneus. The combined total of all these armies, even with some others included, would not equal Xerxes' expeditionary force. After all, was there any Asian people he did not lead against Greece? And was there any source of water, apart from huge rivers, they did not drink dry? He had ships supplied from here, land forces from there. Some were required to provide horsemen, others transport ships for horses, as well as men for the campaign. Others longships for the pontoon bridges. Others both provisions and ships.
No? Nothing? It works. Okay, perfect. Really sorry. So I restart with 22. Comme la première expédition avait subi un désastre en contournant l'Athos, Xerxès faisait aussi des préparatifs, 3 ans à l'avance environ, au sujet de cette montagne. À Éléonte, en Chersonèse, des trières étaient à l'ancre. Venus de là, des détachements de toutes les nations de l'armée qui se succédaient les uns aux autres, creusaient le sol, menés à coups de fouet, et avec eux creusaient aussi les habitants de la région de l'Athos. Boubarès, fils de Mégabase, et Artacaïès, fils d'Artaïos, 2 Perses, présidaient à ce travail. L'Athos est un massif montagneux grand et célèbre qui plonge dans la mer et que des hommes habitent. Du côté où la montagne s'abaisse vers le continent, elle forme une presqu'île, reliée par un isthme d'environ 12 stades. Cet isthme est fait d'une plaine et de collines peu élevées, allant de la mer d'Acanthos à celle qui est en face de Toroné. Dans cet isthme où finit l'Athos, il y a une ville grecque, Sané. Et voici les villes situées au-delà de Sané à l'intérieur du massif de l'Athos, villes que les Perses s'appliquaient à rendre insulaires, de continentales qu'elles étaient. Dion, Olophuxos, Akotoon, Tussos, Cléonaï. Telles sont les villes qui occupent l'Athos. Et voici comment les barbares, après s'être partagé l'espace par nation, procédèrent au creusement. Ils avaient tiré une ligne droite, passant par la ville de Sané. Quand le canal atteignait une certaine profondeur, les uns, se tenant au fond, continuaient à creuser. D'autres remettaient au fur et à mesure la terre provenant des fouilles à des hommes qui se tenaient plus haut sur des gradins. Ceux-ci, la recevant, la passaient à leur tour à d'autres, jusqu'à ce qu'on en vînt à ceux qui se tenaient tout en haut. Ces derniers la portaient hors du chantier et la jetaient ailleurs. Or, à tous les travailleurs, sauf aux Phéniciens, l'éboulement des parois du canal causa une double peine. Comme il donnait la même largeur à la taille d'ouverture et au fond du fossé, pareille chose devait leur arriver. Mais les Phéniciens font preuve dans ce genre de travaux de la même habileté que dans les autres. Dans la partie du tracé qui leur avait été assignée par le sort, ils donnèrent à la taille d'ouverture une largeur double de celle que devait avoir le canal même. Et à mesure qu'ils avançaient dans leur travail, ils allaient en rétrécissant, si bien que, tout au fond, leur fouille se trouvait égale en largeur à celle des autres. Il existe là une prairie, où il y avait pour les ouvriers un marché et un magasin de vente. On leur apportait d'Asie de grandes quantités de farine.
I myself have come to the conclusion that it was the sheer scale of Xerxes' relish magnificence which prompted him to order the digging of the canal. An ambition to flaunt his power and to leave behind him a permanent memorial. It would have been no trouble for him to have had the ships hauled across the isthmus, after all, but instead he commissioned a channel for the sea, wide enough for 2 triremes to pass through side by side while being rowed. The same men who worked on the excavation were also tasked to join together the 2 banks of the river Strymon by means of a bridge. Now, in addition to these projects, Xerxes had the Phoenicians and the Egyptians prepare cables out of papyrus and white flax for the bridges and lay down supplies of food for the army, so that neither soldiers nor pack animals would go hungry during the advance on Greece. Then, following information he had obtained about the terrain, he assigned agents to various regions and had them set up depots in strategic locations, to which provisions were transported by merchant ship and ferry from across the whole of Asia. The majority of supplies were brought to a spot in Thrace called the White Cape, while others were allocated variously to Tyrrheniza in the territory of Perinthus, to Doriscus, to Ion on the banks of the Strymon, and to Macedonia. Meanwhile, as the labourers toiled at the projects assigned to them, the entire land army was setting out with Xerxes from its mustering point at Cratella in Cappadocia, where all the various military contingents that were to advance overland with Xerxes had been instructed to assemble, and was making its way to Sardis. I am unable to say who received the reward promised by the king to whichever governor brought the best equipped contingent. Indeed, I do not even know whether a decision was ever made on the matter. Once over the river Halys, the expedition crossed into Phrygia, and as it made its way through Phrygian territory, it came to Selene, where the springs of the river Meander rise. The springs of another river too, which goes by the name of the Cataractes, is no less in size than the Meander, rise in Selene, right in the very town square before issuing into the Meander. Also in the city, there hangs the skin of Marcius Thessalinus. According to the story told by the Phrygians, he was flayed, and his skin was hung there by Apollo.
Okay. Can you hear me? Can you see me? Let me see. Start video. How's that? Now you can see me. Good. All right. Here we go. Wait a minute. I'm sorry. Can you still see me? Yeah. En taute te poly hypakatemonos, pythios atus, anerludos, exenise ten basileos stratian passan, xenioisi megistoisi, kai auton Xerxen, crematate epangelato, bulomenos eston polemon parecrein. Epangelomenu de cremata pythiu, erato Xerxes, perseuntus pareontas, tisteon andron pythios, kai cosa cremata ectermenos epangeloi totauta. Oide epan, o Basileo, hutos esti hostoi ton patera dareion, ed oresato te platanistoi te crucee, kai te ampelor. Hos kai nun esti protos anthropon Pluto, ton hemi sidmen, metase. Thomasaste ton epeon, toteleutaion, Xerxes autos deutereiro to pythion, hocosa hoieia cremata. Odeipe, o Basileo, utes apocrypso, utes capsumai, tomei denai ten hemau tu sian, allepistamenos toi atreceos catelexo. Epetegar takistase pythomen epitalassan catabainon taten Hellenida, bulomenos toi dunaes ton polemon cremata exemantan.
Kai heuron logisdomenos arguriumen duo Ciliadas eusas moi talenton, cruciude tetracosias myriadas stateron dare con epideusas hepta Ciliadon. Kai tutoi sisego doreomai, autoidemoia po andrapodonte kai geopedon archeon estibios. Aumentaute elege, Xerxes testes toi sinire menes, eipe xene lude, ego epetex elthon ten persida coran, udeni andrix unemixes tode hostis teles, exenia proteinae strato tuemo, ude hostis es opsin, tenemen catastas, aute pangeltos eston polemon amoie teles, symbales tai cremata, exo seu. Sude kai exenesas megalos straton tonemon, kai cremata megala pangeliae. Sion ego antiauton, gereato iada didomi. Xenontes hoieumaemon, kai tas tetracosias myriadas, toi ton stateron apopleso, pareme autu, dustas hepta Ciliadas. Hinametoi epidees eosi hai tetracosiae myriadas hepta Ciliadon, aletoi apartilogie hypemeo peplero mene. Ectes ota autos ta per autos ecteso. Epistos ote einae tutos. Ugartoi taut poeunti, utes to pareon, utes chronon metamelese. Tauta de pas, cae epitelea poesas eporeueto to prosoae. Anao de caleomenen frugon polin, parame bomenos, cae limnen ectes hales ginontae. Apicoto es colossas polin megalen frugias. Ente lucos potamos es casmagas es ballon apanizetae. Epeita dia stadion hospente malistaque anapainomenos ectidoi cae hutos eston maiandro. Ecte colosseon hostratos hormomenos epitusurus ton frugon cae ludon, apicoto es cudrare polin, ensa stele catepepeguia, statesa de hypocroisu catemenue diagrammaton tu surus. Hostectes frugies esebales ten ludian, schisdomenes tes hodu, cae tes mene es aristeren, epicaries feruses, tes des dexianes sardis, te cae poreomeno diabenae ton maiandron potemon pasan anque ginetae, cae ienae paracallabe tebon polin, en te andres demiurgoi meliec murices te cae piru poieusi. Tautanion Xerxes ten hodon, eure plataniston, ten Calleos Seneca dores amanos cosmo cruceo, cae meledono atanator, andri epitrepsas deutere hemere, apicoto eston ludon to estu. Apicomenos des sardis protemen apepempe cerucas esten ellada, aites ontas gente cae hudor, cae proere ontas depna basilei parascasden. Plenutes Atenas, utes lacedaimona pepempe epiges aitesi, te dalle pante. Donde heneca todeutron epepempe epigente cae hudor. Osoi protoron nucedos andareo pempsenti, tutus panque doce tote desantes dose. Bulomenos on autotu toec matena cribeo sepempe.
He then prepared to move forward to Abydos, where a bridge had already been constructed across the Hellespont from Asia to Europe. Between Sestos and Midas, in the Chersonese, there is a rocky headland running out into the water opposite Abydos. It was here, not long afterwards, that the Athenians under Xanthippus, the son of Ariphron, took Artaxerxes, the Persian governor of Sestos, and nailed him alive to a plank. He was the man who collected women in the temple of Protestalas at Elas and committed various acts of sacrilege. This headland was the point to which Xerxes' engineers carried their 2 bridges from Abydos, a distance of 7 furlongs. One was constructed by the Phoenicians using flax cables, the other by the Egyptians with papyrus cables. The work was successfully completed, but a subsequent storm of great violence smashed it up and carried everything away. Xerxes was very angry when he learned of the disaster and gave orders that the Hellespont should receive 300 lashes and have a pair of fetters thrown into it. I have heard before now that he also sent people to brand it with hot irons. He certainly instructed the men with the whips to utter as they wielded them the barbarous and presumptuous words, "You salt and bitter stream, your master lays this punishment upon you for injuring him, who never injured you. But Xerxes the king will cross you with or without your permission. No man sacrifices to you, and you deserve the neglect by your acid and muddy waters." In addition to punishing the Hellespont, Xerxes gave orders that the men responsible for building the bridges should have their heads cut off. The men who received these invidious orders duly carried them out, and the other engineers completed the work. The method employed was as follows. Pentaconters and triremes were lashed together to support the bridges, 360 vessels for the one on the Black Sea side, and 314 for the other. They were moored slantwise to the Black Sea and at right angles to the Hellespont in order to lessen the strain on the cables. Specially heavy anchors were laid out both upstream and downstream. Those to the eastward to hold the vessels against wind blowings down from the straits from the direction of the Black Sea. Those on the other side to the westward and towards the Aegean to take the strain when it blew from the west and the south. Gaps were left in 3 places to allow any boats that might wish to do so to pass in or out of the Black Sea. Once the vessels were in position, the cables were hauled taut by wooden winches ashore. This time, the 2 sorts of cables were not used separately for each bridge, but both bridges had 2 flax cables and 4 papyrus ones. The flax and papyrus cables were of the same thickness and quality, but the flax was the heavier. Half a fathom of it weighed 114 pounds. The next operation was to cut the planks equal in length to the width of the floats, lay them edge to edge over the taut cables, and then bind them together on their upper surface. That done, brushwood was put on top and spread evenly, with a layer of soil trodden hard over all. Finally, a paling was constructed along each side, high enough to prevent horses and mules from seeing over and taking fright at the water. The bridges were now ready, and when the news came from Athos that work on the canal was finished, including the breakwaters at its 2 ends, which had been built to prevent the surf from silting up the entrances, the army, after wintering at Sardis and completing its preparations, started the following spring on its march to Abydos. No sooner had the troops begun to move than the sun vanished from his place in the sky, and it grew dark as night, though the weather was perfectly clear and cloudless. Xerxes, deeply troubled, asked the Magi to interpret the significance of this strange phenomenon, and was given to understand that God meant to foretell to the Greeks the eclipse of their cities. For it was the sun which gave warning of the future to Greece, just as the moon did to Persia. Having heard this, Xerxes continued the march in high spirits.
But as he was marching away with the army, Pythios the Lydian, terrified by the portent that had appeared from the heavens, but encouraged because of the gifts presented to him by the king, went to Xerxes and said, "My lord, I would like to obtain a certain favor from you. one which would be trivial for you to grant me, but would be of great importance to me were you to grant it. Xerxes thought Pythias would ask for anything but what he actually requested. So he told him he would grant this favor and bade him to say what he wanted. Hearing this, Pythias was emboldened and said, "My lord, I happen to have 5 sons, and as it happens, they have all been drafted to march with you to Hellas. Please, sire, have pity on me at this time of my life and release one of my sons from the army, the eldest one, so that he may take care of me and my property. But do not take the other 4 along with you, and may you return after having accomplished all your goals." Xerxes became enraged at this and replied, "You despicable wretch! How dare you even mention your own son when you are my slave and should be following me with your entire household, even with your wife, while I myself am marching along with my own sons, brothers, servants, and friends? Well, listen and take heed of this. A person's feelings dwell in his ears, and when this seat of the emotions hears something good, the body fills up with delight, but when it hears the opposite, it swells with rage. You once did me a good turn and promised more of the same, but you will not boast that your good services surpass those of your king. And now that you have veered to a shameful course, you will receive less than your former actions deserved. Your hospitality will save you and 4 of your sons, but that one son to whom you cling the most will have to surrender his life as your punishment." Such was Xerxes' reply to Pythias. Then he immediately ordered his men assigned to such tasks to find the eldest son of Pythias, cut him in 2, and place one half of the body on the right side of the road and the other half on the left, so that the army would march between them. They carried out these orders, and the army marched between them. First in line were the baggage carriers and the beasts of burden. Next came a mixed body of troops of many nationalities, all marching together without distinct divisions. These comprised more than half of the army, and then there was a gap which separated them from the king. Riding before the king were 1,000 horsemen chosen from all the Persians. Then came 1,000 spear bearers carrying their spears pointed towards the ground. They too had been selected from all the Persians. After them came 10 sacred horses called the Nisaean horses, adorned with magnificent equipment. They are called Nisaean after a vast plain in Median territory of that name from which these horses come. Then, in its appointed position behind these 10 horses, came the sacred chariot of Zeus, pulled by 8 white horses and followed by the charioteer holding the reins. He marched on foot, since no human ever mounts this throne. After him rode Xerxes himself in a chariot pulled by Nisaean horses, and walking beside the king was his charioteer, whose name was Pateramphis, the son of a Persian named Otanes.
Dan pasukan tersebut meneruskan perjalanan keluar dari Lydia ke sungai Caicus dan tanah Misia, dan bergerak dari Caicus, menjaga gunung Kane di sebelah kiri, melalui Atarneus ke kota Karene, dan dari situ mereka berderap melintasi dataran Tebes, melewati kota Adramitium dan Antandros Pelasgian. Dan setelah menguasai gunung Ida, ke sisi kirinya mereka memasuki tanah Ilium. Dan pertama, ketika menunggui malam di kaki gunung Ida, guntur dan topan melanda, dan dengan begitu membunuh sejumlah besar orang di sini. Dan pasukan tersebut tiba di sungai Skamander, yang merupakan yang pertama dari sungai-sungai yang airnya diminum, setelah mereka mulai bergerak menapak jalan keluar dari Sardis, yang membiarkan alirannya kering dan tidak memberikan bekal bagi para pasukan dan ternak. Ketika Xerxes tiba di sungai ini, ia mendaki Pergamus Priam dengan hasrat untuk melihatnya. Setelah memandangnya dan mempelajari setiap peristiwa di situ, ia mempersembahkan korban bakaran 1000 lembu kepada Athena Ilium, dan para orang Majus menuangkan korban curahan bagi para pahlawan. Dan setelah hal-hal ini dilakukan, di malam hari panik menimpa ke perkemahan. Dan dari situ mereka pergi di waktu fajar, membiarkan di sebelah kiri kota Roedium dan Ofrineum dan Dardanus yang berbatasan dengan Abidus dan Gergitian Teukrian di sebelah kanan. Ketika mereka ada di tengah-tengah Abidus, Xerxes ingin melihat seluruh pasukannya, dan sebuah kursi kenegaraan dari batu putih telah dipersiapkan sebelumnya di bukit baginya untuk tujuan ini, dan dibuat oleh orang-orang Abidus setelah raja memerintahkan sebelumnya. Di sana ia duduk, memandang ke bawah ke pantai, dan melihat infanteri dan armadanya. Dan selagi memandang, ia berhasrat untuk melihat kapal-kapal dalam pertandingan. Dan setelah itu terjadi, dan orang-orang Fenisia dari Sidon menang, ia merasa senang, baik dengan pertandingan maupun dengan pasukannya.
But when he saw the whole Hellespont hidden by his ships, and all the shores and plains of Abydos thronged with men, Xerxes first declared himself happy, and presently he fell a-weeping. Perceiving that his uncle Artabanus, who in the beginning had spoken his mind freely and counselled...
Mamma, sono Maurizio, ciao. Ciao, non ti ho chiamato stamattina, no?
Consul Xerxes not to march against Hellas, Artabanus, I say, marking how Xerxes wept, questioned him and said, "What a distance is there, O king, between your acts of this present and a little while ago, when you declared your happiness, and now you weep?" "Aye, verily," said Xerxes, "for I was moved to compassion when I considered the shortness of all human life, seeing that of all this multitude of men not one will be alive 100 years hence." "In our life," Artabanus answered, "we have deeper sorrows to bear than that. For short as our lives are, there is no man here or elsewhere so fortunate that he shall not be constrained, aye, many a time, and not once only, to wish himself dead rather than alive. Misfortunes so fall upon us, and sickness so trouble us, that they make life to seem long for all its shortness. Thus is life so sorry a thing that death has come to be a man's most desirable refuge therefrom. The god is seen to be envious therein, after he has given us but a taste of the sweetness of living." Xerxes answered and said, "Human life, Artabanus, is such as you define it to be. Yet let us speak no more of that, nor remember evils in our present prosperous estate, but tell me this. If you had not seen the vision in your dream so clearly, would you still have held your former opinion, and counselled me not to march against Hellas, or would you have changed from it? Come, tell me that truly." Artabanus answered and said, "O king, may the vision that appeared in my dream bring such an end as we both desire. But for myself, I am even now full of fear, yea, distraught for many other reasons that I have, and this in especial, that I see the two greatest things in the world to be most your enemies." "Sir," Xerxes answered, "I marvel at you. What are these two things that you say are most my enemies?" Is it that you find some fault with the numbers of my land army, and suppose that the Greek host will be many times greater than ours? Or you think that our navy will fall short of theirs, or that the fault is in both? For if in this regard our power seems to you lack aught, it were best to muster another host with all speed. O king, Artabanus answered and said, there is no fault that any man of sound judgment could find either with this army or with the number of your ships. And if you gather more, those two things whereof I speak grow yet the more your enemies. These two are the land and the sea. The sea has nowhere any harbour, as I guess, that if a storm arise will be warrantable to receive this navy and save your ships. Yet such harbours there should be, not in one place alone, but all along the land along which you sail. Seeing then that there are no harbours able to receive you, learn thereby that men are the subjects, and not the rulers or their accidents. Now I have spoken of one of the two, and I will tell you of the other. This is how the land is your enemy. If so be that nothing stands in your way to hinder you, the land is the more your enemy the farther you advance, with never true knowledge of what lies beyond. And no man is ever full of faith with success. Therefore, I say, if none withstands you, the increase of your territory and the time passed in getting it will beget famine. He is the best man who is timid in counsel, because he takes all that may befall him into account, but is in action bold.
Xerxes rispose con queste parole: Artabano, tu consideri giustamente ciascuna di queste cose, ma non avere timore di tutto e non considerare tutto in modo uguale. Se tu volessi, infatti, per ogni faccenda che via via ti si presenta, preoccuparti di ogni cosa in modo uguale, non faresti mai nulla. È meglio affrontare con coraggio tutti i rischi e soffrire la metà dei mali, piuttosto che, temendo in anticipo ogni cosa, non soffrire mai nulla. Se tu, criticando tutto ciò che viene detto, non sei capace di indicare quello che è sicuro, corri il rischio di sbagliare allo stesso modo di chi sostiene sulle stesse cose il contrario di te. Le posizioni sono alla pari, ma come si può, essendo uomo, raggiungere la certezza? In nessun modo, io credo. Del resto, i vantaggi sono soliti venire a coloro che vogliono agire, mentre non raggiungono chi discute su tutto ed è indeciso. Tu vedi a che grado di potenza sia giunto l'impero persiano. Se i re miei predecessori avessero avuto idee simili alle tue, oppure, non pensando essi stessi così, avessero avuto consiglieri di questo genere, tu non avresti visto la potenza persiana così progredita. E invece la portarono a questo punto affrontando rischi. Le grandi imprese, infatti, solo a costo di grandi rischi si realizzano. Noi, dunque, comportandoci in modo simile a loro, ci mettiamo in marcia nella stagione più bella dell'anno e dopo aver sottomesso tutta l'Europa torneremo indietro senza esserci imbattuti in nessun luogo nella carestia e senza aver sofferto nulla di spiacevole. Da un lato avanziamo recando con noi molto cibo, dall'altro dai popoli di cui noi invaderemo la terra avremo il grano. Contro coltivatori della terra noi marciamo, non contro nomadi. Dopo queste parole disse Artabano: O re, dal momento che non permetti che si abbia timore di nulla, accetta almeno il mio consiglio. È necessario, infatti, essendo molti gli argomenti, prolungare il discorso. Ciro figlio di Cambisa assoggettò e rese tributari ai persiani tutta la Ionia tranne Atene. Io ti consiglio di non condurre in nessun modo questi uomini contro i loro padri. Anche senza costoro possiamo avere la meglio sui nostri nemici. Se ci seguono, infatti, è inevitabile che siano o del tutto ingiusti, riducendo in servitù la loro madrepatria, oppure giustissimi, aiutandola a liberarsi. Non arrecano a noi nessun grande guadagno comportandosi da ingiusti. Da giusti, invece, possono danneggiare gravemente il tuo esercito. Poniti nell'animo anche l'antico e saggio detto: all'inizio non si può scoprire come sarà alla fine. Ribatté a queste parole Xerxes: di tutte le opinioni che mi hai esposto, Artabano, in questa soprattutto ti sbagli. Temi che gli Ioni defezionino, pur avendo di loro una grandissima prova di cui tu stesso sei testimone insieme agli altri che combatterono con Dario contro gli Sciti, quando da loro dipendeva che tutto l'esercito persiano fosse distrutto o si salvasse. Essi mostrarono senso di giustizia e fedeltà, e nulla di spiacevole per noi. Oltre a questo, avendo lasciato nel nostro paese i loro figli, le mogli e i loro averi, non si deve pensare che possano macchinare qualche rivolta. Così neppure di questo devi avere paura. Stai di buon animo, salva la mia casa e il mio impero, a te solo fra tutti io affido il mio scettro. Detto questo e rinviato Artabano a Susa, Xerxes fece poi venire i più eminenti tra i persiani. E quando furono al suo cospetto, disse loro queste cose: vi ho riunito qui, o persiani, desiderando questo da voi, che siate uomini valorosi e non offuschiate le precedenti imprese compiute dai persiani, che sono grandi e di straordinario valore. Ciascuno di per sé e tutti insieme mostriamo il nostro zelo, perché comunque a tutti è il bene che perseguiamo. Il motivo per cui vi ordino di dedicarvi intensamente alla guerra è questo. Noi marciamo, secondo le mie informazioni, contro uomini valorosi. Se riusciremo a vincerli, non c'è altro esercito al mondo che possa opporsi a noi. Ma sul momento compiamo il passaggio, dopo aver rivolto preghiera agli dei che regnano sulla Persia. Quel giorno si preparavano alla traversata. Nel seguente, volendo vedere il sorgere del sole, attendevano bruciando sui ponti ogni specie di profumi e cospargendo il cammino di rami di mirto. Come il sole sorgeva, versando libagioni in mare da una coppa d'oro, Xerxes pregava rivolgendosi al sole. Non lo colpisse una sciagura tale da impedirgli di assoggettare l'Europa prima di esserne giunto ai confini. Dopo aver pregato, gettò nell'Hellesponto la coppa insieme a un cratere d'oro e a una spada persiana che chiamano Acinace. Non so giudicare con sicurezza se gettò in mare queste cose come un'offerta al sole, oppure se, pentitosi di aver fatto fustigare l'Hellesponto, faceva donne al mare come riparazione. Terminate queste cerimonie, iniziavano la traversata. Uno dei due ponti, quello verso il Ponto, la fanteria e tutta la cavalleria. Sull'altro, quello verso l'Egeo, le bestie da soma e il personale di servizio. Avanzavano per primi 10.000 persiani, tutti incoronati, dopo di loro l'esercito misto di popoli di ogni genere. In questo primo giorno passarono costoro. Nel giorno seguente transitarono per primi i cavalieri e quelli che portavano la lancia con la punta rivolta in basso, anch'essi incoronati. Dopo i cavalli sacri e il sacro carro, quindi lo stesso Xerxes, i lancieri e i 1.000 cavalli, e dietro questi il resto dell'esercito. E nello stesso tempo le navi salpavano verso la sponda opposta. Ho anche udito dire che il re passò per ultimo. Dopo che fu passato in Europa, Xerxes osservava l'esercito che transitava sotto i colpi di frusta. L'esercito compì la traversata in 7 giorni e 7 notti, senza fermarsi mai. Allora si racconta che quando Xerxes aveva già passato l'Hellesponto, un uomo dell'Hellesponto abbia detto: «O Zeus, perché prese le sembianze di un uomo persiano e con il nome di Xerxes invece che di Zeus puoi mandare in rovina la Grecia conducendo tutti gli uomini? Anche senza costoro avresti potuto farlo».
When all of them had crossed over and they were setting out on their journey, a great portent appeared to them. Xerxes paid no attention to it, however, although it was quite easy to interpret. A horse gave birth to a hare, which clearly symbolized the fact that Xerxes was about to lead an expedition against Hellas with the greatest pride and magnificence, but would return to the same place, running for his life. Another portent had occurred earlier while he was still in Sardis. There was a mule. There, a mule had given birth to a mule with 2 kinds of genitals, both male and female, with the male genitals above the female. But Xerxes paid no attention to either of these portents and continued his advance with the land army. The fleet sailed out of the Hellespont and made its voyage along the shore just the opposite of the direction taken by the land forces. For while the ships sailed westward to arrive at Cape Sarpedon, where they had been ordered to await Xerxes' arrival, the army on land first made its way eastward toward the rising sun and up to the Chersonese, marching so that the grave of Hele, the daughter of Atamas, was on their right and the city of Cardia was on their left, and passing right through the center of the city that happens to have the name Agora. Then they rounded what is called the Black Gulf and crossed the Black River, which has the same name as the Gulf. This river did not hold out against the army as the troops drank its waters dry. Next, they went westward, passing by the Aetolian city of Ainos and Lake Stentorus until they reached Doriscos. Doriscos is a vast coastal plain in Thrace, through which flows the great river Hebros, and in Doriscos is the royal fort, which is also called Doriscos, where a garrison of Persians was established by Darius at the time when he was marching against the Scythians. And so Xerxes, finding this place a perfect site for drawing up and counting his troops, now required that this be done. And as all the ships reached Doriscus, the captains breached them, as Xerxes had ordered, adjacent to Doriscus in the region which in ancient times had belonged to the Cicones, along the shore between Zdone and the Samothracian city of Sale, at the end of which lies the well-known Cape Sareon. So they landed their ships and dragged them up on the beach there to dry. And while they did all this, Xerxes was counting up his troops in Doriscus. Now, I cannot say for certain how many men each contingent contributed to the total number, since nobody can report that, but the number of troops in the whole land army added together was found to be 1,700,000. This is how they managed to count them. They gathered groups of 10,000 men together at one spot, packed them in as closely as they could, and then drew a circle around them from the outside. After delineating the circle and dismissing those 10,000, they erected a dry wall on the edge of the circle high enough to reach a man's navel. When this was done, they had others go into the enclosure they had built until they had counted them all in this manner. After the count had been completed, the army was drawn up into units according to their various nationalities.
The following peoples were serving the army. There were the Persians, who were dressed and equipped in this manner. They wore soft felt caps on their heads, which they call tiaras, and multicolored tunics with sleeves covering their bodies, and they had breastplates of iron fashioned to look like fish scales. On their legs, they wore trousers, and instead of shields, they carried pieces of wicker, which had quivers hung below them. They were armed with short spears, long bows, and arrows made of reeds. From their belts, they fastened daggers, which hung down along the right thigh. The Persians were commanded by Otanes, the father of Xerxes' wife, Amastris. In ancient times, the Persians were called Kephenes by the Hellenes, but Artaioi by themselves and their neighbors. Then Perseus, son of Danae, and Zeus came to Cepheus, son of Delos, and obtained Cepheus' daughter Andromeda as his wife, and she bore him a son who was given the name Perses. This son was left behind by Perseus, since Cepheus had no male heir, and so it was from this Perses that the Persians got their name. The Medes on the expedition were dressed and equipped in the same way, for this attire is actually Median, not Persian. They had brought Tigranes and Achaemenid as their commander. Long ago, the Medes had been called Arians by everyone, until Medea of Colchis came to them from Athens. And then, at least according to what the Medes themselves say, they too changed their name. The Kissians, who had joined the expedition, were dressed and equipped just as the Persians were in everything, except that they wore turbans instead of felt caps. They were commanded by Anaphe, son of Otanes. The Hyrcanians were dressed and equipped just as the Persians were, and brought as their commander Megapanos, who was later entrusted with the governorship of Babylon. The Assyrians on the expedition wore helmets of bronze on their heads, and also plated helmets made by a certain barbarian method that is not easy to describe. They carried shields, spears, and daggers similar to those of the Egyptians, and in addition, wooden clubs with knobs of iron. They wore breastplates of linen. These people are called Syrians by the Hellenes, but Assyrians by the barbarians. Among them were the Chaldeans. Leading them was Otaspe, son of Artachias. The Bactrians in the army were caps on their heads that were almost exactly like those of the Medes, and they carried native bows made of reeds and also short spears. The Scythian Sakai wore on their heads stiff turbans sticking straight up in a point. They were dressed in trousers and wielded native bows and daggers. In addition, they carried battle axes known as sagares. Though these people are actually Scythians of Amergion, they were called Sakai because the Persians call all Scythians Sakai. The Bactrians and Sakai were commanded by Hisape, son of Darius, and Atossa, the daughter of Cyrus. The Indians wore clothing made of cotton and carried bows made of reeds and arrows also made of reeds, but tipped with iron. That is how the Indians were equipped, and they had been ordered to march under the command of Pharnazathres, son of Artabates. The Araeans carried medium bows, but in all other respects were dressed and equipped exactly like the Bactrians. Commanding the Araeans was Sisamene, son of Hydarnes. The Parthians, Chorasmians, Sogdians, Gandharians, and Dadikai in the army also dressed and equipped themselves like the Bactrians. They were commanded by Artabazos, son of Pharnaces, general of the Parthians and Chorasmians, Azane, son of Artaios, general of the Sogdians, and Artiphios, son of Artabanos, general of the Gandharians and the Dadikai. The Caspians on the expedition wore cloaks made of skins and carried native bows made of reeds and swords. That was their dress and equipment, and they brought as their leader Ariomardros, the brother of Artiphios. The Sarangians wore brightly dyed clothing and boots reaching to their knees, and carried bows and Median spears. Their commander was Pharnaces, son of Megabazos. The Pactiaes wore hide cloaks and had native bows and daggers. They brought as their commander Artaintes, son of Ithamitras. The Utians, Mykians, and Parikanians were dressed and equipped the very same way as the Pactiaes. Arsamene, son of Darius, was commander of the Utians and Mykians. Siromitra, son of Oiobadzos, of the Parikanians. The Arabians wore zeras bound up with belts, and they carried long concave bows on their right sides. The Ethiopians were clad in leopard and lion skins. They carried bows made of palm blades, which were quite long, no less than 6 feet. And they had small reed arrows with tips made of sharp stone instead of iron, the kind of stone used for carving signet rings. They also carried spears with tips made of gazelle's horns, sharpened like the tips of a lance. And they carried knobbed clubs as well. When they were going into battle, they would smear half of their bodies with chalk and the other half with red ochre pigment. The commander of the Arabians and the Ethiopians who lived in Upper Egypt was Arsame, son of Darius, and Artistone, daughter of Cyrus. Of all his wives, Darius was most fond of Artistone and had an image of her crafted out of beaten gold. So Arsamenes was in command of the Arabians and the Ethiopians from Upper Egypt. But 2 different groups of Ethiopians were on this expedition. The Ethiopians who lived towards the sunrise had been assigned to march with the Indians. They were not at all different in appearance from the other Ethiopians, but they did differ in their language and their hair. But the Eastern Ethiopians have straight hair, while those of Libya have the wooliest hair of all humans. The Ethiopians from Asia were, for the most part, equipped just as the Indians were, but on their heads they wore the 4 heads of horses which had been skinned, with the ears and mane left intact. They wore the mane as a crest, with horses' ears pointing up straight, and instead of shields, they carried crane skins in front of them for protection. The Libyans came dressed in leather and wielded javelins sharpened by burning. They brought as their commander Masage, son of Oiarizos. The Paphlagonians in the expedition wore plated helmets on their heads and had small shields and short spears. They also carried javelins and daggers. On their feet, they wore native boots reaching to the middle of their calves. The dress and equipment of the Ligaians, Matianians, Mariandians, and Syrians was the same as that of the Paphlagonians. These Syrians are called Cappadocians by the Persians. Now, the commander of the Paphlagonians and the Matianians was Dotos, son of Megasidraos. Leading the Mariandians, Ligaians, and Syrians was Gobryas, son of Darius and Artisone. The Phrygians were dressed and equipped very much like the Paphlagonians, with just a few differences. According to what the Macedonians say, the Phrygians used to be called Briges when they lived in Europe as neighbors to the Macedonians, but when they crossed over into Asia, they changed their name to Phrygians. The Armenians were dressed and equipped just as the Phrygians were, since they were colonists of the Phrygians. In command of both these contingents was Artokmes, who had married a daughter of Darius.
Los lidios llevaban armas muy similares a las de los griegos. Por cierto que, antiguamente, los lidios se llamaban mayones, pero en memoria de Lidio, hijo de Atis, cambiaron de gentilicio y adoptaron su nombre. Los misios, por su parte, llevaban en la cabeza unos cascos típicos de su país. Portaban pequeños escudos y empleaban venablos usados al fuego. Esa gente son colonos de Lidia y por el nombre del Monte Olimpo reciben el gentilicio de olimpianos. Al frente de los lidios y de los misios figuraba Artáfrenes, hijo de Artáfrenes, el personaje que acompañó a Datis en su incursión contra Maratón. Los expedicionarios tracios llevaban en la cabeza pieles de zorro. Iban vestidos con túnicas sobre las que lucían amplios mantos de vistosos colores y calzaban unas botas de piel de cervato que les cubrían las piernas hasta la rodilla. Además portaban venablos, peltas y unos cortos puñales. A raíz de su paso a Asia, estos tracios recibieron el nombre de bitinios cuando, según su propio testimonio, anteriormente se denominaban estrimonios, ya que residían a orillas del estrimón. Según ellos, fueron expulsados de sus predios por los teucros y los misios. Al frente de los tracios de Asia se hallaba Basaces, hijo de Artábano. Los pisidios llevaban pequeños escudos de piel de buey sin curtir. Cada guerrero portaba 2 jabalinas de fabricación licia. Llevaban en la cabeza cascos de bronce, unas orejas y unos cuernos de buey, también de bronce. Estaban adosados a los cascos, sobre los que figuraban asimismo unos penachos. Y tenían las piernas vendadas con tiras de color purpúreo. En su país hay un oráculo de Ares. Los cabeleos mayones, llamados lasonios, llevaban la misma indumentaria y armamento que los cilicios, indumentaria que pasaré a describir cuando, en el curso de mi narración, llegue el contingente cilicio. Los milias portaban lanzas cortas y llevaban sus ropas sujetas con fíbulas. Algunos de ellos, además, portaban arcos licios y en la cabeza llevaban yelmos confeccionados con pieles curtidas. Al frente de todos ellos figuraba Badres, hijo de Istanes. Los moscos llevaban en la cabeza yelmos de madera y portaban escudos y unas lanzas de pequeñas dimensiones, pero rematadas por grandes puntas. Por su parte, los expedicionarios tibarenos, macrones, mocinecos, iban equipados como los moscos. Sus efectivos, que habían sido agrupados, estaban a las órdenes de los siguientes jefes. Al frente de los moscos y de los tibarenos figuraba Ariomardo, hijo de Darío y de Parmis, la hija de Snardis, el hijo de Ciro. Mientras que al frente de los macrones y de los mocinecos se hallaba Artaictes, hijo de Kerasmis, que era gobernador de Sesto en el Hellesponto. Los mares llevaban en la cabeza unos cascos trenzados típicos de su país. Además portaban pequeños escudos de cuero y venablos. Los colcos llevaban para protegerse la cabeza cascos de madera y portaban pequeños escudos de piel de buey sin curtir, unas lanzas cortas y, finalmente, dagas. Al frente de los mares y de los colcos figuraba Farándates, hijo de Teaspis. Por su parte, los expedicionarios alarodios y saspires iban armados como los colcos. A su frente se hallaba Masistio, hijo de Ciromitra. Los pueblos isleños que se habían incorporado al ejército desde el mar Eritreo, por cierto que procedían de las islas donde el rey confina a los que reciben el nombre de desterrados, llevaban una indumentaria y un armamento muy similar a la de los medos. Al frente de esos isleños figuraba Mardontes, hijo de Bageo, quien, un año después de estos acontecimientos, desempeñó el cargo de general en Mycale, pereciendo en la batalla. Esos eran los pueblos que, en la campaña, formaban parte de los efectivos terrestres, constituyendo la infantería. Pues bien, al frente de esas fuerzas se hallaban los jefes que he citado, y fueron ellos quienes las organizaron y procedieron a su recuento, y quienes designaron a quiliarcas y miriarcas. Estos últimos, por su parte, hicieron lo propio con los hecatonarcas y decarcas. Además, había otros oficiales al mando de diversas unidades y de grupos étnicos. Los jefes de esos contingentes eran, insisto, los personajes que he citado. Con todo, al frente de ellos y de la totalidad de la infantería se hallaba Mardonio, hijo de Gobrias, Tecmes, hijo de Artábano, quien fuera de la opinión de que no se organizase una expedición contra Grecia, Esmerdómenes, hijo de Ótanes, estos dos últimos eran hijos de unos hermanos de Darío y por lo tanto primos de Jerjes, Masistes, hijo de Darío y de Atosa, Gergis, hijo de Ariaso, y Megabiso, hijo de Sópiro. Estos eran los generales en jefe de todos los contingentes de infantería, excepción hecha de los 10.000. Al mando de esos 10.000 persas, que constituían tropas de élite, se hallaba Hidarnes, hijo de Hidarnes. Y por cierto, que esas fuerzas persas recibían el nombre de inmortales, por el siguiente motivo. Si uno de ellos causaba baja por muerte o enfermedad y hacía menguar su número, era elegido un sustituto, con lo que la cifra de 10.000 nunca se veía rebasada o disminuida. Los persas, por otra parte, eran los expedicionarios que más lujosos atavíos lucían y eran asimismo los mejores guerreros. Ya he indicado el tipo de indumentaria y de armamento que llevaban, pero se distinguían sobre todo por la enorme cantidad de objetos de oro que portaban. Además, llevaban consigo jarmamaxas, en las que viajaban sus concubinas y una servidumbre numerosa y perfectamente equipada. Sus provisiones, distintas a las del resto de los soldados, las transportaban camellos y acémilas al efecto.
Ecco ora i popoli che servivano come cavalieri. Non tutti però fornivano una cavalleria, ma questi soltanto. I persiani erano equipaggiati con i loro fanti, solo che alcuni di loro portavano sulla testa copricapi fatti di bronzo e di ferro battuto. Ci sono alcuni nomadi chiamati Sagarti, un popolo persiano di lingua, con un abbigliamento tra quello persiano e quello dei Pattii. Costoro fornivano 8.000 cavalieri, non solo soliti portare armi né di bronzo né di ferro, tranne pugnali, e si servono di corde fatte di corregge intrecciate. Su di esse, facendo affidamento, vanno in guerra. Questo è il modo di combattere di questi uomini. Quando vengono a contatto con i nemici, lanciano le corde che hanno alla sommità nodi scorsoi. Quelli che raggiungono, sia un cavallo sia un uomo, li trascinano verso di loro e, avviluppati in una rete, li uccidono. Questo è il loro modo di combattere. Erano incorporati fra i persiani. I Medi avevano lo stesso equipaggiamento della fanteria, e così i Cissii. Gli Indi erano armati come l'esercito di terra, guidavano cavalli da sella e carri. Ai carri erano aggiogati cavalli e asini selvatici. I Battri erano equipaggiati come i loro fanti, e così i Caspii. I Libi anch'essi erano equipaggiati come la fanteria. Tutti costoro guidavano carri. Così, allo stesso modo, i Caspii e i Parricani erano armati come nella fanteria. Gli arabi avevano lo stesso equipaggiamento che nella fanteria. Tutti guidavano cammelli che in velocità non sono da meno dei cavalli. Questi popoli soltanto fornivano truppe di cavalleria e il numero complessivo era di 80.000, esclusi i cammelli e i carri. Gli altri cavalieri erano ripartiti per squadroni. Gli arabi, invece, erano schierati per ultimi. Non potendo infatti i cavalli sopportare i cammelli, erano stati collocati per ultimi perché la cavalleria non si spaventasse. I comandanti della cavalleria erano Armamitre e Titio, figlio di Dari. Colui che con loro era il terzo comandante, Farnuche, era stato lasciato a Sardi infortunato. Infatti, quando stavano per partire da Sardi, era incorso in un incidente indesiderato. Mentre cavalcava, un cane si era infilato tra le zampe del cavallo e il cavallo, non avendolo scorto prima, si era spaventato e, impennatosi, aveva disarcionato Farnuche. Costui, caduto, aveva vomitato sangue e il malanno era degenerato in tisi. Quanto al cavallo, i servi avevano eseguito subito quel che lui comandava. Avendolo condotto dove aveva disarcionato il padrone, gli avevano tagliato le zampe all'altezza dei ginocchi. Fu così che Farnube fu esonerato dal comando. Le triremi erano in numero di 1207 ed erano questi popoli a fornirle. 300 i fenici con i siri della Palestina così equipaggiati. Sul capo avevano elmi di foggia molto simili a quelli greci, indossavano corazze di lino e portavano scudi senza orlo e giavellotti. A quanto dicono essi stessi, questi fenici anticamente abitavano lungo il mare Eritreo e di lì, passati in Siria, abitano le zone costiere. Questa zona della Siria e tutta quella fino all'Egitto è chiamata Palestina. Gli egizi fornivano 200 navi. Essi avevano sul capo elmi intrecciati, portavano scudi concavi dai grandi orli, lance adatte al combattimento navale e grandi asce. Molti di loro indossavano una corazza e avevano grandi sciabole. Costoro erano armati così. I ciprioti fornivano 150 navi ed erano equipaggiati in questo modo. I loro re avevano il capo avvolto in mitre, gli altri portavano tuniche e in tutto il resto erano come i greci. Di essi queste sono le stirpi. Gli uni da Salamina e da Atene, altri dall'Arcadia, altri da Citno, altri dalla Fenicia, altri dall'Etiopia, come raccontano gli stessi ciprioti. I cilici fornivano 300 navi. Costoro avevano sulla testa elmi indigeni, al posto degli scudi pelle villose di bue non conciate, e indossavano tuniche di lana. Ciascuno portava 2 giavellotti e una spada di forma molto simile alle sciabole egiziane. Erano chiamati anticamente i Pachei. Poi ebbero il nome da Cilice, figlio del Fenicio Egenore. I Panfili fornivano 30 navi ed erano equipaggiati con armi greche. Questi Panfili discendono da quelli che da Troia si dispersero insieme ad Anfilopo e a Calcante. I Lici fornivano 50 navi, indossavano corazza e schinieri e avevano archi di corniolo, frecce di canna prive di penne e giavellotti. Inoltre, pelli di capra pendenti dalle spalle e sulla testa berretti incoronati tutto intorno di piume. Portavano poi pugnali e falci. Originari di Creta, i Lici erano chiamati Termini, ma ebbero poi il nome da Lico, figlio di Pandione, ateniese. I Dori d'Asia fornivano 30 navi, avevano armi greche ed erano originari del Peloponneso. I Cari fornivano 70 navi, erano equipaggiati come i greci, ma avevano anche falci e pugnali. Come si chiamassero anteriormente, è stato da me detto nei primi dei miei racconti. Gli Ioni fornivano 100 navi. Essi erano equipaggiati come i greci. Per tutto il tempo che abitarono nel Peloponneso, la regione ora chiamata Acaia, e prima che Dano e Xuto giungessero nel Peloponneso, gli Ioni si chiamavano, raccontano i greci, Pelasgi e Gialei. Poi, da Ione figlio di Xuto, presero il nome di Ioni. Gli Isolani, armati come i greci, fornivano 17 navi, anch'essi di stirpe pelasgica, in seguito chiamata ionica per lo stesso motivo degli Ioni della Dodecapoli, che provenivano da Atene. Gli Eoli fornivano 60 navi ed erano equipaggiati come i greci. Anticamente, secondo il racconto dei greci, erano chiamati Pelasgi. Le popolazioni dell'Hellesponto, tranne gli Abideni, agli Abideni il re aveva ordinato di rimanere sul posto e presidiare i ponti, e tutti gli altri che dal ponto prendevano parte alla spedizione fornivano 100 navi ed erano equipaggiati come i greci. Questi sono coloni Ioni e di Dori.
Epebate wonde epipaseon ton neon, persai kai medoi kai sakai. Tutonde Aristopleusa parei contoneas, foinices, kai foinicon sidonioi. Tutoisi pasi, kai toisi eston pezon tetagmenoisi, auton epesan e castoisi epichorioi hegemones. Ton ego, ugar anancaie exergomai es histories logon u paramemnemai. utegar ethneos hecastu hapaxoi esan oi hegemones. Ente ethnei hecasto osai per polies tosutoi kai hegemones esan. Hei.de hos u strategoi al hosper hoi alloi strateuomenoi duloi epei strategoige hoi topan econtes kratos kai arcontes ton ethneon e caston hosoi auton esan persai eireatai moi. Tude nauticu e strategeon hoide. Ariabignes te hodareiu, kai prexaspes ho aspatineo, kai megabazos ho megabateo, kai achaimenes hodareiu. Tesmen iados te kai cariches straties, ariabignes hodareiu te pais, kai tes gobrieo tsugatros. Aiguptionde e stratege Acaimenes, Xerxes eon apamfoteron adelpheos. Tesde alles straties e strategeon hoiduo. Trie conteroi, decai penteconteroi, kai kerkuroi, kai hippagoga ploias micra, sunelzonta estona ritmon e fane, trischilia.
Dopo gli ammiragli, questi erano i più famosi della flotta: il Sidonio Tetamnesto, figlio di Aniso, il Tirio Matten, figlio di Siromo, l'Aradio Merbalo, figlio di Agbalo, il Cilicio Sianessi, figlio di Oromedonte, il Licio Ciberni, figlio di Cossica, il Ciprioti Gorgo, figlio di Chersi, e Timonatte, figlio di Timagora, e fra i cari Istieo, figlio di Timne, Pigres, figlio di Iseldomo, e Darmasitio, figlio di Candaule. Poiché non vi sono obbligato, degli altri comandanti non faccio menzione, ma ad Artemisia sì, che io ammiro moltissimo, per aver partecipato, pur essendo donna, alla spedizione contro la Grecia. Lei che, morto il marito, esercitando di persona il potere e avendo un figlio giovinetto, partecipava alla spedizione spinta dal suo coraggio e da virile audacia, senza esservi obbligata. Aveva nome Artemisia ed era figlia di Ligdami, di stirpe di Alicarnasso, per parte di padre, e per parte di madre di Creta. Aveva il comando sugli abitanti di Alicarnasso, di Cos, di Nisiro e di Calidna, e forniva 5 navi. Dopo quelle dei Sidoni, forniva le navi più apprezzate di tutta la flotta, e fra tutti gli alleati fu lei che dette al re i pareri migliori. Le città sulle quali ho detto che lei governava erano tutte, lo affermo, di stirpe dorica, e quelli di Alicarnasso originari da Trezene, gli altri da Epidauro. Sull'armata navale è sufficiente quanto si è detto. Dopo che l'esercito fu censito e ripartito, Serse fu preso dal desiderio di goderne lo spettacolo, passando in rassegna egli stesso. E dopo faceva queste cose. Salito su un carro, passava davanti ai singoli popoli e si informava su di loro uno per uno, mentre i suoi scribi prendevano nota, finché egli passò da un estremo all'altro, sia della cavalleria sia della fanteria. Fatto ciò, poiché le navi erano state tratte in mare, Serse passò dal carro su una nave sidonia, si sedette sotto una tenda dorata e navigava lungo le prore delle navi, ponendo domande a ciascuna e facendole trascrivere come aveva fatto con la fanteria. Condotte le navi al largo a circa 4 peltri dalla riva, i comandanti le avevano messe all'ancora e tutte con le prore rivolte verso terra e avevano armato gli equipaggi come per un'azione di guerra. E Serse, navigando tra le prore e la spiaggia, contemplava lo spettacolo.
Os decai tautas diexepluse, kai exebe ex tesneos metepemsato, demareton ton aristonos sustrateuomenon, auto epiten ellada, calesas dauton eiretotade. Demarete num moisedu tiesti, eirestai tacelo, suai sellen tecai, osego punsanomai, seutecai tonallon, ellenon tonemoi, es logus apicneomenon, polios ut et elacistes ut astenestates nun on moi tode phrason ei ellenes upomeneusi keiras emoi antaeromenoi ugar osego dokeo, udei pantes Hellenes, kai oi loipoi, oi pros esperes, oikeontes anthropoi, sullengzeiesan, uc axiomaco iesi, me epionta upomeinei, me eontes arsmioi, et celomentoi caito aposeu, ocoionti perit auton legeis pucessai. Omen tauta eirota, ode upelabon efe, Basileu, cotera, Aleceie, cresomai prosse e edone, odemin Aleceie, cresastai e celeue, fas udenoi, aedesteron, esestai e proteronen.
Oste tauta ecuse de maritos, elegetade, Basileu, epeidea leczeie diacresas pantos, celeveis tauta legontatame pseudomenos tis, usteruno poseu alosetai, tella dipenie menaieicote syntrofos esti, arete de pactos esti, apote sophies catergasmene cae nomuis curu, te diacreomene ellasten, te penie napamynetai cae tendes posunen. Aeneomen nun pantas tus Hellenas, tus periecaenus, tus doricus corus oicomenus, ercomai delexon uperi panton tus de tus logus. Alaperi lacedaimonion munon, prota menoti ucesti ocos cotessus dexontai logus, dolosunen ferontas te elladi. Autis deos antiosontai toi esmachen, caenoi alloi Hellenes pantes tas afroneosi. Arithmude peri me pythe osoi tinesse ontes tauta poiein oiete eisi. Ente car tycosi exestrate uomenoi chilioi, utoi maceson taitoi, ente lassones tuton ente cae pleunes.
Tauta accusas, Xerxes gelasas efe, demarete, oione efecenxau, epos andras, Cilius stratie, toseste, macesestai, age, eipemoi, suffes tuton ton androm Basileus, autos genessai, suon et celeseis, autica mala pros andras, deca macestai, caeto eito, politiconumin panesti, toiuton oion, su iereheis, sege, ton, caenon Basilea prepei, pros ton diplesion, antitassestai, catanomus, tus umeterus, eigar caenon, ecastos deca andron, tes straties, tessemes antaxios esti, sedege, disemai, eicosi einai, antaxion, ca iutomen, orsoitan, o logos, o para, seu eiremenos, eide toiutoi, e te eontes, cae, megatia, tosutoi osoi, sutecai, oi pareme, foitosi, ellenon es logus, aucete, tosuton, orame maten compos, o logos utos, eiremenos e. Epei, ferei ido panti, to oicoti, cos an dunaiato chilioi, e cae murioi, e cae pentachismurioi, eontes, ge eleuseroi, pantes homoios cae, me upenos arcomenoi, strato tosode, antistenai, epei toi pleunes, periena e castonginomesa, e chilioi, e honton, e caenon, pente, chiliadon, upomengarenos, arcomenoi, catatropon, ton, emeteron, genoetan, demainontes, tuton cae paraten, e uton, fusin ameinones, cae ioien, anancazomenoi mastigi, es pleunas elassones, eontes. Ainemenoi de esse, to eleuceron, ucan poieoien, tuton udetera, doceo de egoge, cae anis ostentas, lecei caleposan, Hellenas persesi, munoisi macessai. Alla paremin men munoisi tutos esti, to su legeis, esti gementoi upollon alla Spanion. Eisigar perseon, ton emon, aecomoforon, oile ecelesusi, ellenon andrasi, trisi, omu macestai. Ton su eon, aperos polla flureeis.
prostauta de maretos legei, u basileu, archezze nepistame noti aleczeie creomenos, u filato iereo, sude epeie nancasas legein, ton logon tus alecestatus, elegonta catecontas partietesi, cae toi oi esso gotum cano, tanuntade storgosse caenus, autos malista ex episteae, oi mente cae, gerea, apolomeno e patroia apolinthe cae fugada, pepoiecasi, pater deos ossiped examenos, biontemoi cae oi conedoce, ucon oi cosa esti andra ton sofrona, eunoien faenomenen diocehestae, alla sterge in malista, ego de ute deca andrasi, upiscomai oioste einai macestai, ute duoisi, e conte einai udan munomaceoimi, eidean ancaie, eiene megastiso e potrunon agon, macoimenan panton edista, e nituton ton andron, oiellenon, e castos fesi trion axios einai, os decae la che daimonio e catamen ena macomenoi, udamon eisi caciones andron, alees de aristoi androna panton, eleuceroi gareonte supanta eleuceroi eisi, epeis eigar sfides potes nomos, tonupo dei mainusi, pollo eti mallon eoisoi se, poieusi gonta anecheinos anoge detto uto aiei, uceon feuge in uden plesos anthropon ec maches, alla menontas et taxi, epicrateein, e apollusai, soide faenomai tauta legum flureein, alla siganze erotoloipon, nunde anancascei selexa, genoi toimento e catanon toi basileu.
Ec locuto demarato, Xerxes ad risum versus, nulla indignazione per motus est, sed comiter hominem remisit. Post demarati colloquium, ubidorisco prefecit praetorem Mascamen, megadostis filium, a moto eo quem Darius prefecerat, ire cum exercitu adversus Greciam pergit. Uic Mascami, quem illic reliquit Xerxes, unitamquam omnium praetorum prestantissimo, quos aut ipse aut Darius constituisset, dona quot annis misit. Et item eius posteris Artaxerxes filius Xerxes. Etenim ante anche expeditionem in Tracia et in Hellesponto ubique praetores fuerant, qui omnes posteandem expeditionem a Grecis eiectis sunt, et Tracia et ex Hellesponto, preterquam ed orisco, unde Mascamen Greciumquam et si multi conati fuerint, tamen eicere nequierunt. Ob id, uic, abeo qui in Persis regnat, semper donamit tuntur. Eorum vero qui a Grecis expulsi sunt, neminem rex Xerxes virum egregium esse dixit, preter unum bogem ex Ione, quem laudare non desinebat. Eiusque qui superfuere liberos, maximo inter persas honore prosequebatur, siquidem magnis ferri laudibus boges meruit, qui cum ab Atheniensibus et Cimone Miltiadis filio obsideretur, diceretque ei accepta fide egredi, et in Asiam remeare, tamen abnuit, ne regi premetu superfuisse videretur, sed ad extremum usque perstitit, atque ubi nihil in menibus commeatus relicum fuit, accenso ingenti rogo, interemit liberos, coniugem, concubinas, familiam, eosque in rogum deiecit. De hinc, omne aurum urbis atque argentum, e muris dispersit in strimonem. Is actis, semet ipse coniecit in rogum. Ita hic merito a Persis ad ocusque tempus celebratur. Xerxes, ed orisco tendens, ut quosque populos adibat secum militare cogebat. Erat autem, ut superius a me expositum, omnis ad Thessaliamusque tractus indicionem redactus, et regi tributarius effectus a Megabazo, et moxa Mardonia. Digressus ad Orisco, preterit primum Samotraces muros, quorum ultimum oppidum ad vesperam situm est nomine Mesambria, cui vicinum est oppidum Tasiorum strina, que oppida interfluit amnis lisus, cuius aqua tunc non suffecit copiis Xerxes, sed defecit. E colim regio vocabatur Galaica, nunc autem Briantica, quae tamen optimo iure cicunum est. Transmisso profluente Lissia refacto, Xerxes as Grecas urbes pretergressus est, Maroneam, Diceam, Abdera, eas preterit, et os, qui iuxta eas sunt famosissimos lacus, Ismaridem, que Maroneam strimamque interiacet, Bistonidem, Dicee contiguam, in quam duo flumina ingrediuntur, Travus et Consatus. Iuxta Abdera autem, nullum nobilem lacum preterit Xerxes, sed fluvium nestum mare subeuntem. Postas regiones pergens mediterraneas urbes preterit, in quarum una, est lacus triginta ferme stadiorum in circuitu, piscosus et ad modum salsus, quem sola iumenta, cum quarentur, exicavere, ui curbi nomen est Pistirus. As urbes et maritimas et Grecas sinistrorsum relinquens preterit Xerxes.
I popoli traci, nel territorio dei quali Serse marciava, sono questi: Peti, Ciconi, Bistoni, Sapei, Dersei, Edoni, Satri. Di costoro, quelli stanziati lungo il mare seguivano sulle navi. Quelli invece, elencati da me, che abitavano nell'entroterra, tutti, tranne i Satri, furono costretti a seguirlo nell'esercito di terra. Per quanto sappiamo, i Satri non furono mai soggetti a nessun uomo, ma soli tra i Traci continuano ad essere liberi fino ai miei tempi. Abitano in alte montagne, coperte da foreste di ogni specie e da neve, e sono valenti guerrieri. Sono loro che possiedono l'oracolo di Dioniso. La sede oracolare si trova sulle montagne più alte. E fra i Satri sono i Bessi, che assolvono la funzione di profeta, mentre una sacerdotessa pronunciare gli oracoli, come ad Delfi, e in modo per nulla più complesso. Oltrepassato il territorio di cui ho detto, Serse passò accanto alle città fortificate dei Pieri, una delle quali ha nome Fagre e l'altra Pergamo. Qui egli marciava, proprio lungo le mura di queste fortezze, lasciandosi a destra il monte Pangio, grande e alto, nel quale si trovano miniere d'oro ed argento, che i Pieri e gli Odomanti e soprattutto i Satri sfruttano. Passando oltre il paese dei Peoni, dei Doperi e dei Peopli, che abitano al di là del Pangio, verso il vento Borea, Serse si dirigeva verso occidente, finché giunse al fiume Strimone, alla città di Eione, sulla quale comandava Boge, ancora in vita, del quale ho fatto parola poco prima. Questa regione intorno al Monte Pangeo è chiamata Fillide e si estende verso occidente fino al fiume Angite, che si getta nello Strimone e verso mezzogiorno, fino allo stesso Strimone. I magi, sacrificando al fiume i cavalli bianchi, ottennero auspici favorevoli.
Pharmaceusates de tauta eston potamon caie alla polla pros tutoisi en ennea odoisi tesi, ed onon e poregunto catatasse gefyras, ton strumona eurontes, eseugmenon, ennea deodus punsanomenoi, ton coron tyton cale essai tosutus en autopaidas tecai parcenus, andron ton epicorion zoontas catorusson, persicon de to zoontas catorussein epei kai amestrin ten Xerxio Gunaica punsanomai gerasasan dis epta perseum paidas eonton epifaneon andron uper eutesse to upo gen legomenon eina itseo anticarisestai caturussusan os de apo tu strumonos eporeueto ostratos ensauta pros Eliu dysmeon esti aegialos en to oicomenen argilon polin ellada parexeie aute decai e catuperce tautes caleetai disaltie encerten de colpon ton epi posideiu ex aristeres Keiros econ eie dia Suleus pediu Caleomenu stageron polin ellada Panameibomenos kai apiceto es acanton ama agomenos tuton ecaston ton etsneon kai ton perito pangaionoros oikeonton homoios kai ton proteron catelexa tus men para talasanecon oikemenus en neusi strateuomenus tus duper thalasses pese epomenus ten deodon tauten te Basileus Xerxes ton straton elase ute sunceusi treices ute epispeirusi sebon taite megalos to mecri emeu
Os de ara esten acanthon apicetox niente Xerxes toesia canthioisi proeipe cae edoresatos peas Esceti medicae painehete oreon autus proximus eontas eston polemon cae ton orgma acuon. En acantho de ontos Xerxeus neneice upon nusu, apothaneinton epesteota, tes Dioricos artacaien docimon eonta paraxerxe, cae genos acaimeniden, megatheite megiston eonta perseon, apogarpente peceon basileion apelei per tesseras dactylus, foneontate megiston anthropon, ost Xerxen symforen poiesamenon megalen exenei caete auton callista caezapsai, et umbocoe de pasa estratie, tuto de to artacae et husi acantioi ec theotropio osseroi, eponomazontes to unoma, Basileus mendex Xerxes Apolomenu, artacae poiehetos symforen.
Atii Greci, qui exercitum excipiebant, cum Xerxi cenam preberent, in omnem miseriam devenere, ad eo quidem ut suis laribus efficerentur extorres. Dum trasi prosuis, que incontinente sunt urbes Xerxianas accipiunt copias, Antipater, orgis filius, elatus animo, vir interpopulares illustris, erogavit in cena quadringenta argenti perfecti talenta. Eam rem ubi accepere qui preerant alis circa urbibus, talem enim convivium iam pridem inductum fuerat et Dio celebratum, hoc ubi accepere presertim preconibus passim predicantibus, tunc vero oppidani frumentum quod in urbibus erat inter se distributum molebant, farinanque triticeam ordaceanque in complures menses facebant. Ad ec excogitavere ob pretium optima queque pecora faginare et altiles aves abere, terrestres palustresque in cortibus et in vivaris ad accipiendum exercitum. Quinetiam aurea argenteaque pocula et crateres facebant, et cetera que mense imponuntur. Ec omnia ipsi regi et is qui cum illo vescebantur fiebat. Cetero autem exercitui, que adesum dum taxat precepta erant. Sub adventum exercitus tabernaculum ubi exercitus maneret statuebantur, reliqui sub Dio agebat. Ubi tempus cene aderat, tunc convivatores laborem sustinebant. Isti, cum expleti noctem illic exegerant, postero die revulso tentorio et omni apparatus sumpto ita abscendebant, nihil relinquentes omnibus asportatis. Unde mega creontis viri abderite elegans dictum extitit, qui suasit abderitis ut universi mares pariter ac femine sua delubra adirent. Suppliciterque diis accidentes precarentur, ut postac dimidium futuriorum malorum a se propulsaretur. Nam, de preteritis, magnam se gratiam illis abere, quod rex Xerxes non bis quotidie cibum capere consuesset, fore enim ut abderite, si iuberentur ut etiam prandiu simile cene instruerentur, aut non prestolarentur Xerxem advenientem, aut prestolati pessime inter omnes homines affigerentur. Et isti quidem, quamquam gravate, tamen quod sibi imponebatur exequebantur. Xerxes, vero, ex acanto duces classis assedimisit, iustos ad termam cum classes euperiri. Est autem terma inter meo sinus ita, a qua ipse sinus habet cognomen. Ac enim compendiariam magis viam esse audiebat. Nam edorisco ad acantum usque, ita instructus exercitus iter fecerat, tripartito divisus omnis ius Xerxes, ut una pars secundum mare iret pariter cum classe, cui parti preerant Mardonius et Masistes, altera per Mediterranea, cui preerant Tritatecmes et Sergis. Tertia interas media, eum quac Xerxes ipse incedebat ducibus Smerdone et Megabizzo. Nauticus exercitus, ubi Xerxes discessit, fossam e navigavit in ato depressam, ac perductam ad Sinum, in quo Assa et Pidorus et Singus et Sarga urbes site sunt. Ex quibus sumpto cum militio pergitire ad finum Termeum. Circumvectusque ampelon promontorium Toroneum per navigavit as Grecas urbes, unde et navis et cum militium sumpsit, Toronam, Galipsum, Sermilam, Micibernam, Olintum, quae regio nunc Sitonia nominatur. Abeo promontorio ampeli precidens, mare usque ad promontorium Canestreum, totam fere Pallenem pretervectus est. Illin quoque et naves et cum militium sumpsit, ex Potidea, ex Afistie, nova urbe, ex Egea, ex Terambo, ex Sciona, ex Menda, ex Sana. E sunt urbes site in Pallena, flegra prius appellata. Per navigata ac regione, ac prestitutum locum pervenit, sumptis etiam militibus vicinis Pallene urbibus, ac Termeo sinui conterminis, quibus ec nomina sunt. Lipaxus, Combrea, Lisse, Gigonus, Campsa, Smila, Enea, quarum regium aduc Crossea nominatur. Ab Enea, in qua finis enumerandarum urbium mi factus est, iam ad ipsum Termeum sinui cursus elassis exitit, et ad terram Migdoniam donec ad termam, quo preceptum erat, perventum est ad urbem Sindum, et ad Calestram super Axium sitam flumen, quod Migdoniam terram dirimit a Botiaide, cuius terra Botiaidis arctum ad mare locum obtinet urbes Icne et Pella.
L'armata navale gettò l'ancora lì, presso il fiume Assio, la città di Terme e le città situate in mezzo, in attesa del re. Serse, con l'armata di terra, avanzava da Acanto, tagliando per l'interno, volendo raggiungere Terme. Marciava attraverso la Peonia e la Crestonia, fino al fiume Chidoro, che, nascendo nel territorio dei Crestonei, scorre attraverso la regione Migdonia e si getta presso la palude del fiume Assio. Durante la marcia per questi luoghi, dei leoni gli attaccarono i cammelli che portavano le vettovaglie. Scendendo solitamente di notte e lasciando le loro dimore, i leoni non assalivano nessun altro, né bestie da soma né uomini, ma facevano strage solo dei cammelli. Io mi chiedo con meraviglia quale fosse mai la causa che spingeva i leoni a risparmiare gli altri animali e ad attaccare solo i cammelli, animali che non avevano mai visto prima e di cui non avevano esperienza. In queste regioni vi sono molti leoni e buoi selvatici. Di questi le corna grandissime sono importate di frequente in Grecia. Limite per i leoni è il fiume Nesto, che scorre nel territorio degli Abderiti, e la Cheloo, che scorre attraverso la Carnania. Nessuno, infatti, potrebbe mai vedere un leone in nessuna parte di tutta l'Europa anteriore a est del Nesto, né del resto del continente a ovest della Cheloo, ma si possono trovare soltanto nella zona tra questi due fiumi.
In this place, the foreigners lay encamped. Of the rivers aforesaid, the Cedorus, which flows from the Crestonean country, was the only one which could not suffice for the army's drinking, but was thereby exhausted. When Xerxes saw from Therma the exceeding great height of the Thessalian mountains, Olympus and Ossa, and learnt that the Peneus flows in a narrow pass through them, which was the way that led into Thessaly, he was taken with a desire to view the mouth of the Peneus, because he was minded to march by the upper road through the highland people of Macedonia to the country of the Parabi and the town of Gonus. For it was told him that this was the safest way. As he desired, so he did, embarking in a ship of Sidon, wherein he had some such business in hand. He hoisted his signal for the rest also to put out to sea, leaving his land army where it was. Great wonder took him when he came and viewed the mouth of the Peneus, and calling his guides, he asked them if it were possible to turn the river from its course and lead it into the sea by another way. Thessaly, as tradition has it, was in old times a lake, being enclosed all round by exceeding high mountains. For on its eastern side it is fenced in by the joining of the lower parts of the mountains, Pelion and Ossa, to the north by Olympus, to the west by Pindus, towards the south and the southerly wind by Othyros, in the midst of which mountains aforesaid lies the vale of Thessaly. Seeing therefore that many rivers pour into this vale, whereof the five most notable are Peneus, Apidanus, Onocus, Epineus, and Pamissus, these five, while they flow toward their meeting from the mountains, they surround Thessaly, have their several names, till their waters all unite together, and so issue into the sea by one, and that a narrow passage. But as soon as they are united, the name of Peneus thereafter prevails, and makes the rest to be nameless. In ancient days it is said, there was not yet this channel and outfall, but those rivers and the Boebean lake withal, albeit not yet named, had the same volume of water as now, and thereby turned all Thessaly into a sea. Now the Thessalians say Poseidon made this passage whereby the Peneus flows. And this is reasonable. For whosoever believes that Poseidon is the shaker of the earth, and that rifts made by earthquakes are that God's handiwork, will judge from sight of that passage that it is of Poseidon's making. For it is an earthquake, as it seems to me, that has riven the mountains asunder. Xerxes, inquiring of his guides if there were any other outlet for the Peneus into the sea, they answered him out of their full knowledge. The river, O king, has no other way into the sea but this alone, for there is a ring of mountains round the whole of Thessaly. Whereupon it is said, quoth
Xerxes. They are wise men, these Thessalians. This then in especial was the cause of their precaution long before, when they changed to a better mind, that they saw their country to be so easily and speedily conquerable, for naught more would have been needful than to let the river out over the land by barring the channel with a dam, and turning from its present bed, that so the whole of Thessaly, save only the mountains, might be under water. This he said with especial regard to the sons of Elias, these Thessalians, being the first Greeks who surrendered themselves to the king. Xerxes supposed that when they offered him friendship, they spoke for the whole of their nation. Having so said, and ended his viewing, he sailed back to Therma. Xerxes delayed for many days in the parts of Himera, for a third part of his army was clearing a road over the Macedonian mountains, that all the army might pass by that way, to the Persian country. And now returned the heralds, who had been sent to Hellas to demand earth, some empty-handed, some bearing earth and water. Among those who paid tribute were the Thessalians, Dolopes, Aenianes, Perebians, Locrians, Magnesians, Milians, Achaeans of Phthia, Thebans, and all the Boeotians except the men of Thespiae and Plataea. Against all of these, the Greeks who declared war with the foreigner entered into a sworn agreement, which was this, that if they should be victorious, they would dedicate to the god of Delphi the possessions of all Greeks who had of free will surrendered themselves to the Persians. Such was the agreement sworn by the Greeks. But to Athens and Sparta, Xerxes sent no heralds to demand earth, and this was the reason. When Darius had before sent men with the same purpose, the demanders were cast at the one city into the pit, and into the other into a well, and bidden to carry thence earth and water to the king. For this cause Xerxes sent no demand. What calamity befell the Athenians for thus dealing with the heralds I cannot say, save that their land and their city was laid waste. But I think that there was another reason for this, and not the aforesaid.
But upon the Spartans fell the wrath of Talthybius, herald of Agamemnon. For in Sparta there is a shrine of Talthybius, and there are descendants of Talthybius, who are called Talthybiadae, to whom all the offices of herald have been given as their special privilege. After these events, that is, the murder of the Persian heralds, it was impossible for the Spartans to receive good omens when they sacrificed, and for some time this was frequent. The Lacedaemonians were upset and considered this a terrible situation. An assembly was called many times, and they were making a proclamation to the following effect, asking whether some one of the Spartans wished to die on behalf of Sparta. And both Sperthius, son of Anaristus, and Bullus, son of Nicolaus, both men Spartiates and of good stock and in affairs among the front ranks, as volunteers undertook to pay the penalty to Xerxes for the heralds of Darius who died in Sparta. Thus the Spartans sent to the Medes these men in order that they might die. The courage of these men is worthy of wonder, as is also these following words they spoke in response to these circumstances. For en route to Susa, they arrived at the court of Hydarnes. This Hydarnes was by birth a Persian, but he was a general of the coastal peoples in Asia. And he set before them the banquets afforded to guests, and while providing them with such hospitality, he spoke, asking them the following. Lacedaemonian men, why then do you eschew becoming friends with the king? For see how the king knows how to honor good men. Just look both at me and at my situation, and thus you too, would you too have it if you should give yourselves to the king? For you have been esteemed by him to be good men. Each of you would rule a country of Greece. In response to these claims, they answered as follows. Hydarnes, the advice which you offer us does not represent a balanced view. For having experience of one state, you give your advice, but of the other, you are inexperienced. For a slave is what you understand how to be, but you have no experience of freedom, whether it is something sweet or not. For if you should try it, you would not advise us to fight for it with spears, but even with axes. This is the response they gave to Hydarnes. From here they went up to Susa and came into the audience of the king. First off, when his guards were ordering them and bringing compulsion to bear on them to do obeisance to the king on their knees before him, they refused categorically to do it, even when having their heads pushed down by the guards. For they said that neither was it their custom to bow to humans, nor did they come for this reason. And after they resisted, next they said the following, and things like that which follows. King of the Medes, the Spartans sent us here in order to compensate for the heralds who perished in Sparta, And indeed, in response to their saying these things, Xerxes, out of magnanimity, refused to become like the Spartans, for he said they confounded the customs of all mankind when they killed the heralds, and he himself would not be found doing that for which he faults them, nor through reciprocal killing will he free the Spartans from their guilt. Thus the rage of Talthybius ceased for the time being, even with the Spartans having done this, even though Sperthius and Bulis came home to Sparta alive. But much later than this, the anger was reawakened. At the time of the war between the Peloponnesians and the Athenians, as the Spartans say. Among these happenings, this one occurrence appears to me to be the most divine, for the wrath of Talthybius fell on messengers, and it didn't stop before it reached its end, and thus justice was served. And it fell on the children of those men who went to the king on account of the wrath, on Nicolaus, son of Bulis, and Anaristus, son of Sperthius, the latter of whom is the man who seized Haliaeus, the colony of Tyrans, having landed with a merchant ship full of men. Therefore it's clear to me that the affair was divine, arising from the wrath. For the messengers were sent by the Spartans to Asia and delivered up by Sitalces, son of Tereus, king of the Thracians, and Nymphodorus, son of Pythias, a man from Abdera, and were seized at Bysantha in the Hellespont, and having been brought to Attica, they were killed by the Athenians, and among them was Aristeus, son of Adamantus, a Corinthian man. These things happened many years later than the expedition of the Persian king, but I'll return to my earlier story. Now the march of the king's army was in name against Athens, but in fact it was going against all Hellas, and the Hellenes, being informed of this long before, were not all equally affected by it. For some of them, having given earth and water to the Persian, had confidence, supposing that they would suffer no hurt from the barbarian, while others, not having given, were in great terror, seeing that there were not ships existing in Hellas which were capable, as regards number, of receiving the invader in fight, and seeing that the greater part were not willing to take up the war, but adopted readily the side of the Medes. And here I am compelled by necessity to declare an opinion which would be a source of resentment for most men, but nevertheless I will not abstain from saying that which seems to me to be true. If the Athenians had been seized with fear of the danger which threatened them, and had left their land, or again, without leaving their land, had stayed and given themselves up to Xerxes, none would have made any attempt by sea to oppose the king. And if then none had opposed Xerxes by sea, on the land somewhat like this would have happened. Even if many tunics of walls had been thrown across the isthmus by the Peloponnesians, the Lacedaemonians would have been deserted by their allies. Not voluntarily, but of necessity, since these would have been conquered city by the naval force of the barbarian, and so they would have been left alone, and having been left alone, and having displayed great deeds of valor, they would have met their death nobly. Either they would have suffered this fate, or, before this, seeing the other Hellenes also taking the side of the Medes, they would have made an agreement with Xerxes, and thus, in either case, Hellas would have come to be under the rule of the Persians. For as to the good to be got from the walls across the isthmus, I am unable to discover what it would have been when the king had command of the sea. As it is, however, if someone should say that the Athenians proved to be saviors of Hellas, he would not miss the mark of the truth. For to whichever side these turned, to that the balance was likely to incline. But choosing that Hellas should continue to exist in freedom, they themselves were the one who roused up all of Hellas which remained, that is, as many as had not gone over to the Medes, and, after the gods at least, they were the ones who repelled the king. Nor did fearful oracles which came from Delphi and cast them into dread induce them to leave Hellas, but they stayed behind and endured to receive the invader of their land. For the Athenians had sent men to Delphi to inquire who were on hand to consult the oracle, and after these had performed the usual rites in the sacred precincts, and when they had entered the sanctuary and were sitting down there, the Pythian prophetess, whose name was Aristonica, uttered to them this oracle: "You wretched ones, why do you sit idle? Flee to the ends of the earth, leaving your home and the heights of the wheel-round city behind you. Lo, for there remains now neither the head in safety nor the body, neither the feet below nor the hands nor the middle are left you. All are destroyed together, for fire and the passionate war god, urging the Syrian car to speed, hurls them to ruin. Not yours alone, he shall cause many more great strongholds to perish. Yes, many temples of gods to the ravening fire shall deliver. temples which stand now surely with sweat of their terror downstreaming, quaking with dread, and lo, from the topmost roof to the pavement dark blood trickles, forecasting the dire, unavoidable evil. Forth with you, forth from the shrine, and steep your soul in sorrow. Hearing this, the men who had been sent by the Athenians to consult the oracle considered this disastrous, and as they were despairing by reason of the evil which had been prophesied to them, Timon, the son of Androbulus, a man of the Delphians, in reputation equal to the first, counseled them to take a suppliant's vow and to approach the second time and consult the oracle as suppliants. The Athenians did as he advised and said, Lord, we pray you utter to us some better oracle about our native land, having respect for these suppliant vows which we have come to you bearing. Otherwise, surely we will not depart away from the sanctuary, but will remain here where we are now, even until we bring our lives to an end. When they spoke these words, the prophetess gave them a second oracle as follows. Pallas does not have the power to appease great Zeus in Olympus, though she with many words and close-woven wiles entreats him. But I will tell you this more, and will clench it with steel adamantine. Then when all else shall be taken, whatever the boundary of Cecrops hold within, and the dark ravines of divinest Kithaeron, to the Trito-born goddess of a wooden wall does Zeus grant, it alone to remain unwasted. This will be of profit to you and your children. Don't wait there for the horsemen and the footmen to come. Don't stay still for the great host from the mainland, but give way, turning your back to the foe, for yet you shall face him hereafter. Divine Salamis, you shall cause sons of women to perish, or either when the grain is scattered or when it is gathered together. This both was and seemed to them to be a milder utterance than the former one. Therefore they had it written down and departed with it to Athens. And when the messengers, after their return, made the report to the people, many various opinions were expressed by persons inquiring into the meaning of the oracle, and among them the following were the ones that stood most in opposition to one another. Among the older men, some said they thought that the god had prophesied to them that the Acropolis should survive. For the Acropolis of the Athenians was in old time fenced with a thorn hedge, and they conjectured accordingly that this saying about the wooden wall referred to the fence. Others, on the contrary, said that the god meant by this their ships, and they advised to leave all else and get ready these. Now they who said that the ships were the wooden wall were shaken in their interpretation by the two last verses which the prophetess uttered. Divine Salamis, you shall cause sons of women to perish, or either when the grain is scattered or when it is gathered together. In reference to these verses, the opinions of those who said that the ships were the wooden wall were disturbed, for the interpreters of oracles took these to mean that it was fated for them, having got ready for a sea fight, to suffer defeat round about Salamis. Now there was one man of the Athenians who had lately been coming forward to take a place among the first, whose name was, wait for it, Themistocles, called son of Neocles. This man said that the interpreter of oracles did not make right conjecture of the whole, and he spoke as follows, saying if these words that had been uttered referred really to the Athenians, he did not think it would have been so mildly expressed in the oracle, but rather thus, Salamis, you the merciless, instead of Salamis, you the divine, at least if its settlers were destined to perish around about it. But in truth, the oracle had been spoken by the god with reference to the enemy, if one understood it rightly, and not to the Athenians. Therefore, he counseled them to get ready to fight a battle by sea, for in this was their wooden wall. When Themistocles declared his opinion thus, the Athenians judged that this was to be preferred by them rather than the advice of the interpreter of oracles, who bade them not make ready for a sea fight, nor, in short, raise their hands at all in opposition, but leave the land of Attica and settle in some other. Now another opinion, too, of Themistocles before this one proved the best at the right moment. This was the time when the Athenians got large sums of money in the public treasury, which had come in to them from the mines which are at Laurion, and intended to share it among themselves, each taking in turn the sum of 10 drachmas. Then Themistocles persuaded the Athenians to give up this plan of division and to make for themselves, with this money, 200 ships for war, meaning by that war with the Aeginetans. For this war, having arisen, proved, in fact, the salvation of Hellas at that time, by compelling the Athenians to become a seafaring people. And the ships, not having been used for the purpose for which they had been made, thus proved of service when Hellas was in need. These ships, then, I say, the Athenians had already, having built them before, and it was necessary, in addition to these, to construct others. They resolved then, when they took counsel after the oracle was given, to receive the barbarian invading Hellas with their ships in full force, following the commands of the god, in combination with those of the Hellenes who were willing to join them.
These oracles, then, had been given to the Athenians. All the Greeks that had the better purpose for Hellas, now assembling themselves together, and there taking counsel and plighting faith, they resolved in debate to make an end of all their feuds and their wars against each other, from whatever cause arising. And among other things that were afoot, the greatest was the war between the Athenians and the Aeginetans. Presently, learning that Xerxes was at Sardis with his army, they planned to send men into Asia to spy out the king's doings, and to dispatch messengers, some to Argos, who should make the Argives their brothers in arms against the Persian, some to Gellon, son of Diomedes in Sicily, some to Corcyra, praying aid for Hellas, and some to Crete. For they hoped that since the danger threatened all Greeks alike, all of Greek blood might unite and work jointly for one common end. Now the power of Gellon was said to be very great, surpassing by far any power in Hellas. Being so resolved, and having composed their quarrels, they sent first 3 men as spies into Asia. These came to Sardis and took note of the king's army, but they were discovered. And after examination by the generals of the land army, they were led away for execution. So they were condemned to die. But when Xerxes heard of it, he blamed the judgment of his generals and sent some of his guards, charging them if they found the spies alive to bring them before him. They were found still living and brought into the king's presence. Then Xerxes, having inquired of them the purpose of their coming, bade his guards lead them about and show them all his army, horse and foot. And when the spies should have seen all to their heart's content, send them away unharmed, whithersoever they would go. The reason alleged for his command was this: had the spies been put to death, the Greeks would not so soon have learned the unspeakable greatness of his power, and the Persians would have done their enemy no great harm by putting 3 men to death. But if they return to Hellas, said he, methinks when the Greeks hear of my power, they will before the expedition surrender this peculiar freedom that they have, and so we need not be at pains to march against them. This was like that other saying Xerxes when he was at Abydos and saw ships laden with corn sailing out of the Pontus through the Hellespont, voyaging to Aegina and the Peloponnese. They sat by him, perceiving that they were enemy ships, were for them, and looking to the king for him to give the word. But Xerxes asked them whither the ships were sailing. To your enemies, sire, said they, carrying corn. Whereto Xerxes answered, and are not we sailing too to the same places as they, with corn among all our other provisions? What wrong are they doing us in carrying food thither? So the spies were sent back after they had thus seen all, and returned to Europe. They, of the Greeks who had sworn alliance against the Persian next after sending the spies, sent messengers to Argos. Now this is what the Argives say of their own part in the matter. They were informed from the first that the foreigner was stirring up war against Hellas. Knowing this, when they learned that the Greeks would essay to gain their aid against the Persian, they sent, they say, messengers to Delphi, there to inquire of the god how it was best for themselves that they should act. For 6,000 of them had been lately slain by a Lacedaemonian army, and Cleomenes, son of Anaxandrides, its general. For this cause, they said, the messengers were sent. The priestess gave this answer to their questioning. Hated of dwellers around, by the gods immortal, beloved, crouch with a lance in rest, like a warrior fenced in his armour, guarding thy head from the blow, and the head shall shelter the body. The answer had already been uttered by the priestess, and presently the messengers came to Argos, and there appeared in the council chamber and spoke as they were charged. Then the Argives, this is their story, answered to what was said, that they would do as was asked of them if they might first make a 30 years peace with Lacedaemon, and the command of half the allied power were theirs. They would be content with half, albeit if they had their rights, they should have commanded the whole. This, they say, was the answer of their council, although the oracle forbade them to make the alliance with the Greeks. And though they feared the oracle, that a 30 years treaty might be made, that so their children might have time in those years to grow to be men. Were there no such treaty, so by their account they reasoned, then if after the evil that had befallen them, the Persians should deal them yet another wound, it was to be feared that they would be at the Lacedaemonians' mercy. Then those of the envoys that were Spartans replied to what was said by the council, that the matter of a treaty would be brought before the General Assembly, but as touching the command, they themselves had been commissioned to answer and to say that the Spartans had 2 kings and the Argives but one. Now it was impossible to deprive either Spartan of his command, but there was naught to hinder the Argive from having the same right of voting as their 2 had. At that, say the Argives, they deemed the Spartans' covetousness was past all bearing, and that it was better to be ruled by the foreigners than give way to the Lacedaemonians. And they bade envoys depart from the land of Argos before sunset, else they would be entreated as enemies.
Questo è ciò che narrano gli stessi argivi intorno a questi avvenimenti. Ma esiste un'altra versione diffusa in Grecia, secondo la quale Serse, prima di dare inizio alla spedizione contro la Grecia, avrebbe mandato un araldo ad Argo. Costui, una volta giunto, avrebbe detto: «Uomini argivi, questo vi dice il re Serse. Noi riteniamo che colui del quale discendiamo sia Perse, nato da Perseo, figlio di Dana, e da Andromeda, figlia di Cefeo. Noi dunque saremmo vostri discendenti. Non sarebbe pertanto ragionevole né che noi facessimo guerra ai nostri progenitori, né che voi, per portare aiuto ad altri, diveniste nostri nemici. Il meglio per voi è rimanere inattivi, stando nel vostro paese. Se tutto andrà secondo le mie intenzioni, per nessuno avrò maggiore considerazione che per voi». Si racconta che, udite queste parole, gli argivi ne tennero gran conto, che sul momento non fecero promesse né richieste, ma quando i greci cercarono la loro alleanza, chiesero di partecipare al comando, ben sapendo che i Lacedemoni non l'avrebbero concesso, avendo così un pretesto per starsene tranquilli. Concorderebbe con questo racconto, sostengono alcuni dei greci, un fatto avvenuto molti anni dopo. Accadde che si trovassero allora a Susa, la città di Memmone, come ambasciatori degli Ateniesi, Callia e gli altri giunti insieme a lui per un altro affare, e che nello stesso tempo gli argivi, avendo inviato anch'essi ambasciatori a Susa, chiedessero ad Artaserse, figlio di Serse, se era ancora in vigore il patto di amicizia che avevano contratto con Serse, o fossero considerati da lui come nemici. E il re Artaserse avrebbe risposto che il patto era pienamente valido e che nessuna città egli considerava più amica di Argo. Che Serse abbia inviato davvero un araldo ad Argo a fare quelle proposte, che ambasciatori argivi giunti a Susa abbiano interrogato davvero Artaserse a proposito del patto di amicizia, non so dire con certezza, e nessun'altra opinione espongo in proposito se non quella che riportano gli stessi argivi. Solo questo io so. Se tutti gli uomini mettessero in comune i propri mali, volendo scambiarli con quelli dei vicini dopo aver dato uno sguardo ai mali di chi gli sta accanto, ognuno sarebbe contento di riportarsi indietro quello che aveva lì portato. Così non sarebbero gli argivi ad aver fatto la cosa più vergognosa. Quanto a me, io devo riferire ciò che si narra, ma non sono tenuto a crederci, e questa affermazione valga per ogni racconto, poiché anche questo si dice, che furono gli argivi a chiamare il persiano in Grecia, poiché la guerra con i Lacedemoni si era conclusa in modo disastroso per loro, e preferivano per sé qualsiasi sorte rispetto al doloroso presente. Degli argivi si è detto. Altri messaggeri erano giunti in Sicilia da parte degli alleati per incontrarsi con Gellone e da parte dei Lacedemoni, Siagro. Un antenato di questo Gellone, colono di Gela, è originario dell'isola di Telo, situata presso il Triopio. Costui, quando Gela fu fondata dai Lindi, di Rodi e da Antifemo, non fu lasciato indietro. I suoi discendenti, divenuti col tempo ierofanti delle dee ctonie, continuarono a tenere questa carica, avendo Teline, uno degli avi, acquistato il sacerdozio in questo modo. Alcuni cittadini di Gela, vinti in una guerra civile, erano fuggiti nella città di Mactorion, situata sopra Gela. Teline li ricondusse a Gela, non avendo nessuna forza di uomini, ma solo oggetti sacri di queste dee. Da dove li avesse ricevuti o se lui stesso se li fosse procurati, non so dire. Fiducioso però in questi oggetti, riuscì a ricondurli in patria a condizione che i suoi discendenti fossero gli ierofanti delle dee. Anche questo, di ciò che sono venuto a sapere, desta la mia meraviglia, che Teline abbia compiuto un'impresa del genere. Ho sempre pensato, infatti, che queste imprese siano opera non di un uomo qualsiasi, ma di chi abbia un animo grande e la forza di un vero uomo. Ma di lui gli uomini della Sicilia dicono che era per natura tutto il contrario, un uomo effeminato e molle. Così egli si conquistò questa carica. Giunto al termine della vita, Cleandro, figlio di Pantere, che era stato tiranno di Gela per 7 anni ed era poi morto per mano di Sabillo, uno di Gela, prese il potere Ippocrate, fratello di Cleandro. Mentre Ippocrate esercitava il potere, Gelone, un discendente dello ierofante Teline, era guardia del corpo di Ippocrate insieme a molti altri e a Enesidemo, figlio di Pateco. Dopo non molto tempo, a causa del suo valore, fu nominato comandante di tutta la cavalleria. Quando infatti Ippocrate assediava Callipoli, Nasso, Zancli e Leontini, nonché Siracusa e molti barbari, in questi combattimenti Gelone si mostrò sempre valorosissimo. Di tutte le città nominate, nessuna, tranne Siracusa, riuscì a sfuggire alla servitù da parte di Ippocrate. I Corinzi e i Corciresi salvarono i Siracusari che erano stati vinti in un combattimento presso il fiume Eloro. Li salvarono dopo aver stipulato un accordo a queste condizioni, che i Siracusani consegnassero Camarina a Ippocrate. Anticamente, infatti, Camarina apparteneva ai Siracusani. Quando anche Ippocrate, che era stato tiranno per tanti anni quanto il suo fratello Cleandro, toccò di morire presso la città di Ibla, mentre faceva una spedizione contro i Siculi, Gelone, con il pretesto di soccorrere i figli di Ippocrate, Euclide e Cleandro, poiché i cittadini non volevano più essere sottomessi a loro, in realtà, dopo aver vinto in battaglia gli abitanti di Gela, esercitò lui stesso il potere, avendone privato i figli di Ippocrate. Dopo questo evento fortunato, poiché quelli fra i siracusani chiamati Gamoro erano stati cacciati dal popolo e dai loro schiavi detti Cilliri, Gelone li ricondusse dalla città di Casmene a Siracusa e si impadronì anche di questa città, poiché a Gelone che marciava contro di loro, il popolo di Siracusa consegnò la città e se stesso. Egli, occupata Siracusa, considerò di minor conto comandare su Gela, che affidò suo fratello Ierone e rendeva più forte Siracusa. Siracusa era tutto per lui. In breve tempo la città crebbe e divenne fiorente. Da un lato, infatti, a tutti gli abitanti di Camarina condotti a Siracusa diede la cittadinanza, mentre ne distrusse la città. Dall'altro, per più della metà dei cittadini di Gela usò lo stesso trattamento riservato ai camarinesi. Dei megaresi di Sicilia, che cinti d'assedio erano venuti a patti, condusse a Siracusa, dando loro la cittadinanza, i ricchi, che erano stati gli istigatori della guerra contro di lui, e che per questo si aspettavano di morire. Quanto al popolo dei megaresi, invece, che non aveva nessuna responsabilità della guerra e che non si aspettava di subire alcun male, costoro Gelone condusse a Siracusa, ma li mise in vendita perché fossero portati fuori dalla Sicilia. Lo stesso fece, dividendoli in 2 gruppi con gli Eubei di Sicilia. Agì così verso queste 2 comunità, perché considerava il popolo cosa spiacevolissima con cui convivere. In questo modo Gelone era divenuto un potente tiranno.
By these means, Gellon had grown to greatness as a despot, and now, when the Greek envoys were come to Syracuse, they had audience of him and spoke as follows: "The Lacedaemonians and their allies," they said, "have sent us to win your aid against the foreigner. For it cannot be, we think, that you have no knowledge of the Persian invader of Hellas. Now, how he proposes to bridge the Hellespont and lead all the hosts of the east from Asia against us, making an open show of marching against Athens, but in very deed with intent to subdue all Hellas to his will. Now you are rich in power, And being Lord of Sicily, you rule thereby what is not the least part of Hellas. Wherefore, we pray you, send help to them that would free Hellas and aid them in doing so. For the uniting of all Greek stock under the mustering of a mighty host, able to meet our invaders in the field. But if some of us play false, and others will not come to our aid, and the sound part of Hellas be but small, then it is to be feared that all Greek lands alike will be undone. Think not that if the Persian defeats us in battle and subdues us, he will leave you unassailed. But look well to yourself ere that day come. Aid us, and you champion your own cause. A well-laid plan commonly leads to a happy issue. Thus they spoke, whereto Gellon answered, speaking very vehemently, Men of Hellas, it is with a self-seeking plea that you have made bold to come hither and invite me to your ally to be your ally against the foreigners. Yet what of yourselves? When I was at feud with the Carchedonians and prayed you to stand my comrades against a foreign army, and when I was instant that you should avenge the slaying of Dorius, son of Anaxandrides, by the men of Segesta, and when I promised to free those trading ports whence great advantage and profit have accrued to you, then neither for my sake would you come to aid nor to avenge the slaying of Dorius. And for all you did, these lands lie beneath the foreigners' feet. Let that be, for all ended well, and our state was bettered. But now that the war has come round to you in your turn, 'tis the time for remembering Gellon. Albeit you so slighted me, I will not take example by you. I am ready to send to your aid 200 triremes, 20,000 men at arms, 2,000 horse, 2,000 archers, 2,000 slingers, and 2,000 light-armed men to run with horsemen. And I undertake that I will furnish provision for the whole Greek army till we have made an end of the war. But I thus promise this on one condition, that I shall be general and leader of the Greeks against the foreigners. On no other condition will I come myself or send others. When Syagris heard that, he could not contain himself. Verily, he cried, loud would lament Agamemnon, son of Pelops. And he heard that the Spartans had been bereft of their command by Gellon and the Syracusans. Nay, put that thought from you, that we will deliver up the command to you. If it is your will to aid Hellas, you know that you must obey the Lacedaemonians. But if, as I think, you are too proud to obey, then send no aid. Thereupon, Gellon, seeing how unfriendly were Syagris's words, thus and for the last time declared his mind to them. My Spartan friend, the hard words that a man hears are apt to arouse his anger. But for all the arrogant tenor of your speech, you shall not move me to make an unseemly answer. When you set such store by the command, it is but unreasonable that I should set yet more, being the leader of an army many times greater than yours and many ships by far. But seeing that you answer me thus swiftly, we will abate somewhat of our condition. It may be that you should command the army and I the fleet. Or if it be your pleasure to lead by sea, then I am willing to command that the army should be mine. With that, your needs will be content unless you would depart hence without such allies as we are. Such was Gellon's offer. And the Athenian envoy answered him ere the Lacedaemonian could speak. King of the Syracusans, he said, Hellas sends us to you to ask not for a leader, but for an army. And you say that no word of sending an army save and except you can be the leader of Hellas. It is for the command that all your desire is. Now, as long as you sought the leadership of the whole armament, we Athenians were content to hold our peace, knowing that the Laconian was as well able to answer for us both. But since, failing to win the whole, you would feign command of the fleet, we would have you know how the matter stands. Even though the Laconian should suffer you to command it, not so will we. For the command of the fleet is ours. The Lacedaemonians desire it not for themselves. If they desire to lead it, we withstand them not. But none other will we suffer to be admiral. For it were vain that we should possess the greatest multitude of seafaring men in Hellas, if, being Athenians, we yield up our command to the Syracusans. We who can show all of the longest lineage, who have alone amongst the Greeks, have never changed our dwelling, and whose he was of him. The poet Homer says that of all who came to Ilion, he was the best man in ordering and marshaling armies. Thus we are not to be reproached for this that we say. My Athenian friend, Gellon answered, it would seem that you have many that lead, but none that will follow. Since then, you will waive no claim, but must have the whole. 'Tis high time that you depart home with all speed and tell your Hellas that her year has lost its spring. Of which, saying this is the signification that Gellon's army was the most notable part of the Greek army, even as the spring is of the year. So he compared Hellas, deprived of alliance with him, to a year bereft of spring. After such trafficking with Gellon, the Greek envoy sailed away. But Gellon feared, therefore, that the Greeks would not avail to overcome the foreigner, yet deemed it a thing hard and intolerable that he, the despot of Sicily, should go to the Peloponnese to be at the beck and call of the Lacedaemonians. Wherefore, of this plan, he thought no more, but followed another instead. As soon as he was informed that the Persian had crossed the Hellespont, he sent Cadmus, son of Scythes, a man of Kos, to Delphi with 3 ships and of 50 oars, carrying with them money and messages of friendship. Cadmus was to watch the events of the battle, and if the foreigner should be victorious, then to give him the money and earth and water withal on behalf of Gellon's dominions. But if the Greeks, then to carry all back again. This Cadmus had ere now inherited from his father the despotism of Kos, and albeit it was strong and well established, yet of his own will and under no constraint of danger, but of mere justice, he gave over the government to the whole body of Coans, and betook himself to Sicily, where he was given by the Samians the city of Zanko, which changed its name to Messene, and he planted a colony there. Thus Cadmus had come, and it was just now whom Gellon sent by reason of justice that he knew to be ever in him. And this that I will relate was not the least of the many just acts of Cadmus's life. He had in his power great sums entrusted to him by Gellon, and might have kept them, yet he would not do so. But when the Greeks had prevailed in the sea fight and Xerxes had betaken himself homeward, Cadmus, for his part, returned back to Sicily with all the money.
There is another story told by the dwellers in Sicily that even though he was to be under Lacedaemonian authority, Gellon would have still have aided the Greeks had it been for Pterelus, son of Crinippus, the despot of Himera, who, being expelled from Himera by Theron, the son of Acindademus, sovereign ruler of Acragas, did at this very time bring against Gellon 300,000 Phoenicians, Libyans, Iberians, Lygians, Elysi, Sardinians, and Cyrenaeans, led by Amilcas, son of Anon, the king of Carchenedonians, whom Pterelus won to this purpose, partly by private friendship, but chiefly by the zealous aid of Anaxius, son of Cretinus, despot of Rhegium. He gave his own children as hostages to Amiclus, and brought him to Sicily to the help of his father-in-law, for Anaxius had to wife Pterelus' daughter, Syndipe. Thus it was, they say, that Gellon sent the money to Delphi, because he could not aid the Greeks. They add this tale too, that Gellon and Theron won a victory over Amiclus the Carcedonian in Sicily on the self-same day whereon the Greeks vanquished the Persians at Salamis. This Amilcas was, on his father's side, a Carcedonian, and a Syracusan on his mother's, and had been made king of Carcedon for his manly worth. When the armies met and he was worsted in battle, it was said that he vanished out of sight, for Gellon sought for him in every place, yet nowhere on earth could he be found dead or alive. The story by the Carcedonians themselves has a show of truth. They say that dawn till late evening, so long, it said, the melee was drawn out, during all which time Amilcas stayed in his camp, offering sacrifice, striving to win favourable omens by burning whole bodies on a great pyre. And when he saw his army routed, he cast himself into the fire, where he was pouring libations and sacrifice, whereby he was consumed and no more seen. Whether it were thus that he vanished, as the Phoenicians say, or in some other way, as the Carcedonians and the Syracusans, sacrifices offered to him, and monuments have been set up in all of the colonist cities, the greatest of all, which is Carcedon itself.
This is how the campaigns in Sicily fell out. As for the Carchirans, their answer to envoys and their acts were, as I will show. The men who had gone to Sicily sought their aid too, using the same arguments which they used with Gellon. The Corcyraeans straightway promised to send help and protection, declaring that they would not allow Hellas to perish, for if she should fall, the very next day would certainly see them also enslaved. They would accordingly have to help to the best of their ability. Now this answer seemed fair enough, but when the time came for sending help, their minds changed. They manned 60 ships and put out to sea, making for the coast of the Peloponnese. There, however, they anchored off Pylos and Teneros in the Lacedaemonian territory, waiting like the others to see which way the war should incline. They had no hope that the Greeks would prevail, but thought that the Persian would win a great victory and be lord of all Hellas. Their course of action, therefore, had been planned with a view to being able to say to the Persian, O king, whose power is as great as any, and who could have furnished as many ships as any state save Athens, we, when the Greeks attempted to gain our aid in this war, would not resist you, nor do anything displeasing to you. This plea, they hoped, would win them some advantage, more than ordinary, and so I believe it would have been. They were, however, also ready with an excuse which they could make to the Greeks, and in the end they made it. When the Greeks blamed them for sending no help, they said that they had manned 60 triremes, but they could not round Malea because of the Aetesian winds. It was for this reason, they said, they could not arrive at Salamis. It was not cowardliness which made them late for the sea fight. With such a plea, they put the Greeks off. But the Cretans, when the Greeks appointed to deal with them were trying to gain their aid, acted as I will show. They sent messengers to Delphi inquiring if it would be to their advantage to help the Greeks. The Pythia answered them, Foolish men, was not the grief enough which Minos sent upon your people for the help given to Menelaus? Out of anger that those others would not help avenge his death at Camicus, when you helped him to avenge the stealing of that woman from Sparta by a barbarian. When this was brought to the ears of the Cretans, they would have nothing to do with the aiding of the Greeks. Now Minos, it is said, went to Cyaneia, which is now called Sicily, in search for Daedalus, and perished there by a violent death. Presently, all the Cretans except the men of Polochne and Presos were bidden by a god to go with a great host to Cyaneia. There they besieged the towns of Camicus, where in my day the men of Arragas dwelt for 5 years. Presently, since they could neither take it nor remain there because of the famine which afflicted them, they departed. However, when they were at sea off Apharia, a great storm caught and drove them ashore. Because their ships had been wrecked and there was no way left of returning to Crete, they founded there the town of Iria and made this their dwelling place, accordingly changing from Cretans to Messapians of Ephyra, from islanders to dwellers on the mainland. From Iria, they made settlements in those towns which a very long time afterwards the Tarentans attempt to destroy, thereby suffering great disaster. The result was that no one had ever heard of so great a slaughter of Greeks as that of the Tarentans and the Rhegians. 3,000 townsmen of the latter, men who had been coerced by Mithicus, son of Choeris, to come and help the Tarentans, were killed, and no count was kept of the Tarentans slain. Mithicus was a servant of Anaxilius and had been left in charge of Rhegium. It was he who was banished from Rhegium and settled in Thraea of Arcadia, and who set up many statues at Olympia. In relating the matter of the Rhegians and Tarentans, however, I digress from the main thread of my history. The Praesians say that when Crete was left desolate, it was populated, especially by Greeks, among other peoples. Then, in the 3rd generation after Minos, the events surrounding the Trojan War, in which the Cretans bore themselves as bravely as any in the cause of Menelaus, took place. After this, when they returned from Troy, they and their flocks and herds were afflicted by famine and pestilence until Crete was once more left desolate. Then came a 3rd influx of Cretans, and it is they with whom those that are left now dwell there. It was this that the priestess bade them remember, and so prevented them from aiding the Greeks as they were previously inclined.
The Thessalians originally collaborated with the Persians only because they had no choice in the matter. They made it plain that they did not like what the Aleuadae were up to, because as soon as they learnt that Xerxes was poised to enter Europe, they sent messengers to the Isthmus, where representatives from all over Greece, at least from those Greek states which had the best interests of Greece at heart, had gathered for a conference. When the Thessalian messengers got there, they addressed them as follows: Men of Greece, if you want to shelter not just Thessaly but the whole of Greece from war, you have to guard the pass through Mount Olympus. We're ready to help you in this, but we can't do it alone. You must send a good-sized army. Otherwise, you can be sure that we will come to terms with Persia, because we don't feel that we should stand alone and die for you just because we're in such an exposed position compared to the rest of Greece. If you refuse to come to our help, there's no other pressure that you can bring to bear on us, because we are already under the strongest pressure there is, impotence. We will try on our own to find some means of saving ourselves. That was the Thessalian speech. In response, the Greeks decided to send a land army by sea to Thessaly to guard the pass. The army duly assembled and set off by sea through the Euripus to Alos in Achaia, where they disembarked and left their ships. From there, they made their way to Thessaly and arrived at Tempe, where they pitched camp at the pass which runs between the river Peneos from coastal Macedonia into Thessaly, between Mount Olympus and Mount Ossa. There were approximately 10,000 Greek hoplites assembled there, reinforced by Thessalian horsemen. The division commander, who had been chosen to lead the Lacedaemonian troops, despite not being of royal lineage, was Oeinotos, the son of Charenos, while the Athenians were under the command of Themistocles, son of Neocles. However, they stayed there only a few days because a message arrived from Alexander of Macedonia, the son of Amyntas, advising them to pack up and leave the pass without waiting to be trampled underfoot by the advancing army, whose size and naval capacity were detailed in the message. Now, this message seemed to them to contain good advice, and Alexander appeared sympathetic to the Greek cause, so they did as he suggested. It seems to me, however, that the deciding factor was fear, induced by the fact that they had found out that there was another route into Thessaly from inland Macedonia, running through Peribia via Gonos, which was in fact the route that Xerxes' army took. So the Greeks returned to their fleet and made their way back to the isthmus.
Ote egeneto heis Thessalian stratiae, Basileos te melontos te abainain estin Europin ectes Asies, cae iontas ede in abudoe. Thessaloide eremuthentes sumacon, hutode emedesen profumus, udete endoiostos, hoste entoisi pregmasi e fainonto Basilei andres eontes crisimutatoe. Hoidi Hellenes, epaite apicato estonismon, ebulluonto prostolecthente ex Alexandru, tei testesonte ton polemon, cae en hoisi corosi. Hinecosa dignome egineto, tein en Thermopylae esbolin fulaxe, stenoterega e fainato eusa teses Thessalien, cae ama ancotere tese auton. Tende atropon, dien elosan oe alontes elenon en Thermopylae, ude iedesen eusen protoranepe epicomonoias Thermopylas epifonto tricinion. Tautein on ebulusanto fulasontes ten esbolin, me pariene esten elada ton barbaron, ton donato con straton pleien, gestes iste aiotidos epi Artemision. Tauta garancute alelon esti, usta punthaneste ta catecteros eonta. Hoita choroi huto ecusi. Tutamen to pelagos to threicion ex jureos sunagatai estainon, estoton poron ton metexunesu tesciathu cae peru magnesies, ectotus te nute zubees ede ectecate aigiolos en der Artemidos iron. Hede audi trecinos esodos esten helada, esti te stainotate emi plethron, umentoi catotuto ge esti to stainototontes cores tes paralies, alem prosete Thermopylaeon cae opiste. Catata alpinus opiste eontes, eiusa amaxitos mune, cae in proste cataphonica potamon, anco antheles polios, ale amaxitos mune. Tondo Thermopylaeon, tomen pros esperes, oros abatonte cae apocrenon upselon, anatenon estein oitein. Todo prostein eotes odu, thalassa upedecatai cae tenagia. Esti deiente sodotate, Thermalutra ta cutrus caleusi hoi epicorioi, cae bomos hidrutai erecleos epatosi. Et edmito te teikos catatautas tas esbolas, cae toge palaion pulae epesen. Edemen de focees to teikos, descentes epae Thessaloi althon ec Thesproton, oicesontes genten eolide, ten pertun ec teetae. Atadei pyromenon ton Thessalon catastrophes tuto prosefulaxonto Phocias, kai to udorto thumon tot epeiken epiten esodon, husan karatrothea iokoros, pan mechanomena iokos misfias baloien with Thessaloi estenkorin. Tomenun tekos to akeon, ek palaiute edeidmato, kai to pleon autu, eda jupo kronu ekaito. Toisite jautes orthosisi, edoxatalte apomunain apotes elados ton barbaron. Comodo iesti ancotato tesodu, alpena iunama, ectautos de epiticidiestae elogizonto o Helenes. Oimenun core hutoi, toisi helesi ine efainonto epiteideoi, pantaga proscepsamonoi cae epilogisthentes, oti ute plethei exusi classai o barbaroi, ute epo. Tautesvi edoxe deceste ton epionta epiten elada. Hos de eputhonto ton persena ionta en pierie, dialuthentes eciteus mu, estratuonto. Auton hoimen esthemopulus pesde, aloide, catathalasan, ep Artemision.
So of all speed the Greeks went, there are several ways to meet the enemy. In the meantime, the Delphians, being sore afraid for themselves and for Hellas, inquired of the god, and the oracle was given them, that they should pray to the winds, for these would be potent allies of Hellas. Having received the oracle, the Delphians sent word of it to such Greeks as desired to be free, for which message, in their mortal fear of the foreigner, these were forever grateful. And next, they made an altar to the winds of Thea, where is now the precinct of Thea, the daughter of Sisyphus, and they offered sacrifices to them. So the Delphians offer to the winds sacrifice of propitiation to this day by the oracle's bidding. But Xerxes' fleet set forth from the city of Therma, and the 10 swiftest of the ships laid their course straight for Scythias, where there lay an advance guard of 3 Greek ships, a Troysianian and an Aeginetan and an Attic. These, when they sighted the foreigners' ships, took to flight. The ship of Troezen, whereof Praxenus was captain, was pursued and straightway taken by the foreigners, who thereupon brought the goodliest of its fighting men and cut his throat on the ship's prow, so making a common sacrifice of the first and goodliest of their Greek captives. The name of him that was offered upon was Leon, and mayhap it was his name that he had to thank for it. But the Aeginetan trireme, whereof Acidonis was captain, did even give them some trouble. There was a fighting man on board, Pythias, son of Isoconus, who that day bore himself very gallantly. For his ship being taken, he would not give over fighting till he was all hacked about with wounds. And when he fell, yet was not slain, but had life in him, the Persian soldiers on the ships were at great pains to save him alive for his valor, tending his wounds with ointments and wrapping him in bandages of linen cloth. And when they returned back to their own station, they showed him to the whole host, and made much of him, and kindly entreated him. But the rest that they took in that ship they used as slaves. So too of the ships were thus made captive. The third trireme, whereof Formus, an Athenian, was captain, ran ashore in her flight at the mouth of the Peneus, and the foreigners got the hull of her, but not the crew, For the Athenians, as soon as they had run their craft aground, leapt out of her and made their way through Thessaly to Athens.
Hi. Should I start from chapter 178 or not?
Could you start from 183, please?
183?
Yeah, thank
okay.
you.
So, I start. I greci ancorati all'Artemisio vennero a conoscenza di questi avvenimenti per mezzo di segnali di fuoco da sciato. Atterriti da ciò che avevano appreso, lasciato l'Artemisio, gettarono le ancore a Calcide, con l'intenzione di difendere l'Euripo, ma lasciando vedette sulle alture dell'Eubea. Delle 10 navi dei barbari, 3 si imbatterono nello scoglio che si trovava fasciato in Magnesia, che si chiama Mirmece. E dopo che fu posta sullo scoglio una colonna di pietra che avevano portato con sé, solo allora i barbari, poiché l'ostacolo era ormai reso visibile, muovendo da Terme, 11 giorni dopo che il re era partito di lì, presero il largo con tutte le navi. Fu Pammone di Sciro a segnalare a loro la presenza dello scoglio lungo la rotta. Navigando un giorno intero, i barbari raggiunsero la Sepiade, nel territorio di Magnesia, e la spiaggia che si estende tra la città di Castanea e la costa sepiana. Fino a questo luogo e fino alle Thermopylae, l'esercito di Xerxes non ebbe a soffrire nessun danno, e il numero era ancora quello che io trovo facendo i miei calcoli. Sulle navi venute dall'Asia, che erano 1207, l'equipaggio primitivo dei diversi popoli era di 241.400 uomini, calcolandone 200 per ogni nave. Su ciascuna di queste navi, poi, oltre ai marinai dei vari popoli, vi erano 30 soldati fra persiani, medi e saci. Quest'altra moltitudine raggiungeva la cifra di 36.210 uomini. A questo numero e al precedente aggiungerò l'equipaggio delle penteconteri, calcolando che ci fossero più o meno 80 uomini su ciascuna. Di queste imbarcazioni se ne erano raccolte, come ho già detto anche prima, 3.000. Vi sarebbero dunque in esse 240.000 uomini. Questa era la flotta venuta dall'Asia. In totale 517.610 uomini. I soldati di fanteria erano 1.700.000, quelli di cavalleria 80.000. Aggiungerò a questi ultimi gli arabi che portavano cammelli e i libi che guidavano carri, calcolando un numero di 20.000 uomini. E mettendo insieme il numero degli uomini sulle navi e quello della fanteria, si arriva a 2.317.000 uomini. Questo è detto in relazione all'esercito condotto dall'Asia, senza contare la servitù che lo seguiva, le navi per il trasporto dei viveri e gli uomini che in esse erano imbarcati. A tutto quanto è stato calcolato bisogna aggiungere le truppe reclutate in Europa, ma non si può che offrire una stima. I greci della Tracia e delle isole adiacenti fornivano 120 navi. L'equipaggio di queste navi assomma a 24.000 uomini. Quanto alla fanteria che fornivano traci, peoni, eordi, bottiei, le genti della Calcidica, Brigi, Pieri, Macedoni, Perrebi, Enieni, Dolopi, Magneti, Achei e quanti abitano il litorale della Tracia, credo che il contingente di questi popoli fosse di 300.000 uomini. Questi 300.000, sommati a quelli dell'Asia, formano un totale di 2.641.610 soldati. Pur essendo così grande il numero dei combattenti, quello dei servi che li seguivano, degli uomini che si trovavano sia nei battelli addetti al trasporto dei viveri, sia nelle imbarcazioni che seguivano l'esercito, non credo che fosse inferiore, ma anzi superiore. Concedo tuttavia che il numero fosse uguale, né di più né di meno. Pareggiate nel numero ai combattenti, queste genti raggiungono dunque lo stesso numero di molte miriadi. Così Xerxes, figlio di Dario, condusse fino alla Sepiade e alle Thermopylae 5.283.220 uomini. Questo è il numero di tutto l'esercito di Xerxes, ma delle donne che facevano il pane, delle concubine e degli eunuchi nessuno potrebbe dire il numero esatto, e neppure dei giumenti, delle altre bestie da soma, dei cani indiani che seguivano, neppure di questi, a causa della quantità, nessuno sarebbe in grado di dire il numero. Tanto che non mi desta meraviglia che vi siano stati dei fiumi cui venne meno l'acqua. Mi stupisce invece come i viveri siano potuti bastare per tante miriadi di persone. Facendo calcoli, infatti, io trovo che se ciascuno riceveva ogni giorno una chenice di grano e nulla più, si consumavano ogni giorno 110.340 medimni. Delle donne, degli eunuchi, delle bestie da soma e dei cani non tengo conto. E in mezzo a tante miriadi di uomini nessuno era più degno di Xerxes, per bellezza e per statura, di possedere una così grande potenza. Quando l'armata navale, una volta salpata, prese il largo e raggiunse nel territorio di Magnesia la spiaggia che si estende tra la città di Castanea e la costa Sepiade, le prime navi ormeggiarono verso terra e le altre, giunte dopo, gettarono l'ancora. Poiché la spiaggia non era ampia, esse ormeggiarono a scalare, rivolte verso il mare aperto su 8 file. Così passarono la notte. Ma allo spuntare del giorno, dopo il sereno e la calma di vento, il mare prese a ribollire e si abbatté su di loro una violenta tempesta e un forte vento di levante che coloro che abitano queste regioni chiamano Hellespontia. Quanti di loro si accorsero che la forza del vento cresceva e si trovavano in una posizione di ormeggio che lo consentiva, prevenendo la tempesta, tirarono in secco le navi e salvarono così se stessi e le navi. Ma tutte le imbarcazioni che la tempesta sorprese in mare aperto furono trascinate, alcune verso i cosiddetti forni, nel Pelio, altre sulla spiaggia, alcune naufragarono presso la Sepiade, altre furono gettate verso la città di Melibea e altre ancora verso Castanea. Irresistibile era la forza della tempesta. 189. Si racconta che gli ateniesi, in seguito a un oracolo, invocarono Borea, avendo ricevuto un altro vaticinio che li esortava a chiamare in loro soccorso il genero. Borea, secondo la tradizione greca, ha una sposa Attica, Orizia, figlia di Eretteo. Sulla base di questa parentela, gli ateniesi, questa è la voce che si è diffusa, quando si accorsero, stando di guardia a Calcide dell'Eubea, che la tempesta stava aumentando, o anche prima di ciò, offrirono sacrifici a Borea e a Orizia e li pregarono di venire in loro soccorso, e di distruggere le navi dei barbari, come già avevano fatto intorno all'Athos. Se questo sia il motivo per cui Borea si abbatté sui barbari alla fonda, non so dire. Certo è che gli ateniesi sostengono che Borea, che già prima li aveva soccorsi, anche allora aveva portato a termine quelle cose, e al ritorno gli eressero un santuario lungo il fiume Ilisso. In questa tempesta, coloro che indicano le cifre più basse raccontano che andarono distrutte non meno di 400 navi, un numero incalcolabile di uomini e una quantità immensa di ricchezze, a tal punto che per Aminocle, figlio di Cratina, un uomo di Magnesia che possedeva delle terre presso la Sepiade, questo naufragio fu molto vantaggioso. In seguito, infatti, costui raccolse molte coppe d'oro gettate sulle rive dalle onde e molto argento. Trovò tesori dei persiani e si impadronì di un'infinità di altri oggetti preziosi. Ma pur essendo divenuto ricco per questi ritrovamenti, per il resto costui non fu felice. Un doloroso evento lo affliggeva, l'uccisione del figlio. 191. Delle navi che portavano i viveri e degli altri mezzi distrutti non si contava il numero, tanto che i comandanti della flotta, temendo che i Tessali li attaccassero così disastrati, eressero intorno con relitti una palizzata. La tempesta durò 3 giorni. Infine i magi, immolando vittime, pregando il vento e facendo inoltre sacrifici anche a Teti e alle Nereidi, nel 4° giorno la fecero cessare, o che altrimenti da sola si fosse placata. Facevano sacrifici a Teti perché avevano appreso dagli Ioni la tradizione secondo cui sarebbe stata rapita da Peleo in questa regione e che tutta la costa Sepiade apparteneva a lei e alle altre Nereidi. 182. Al 4° giorno la tempesta era cessata. Il giorno successivo a quello in cui era iniziata la tempesta, correndo giù dalle alture dell'Eubea, le vedette riferirono ai greci tutto ciò che era avvenuto riguardo al naufragio. Come furono informati? Rivolte preghiere e fatte libagioni a Poseidone e Soter, si affrettarono a tornare all'Artemisio, nella speranza di trovare schierate contro di loro poche navi. Giunti dunque per la seconda volta, si misero agli ormeggi all'Artemisio, venerando da allora fino a oggi Poseidone con l'epiteto di Soter. Okay. Now 193 has to be read. But I stop here.
Midőn a szél elült, s a habok lecsendesedtek. Do you hear? Do you hear? Yes. Oh, perfect. Thanks. Midőn a szél elült, s a habok lecsendesedtek, a barbárok vízre bocsátva, hajóikat a szárazföld mentében eveztek, s megkerülvén Magnéziának végét, egyenesen a pagasai városáig nyúló öbölbe hajóztak. Ebben az öbölben van egy Magnéziához tartozó hely, hol a mitosz szerint Iazon és Argonauta társai, midőn a gyapjúért a kolcsisi aljában hajóztak, Herakleszt odahagyták, amint vízért küldték a szárazra, mert innen akarták magukat vízzel ellátni, hogy azután tovább hatoljanak a tengeren. Innen kapta a hely az afetai nevet, s itt vetettett horgonyt Xerxes emberei. 15 hajó, mely az utolsó sorban állott, véletlenül meglátta Artemisionnál a görög hajókat. A barbárok abban a hitben, hogy az övéikhez tartoznak, odahajóztak, s így az ellenség kezébe kerültek. Vezérük, Aiolis kormányzója, a kümei származású Szándokesz, Damasios fia volt, kit régebben Dareios királyi keresztre feszítettett, mégpedig azért, mert Szándokesz, mint királyi bíró pénzért igazságtalan ítéletet mondott. Amint így a kereszten függött, Dareios meghányta vetette, hogy Szándokesz több jót tett már a királyi háznak, mint rosszat, és belátva, hogy inkább hamarosan cselekedett, mint okosan, szabadon bocsátotta. Dareios királytól tehát megmenekülve nem halt meg, hanem életben maradt. De most a görögök közé kerülve másodszor nem sikerült életét megmenteni. Mert midőn a görögök látták, hogy a hajók közelednek, észrevették tévedésüket, s nekik támadva könnyűszerrel kézre kerítették őket. Ezek egyiként fogták el Aridoliszt, a káriai alabanda kényórát, egy másikon pedig Pentuloszt, de Monaos fiát, a pafoszi vezért, ki 12 hajót vezetett Pafoszból, de közülük 11-et a Szépiasz mellett kitört vihar alkalmával elvesztett. Az egy megmaradton pedig, mikor Artemisium felé evezett, elfogták. Miután a görögök ezeket mindenről kikérdezték, amit Xerxes táboráról tudni akartak, láncra verve a korintoszi földszoroshoz küldték.
So the foreign fleet, all but the 15 ships were off, as I have said. Sandokes was captain, came to Aphaete. Xerxes and his land army journeyed through Thessaly and Achaea, and it was 3 days since he had entered Malis. In Thessaly, he made a race for his own horses, wherein he also tried the mettle of the Thessalian horse, having heard that it was the best in Hellas, and the Greek horses were far outpaced. Of the Thessalian rivers, the Onokonus was the only one that could not give water enough for his army's drinking. But in Achaea, even the greatest river there, the Apidanus, gave out all but a sorry remnant. When Xerxes was come to Aulis in Achaea, his guides, desiring to inform him of all they knew, told him the story that is related in that country, concerning the worship of Lamstean Zeus, how Athmas, son of Aeolus, plotted Phoenix's death with Ino, and further, the Achaeans, by an oracle's bidding, compel Phrix's posterity to certain tasks. Namely, they bid the eldest of that family forbear to enter their town hall, which the Achaeans call the people's house, and themselves keep watch there. If he enter, he may not come out, save only to be sacrificed. And further also, how many of those that were to be sacrificed had fled away in fear to another country. But if they returned back at a later day and were taken, they had been brought into the town hall, and the guide showed Xerxes how the man is sacrificed, with fillets covering him all over, and a procession to lead him forth. It is the descendants of Phryxes' son Sisterus who are thus dealt with, because when the Achaeans, by an oracle's bidding, made Athmas, son of Aeolus, a scapegoat for their country, and were about to sacrifice him, this Sistocerus came from Aea in Colchis and delivered him, but thereby brought the god's wrath on his own posterity. Hearing all this, Xerxes, when he came to the temple grove, forbore to enter it himself, and bade all his army to do likewise, holding the house and the precinct of Athmas's descendants alike in reverence. These were Xerxes' doings in Thessaly and Achaea, whence he came into Malice along a gulf of the sea in which the tide ebbs and flows daily. There is a low-lying ground about this gulf, sometimes wide and sometimes very narrow, and about it stand mountains high and inaccessible, enclosing the whole of Malice, called the Rocks of Trachis. Now the first town by the gulf on the way from Achaea is Anticrea, near to which the river Sperchris flows from the country of the Enii and issues into the sea. About 20 furlongs from that river is another named Diras, which is said to have risen from the ground to aid Heracles against the fire that consumed him. And 20 furlongs again from that is another river called the Black River. The town of Trachis is 5 furlongs distant from the Black River. Here is the greatest width in all this region, between the sea and the hills whereon Trachis stands, for the plain is 2,200,000 feet in extent. In the mountains that hem in the Trachinian land, there is a ravine to the south of Trachis, wherethrough flows the river Aesopus past the lower slopes of the mountains. There is another river south of the Aesopus, the Phoenix, a little stream that flows from those mountains into the Aesopus. Near this stream is the narrowest place. There is but the space of a single builded cartway. Thermopylae is 15 furlongs distant from the river Phoenix. Between the river and Thermopylae, there is a village named Antithale, past which the Aesopus flows out into the sea, and there is a wide space about it wherein stands a temple of the Amphictyon Demeter, and seats withal from the Amphictyons, and a temple of Amphictyon himself.
So King Xerxes took up a position at Malice in Trachis, while the Greeks were encamped in the pass at the place whose usual Greek name is Thermopylae, although the local inhabitants and their immediate neighbours call it just Pylae, gates. With the two armies in their respective positions, Xerxes was in control of everywhere from Trachis northwards, and the Greeks were in control of the whole Greek mainland to the south. The Greeks who stood against the Persian king at Thermopylae were as follows. As regards heavy infantry, there were 300 Spartiates, 500 from Teja, and another 500 from Mantinea, 120 from Orchomenos in Arcadia, and 1,000 from the rest of Arcadia. Then there were 400 from Corinth, 200 from Phlius, and 80 from Mycenae. These were the Peloponnesian contingents, and then Boeotia supplied 700 from Thespiae and 400 from Thebes. Further heavy infantry was supplied by the Opuntian Locrians and Phocians. When summoned, the Locrians sent every available man, and the Phocians sent a contingent of 1,000, since the allies sent messengers to them appealing for help. In the message, they claimed that they were no more than the advance guard of the Greek alliance, and that the rest were expected any day. They added that the sea was being guarded and defended by the Athenians, Aeginetans, and other naval contingents. There's nothing for you to fear, the message went on. After all, it is no god, but a mortal human being who is advancing on Greece. At birth, for every man there is or ever shall be, misfortune is part of the mixture, and the greater the man, the greater the misfortune. The invader is mortal, and therefore, in his case, too, results will fail to live up to his expectations. When they heard this, the Locrians and Phocians sent help to Trachis. Each of these contingents had its own commander, supplied by the respective communities, but the supreme commander and the most impressive man among them was the Lacedaemonian Leonidas, the son of Anaxandridas. From Anaxandridas, he traced his ancestry back to Heracles via Leon, Eurycratidas, Anaxander, Eurycrates, Polydorus, Alcamenes, Teleclus, Archelaus, Hegesilaus, Dorissos, Leobotes, Echestratus, Agis, Eurysthenes, Aristodamus, Aristomachus, Cleodius, and finally Hyllus, who was the son of Heracles. Leonidas had come to rule over Sparta as a result of an unforeseeable situation. Leonidas had no designs on the kingship because he had two older brothers, Cleomenes and Dorius. But when Cleomenes died without a male heir, and Cleomenes died without a male heir, and Dorius was already dead too, having lost his life in Sicily. And so the kingdom devolved on to Leonidas, who was the natural choice because he was the older remaining son. Anaxandridas had another son, Cleombrotus, but he was the youngest, and also because he had married Cleomenes' daughter. So he went to Thermopylae then with the traditional unit of 300 select fighting men, all of whom already had sons. On his way, he also recruited the Thebans I mentioned in the above list, whose commander was Leontiadas, the son of Eurymachus. Leonidas singled these Thebans out and made a particular point of recruiting them because they were strongly suspected of collaborating with the enemy. So he appealed for their help in the war because he wanted to find out whether they would supply men for him to take or whether they would shy away from such open support for the Greek alliance. They did send troops, but in fact their sympathies lay elsewhere. The Spartans sent Leonidas and his men on ahead in the hope that the sight would inspire the rest of the allies to arms and discourage them from joining the ranks of those who were already collaborating with the enemy, as they might if they got the idea that the Spartans were holding back. Later, that is after celebrating the festival of Carnea, which was holding them up, they planned to waste no time in sending every available man to join Leonidas, leaving behind in Sparta only a defensive unit. In fact, the rest of the allies were also planning to do more or less the same. The Olympic festival was happened to coincide with these events, so they all sent only an advance guard because they did not expect the Battle of Thermopylae to be decided so quickly. That was their intention, but meanwhile the Persians drew near the pass, and the thoughts of the terrified Greeks at Thermopylae turned to escape. The Peloponnesians in general were beginning to think that they should return to the Peloponnese and hold the isthmus, but this idea made the Phocians and Locrians furious. So Leonidas voted in favor of their staying where they were, but at the same time sending messengers around the various towns and cities, ordering them to send aid, since there were not enough of them to resist the Persian army. The Greeks were busy trying to decide what to do when Xerxes sent a scout on horseback to see how many men he was up against and what they were doing. While still in Thessaly, he had received a report that a small force led by the Lacedaemonians and the Heraclid Leonidas had assembled at the pass. So the scout approached the Greeks' camp and kept them under close surveillance. But he couldn't see the whole force because some of them were out of sight behind the now repaired wall, where they had taken up defensive positions. Others, however, and it happened at this time to be the Lacedaemonians, were posted outside, where their arms and armour lay in front of the wall, and he was able to take stock of them. He watched them in a variety of occupations, such as exercising naked and combing their hair. This surprised him, but he took careful note of their numbers and then made his way back to Xerxes without meeting any opposition. No one set out after him, and in fact, he met with total indifference. When he got back he gave Xerxes a thorough report on what he had seen. Xerxes listened to what the scout had to say, but he could not understand that in actual fact, the Greeks were getting themselves ready to kill or be killed to the best of their ability. Their behavior struck him as laughable. He sent for Demaratus, the son of Aristone, who had accompanied the expedition, and he asked him about everything in the scout's report, item by item, in an attempt to understand what was going on with the Lacedaemonians. I told you about these men before, Demaratus said, when we were setting out for Greece. You laughed at me then and found my ideas about what would happen in this war absurd. just because I take pride in nothing so much as in trying to be honest to you, my lord. But listen to me now. These men have come to fight us for the pass, and they are getting ready to do just that. It is their custom to do their hair when they are about to risk their lives. But you can rest assured that if you defeat these men and the force that awaits you in Sparta, there is no other race on earth which will take up arms and stand up to you, my lord, because you are now up against the noblest and most royal city in Greece, the bravest men. Xerxes found what he was saying completely unbelievable and asked him again how such a small body of men was going to resist his army. My lord, Demaratus replied, if things do not turn out as I say, you can treat me as you would any other liar.
But still, Xerxes was unconvinced. For 4 days, Xerxes waited in constant expectation that the Greeks would make good their escape. Then, on the 5th, when still they had made no move and their continued presence seemed mere impudent and reckless folly, he was seized with rage and sent forward the Medes and the Kissians with orders to take them alive and bring them into his presence. The Medes charged, and in the struggle which ensued, many fell, but others took their places, and in spite of terrible losses, refused to be beaten off. They made it plain enough to anyone, and not least to the king himself, that he had in his army many men indeed, but few soldiers. All day the battle continued. The Medes, after their rough handling, were at length withdrawn, and their place was taken by Hydarnes and his picked Persian troops, the king's immortals, who advanced to the attack in full confidence of bringing the business to a quick and easy end. But once engaged, they were no more successful than the Medes had been. All went on as before, the two armies fighting in a confined space, the Persians using shorter spears than the Greeks and having no advantage from their numbers. On the Spartan side, it was a memorable fight. They were men who understood war, pitted against an inexperienced enemy, and among the feints they employed was to turn their backs in a body and pretend to be retreating in confusion, whereupon the enemy would pursue them with a great clatter and roar. But the Spartans, just as the Persians were on them, would wheel and face them and inflict in the new struggle innumerable casualties. The Spartans had their losses too, but not many. At last the Persians, finding that their assaults upon the pass, whether by divisions or by any other way they could think of, were all useless, broke off the engagement and withdrew. Xerxes was watching the battle from where he sat, and it is said that in the course of the attacks, 3 times, in terror for his army, he leapt to his feet. Next day, the fighting began again, but with no better success for the Persians, who renewed their onslaught in the hope that the Greeks, being so few in number, might be badly enough disabled by wounds to prevent further resistance. But the Greeks never slackened. Their troops were ordered in divisions, corresponding to the states from which they came, and each division took its turn in the line except the Phocian, which had been posted to guard the track over the mountains. So when the Persians found that things were no better for them than on the previous day, they once again withdrew. How to deal with the situation, Xerxes had no idea. But just then, a man from Malis, Ephialtes, the son of Eurydamas, came, in hope of a rich reward, to tell the king about the track which led over the hills to Thermopylae, and thus he was to prove the death of the Greeks who held the pass. Later on, Ephialtes, in fear of the Spartans, fled to Thessaly, and in his absence a price was put upon his head by the Amphictyons assembled at Pylae. Sometime afterwards he returned to Antikyra, where he was killed by Athenides of Trachis. Athenides killed him not for his treachery, but for another reason, which I will explain further on. But the Spartans honored him nonetheless on that account. According to another story, it was Onetes, the son of Phanagoras of Charistus, and Corydalus of Antikyra, who spoke to Xerxes and showed the Persians the way around by the mountain track. This is entirely unconvincing. My first criterion being the fact that the Amphictyons, presumably after careful inquiry, set a price not upon Onates and Corydalus, but upon Ephialtes of Trachis. And my second, that there is no doubt that the accusation of treachery was the reason for Ephialtes' flight. Certainly Onates, even though he was not a native of Mallus, might have known about the track if he had spent much time in the neighborhood. But it was Ephialtes and no one else who showed the Persians the way, and I put his name on record as the guilty one. Xerxes found Ephialtes' offer most satisfactory. He was delighted with it, and promptly sent off Hydarnes with the troops under his command. They left camp about the time the lamps are lit. The track was originally discovered by the Malians of the neighborhood. They afterwards used it to help the Thessalians, taking them over it to attack Phocis at the time when the Phocians were protected from invasion by the wall which they had built across the pass. So long, then, have its sinister uses been known to the Malians. The track begins at the Esopus, the stream which flows through the narrow gorge, and running along the ridge of the mountain, which, like the track itself, is called Enopeia, ends at Alpinos, the first Logrian settlement as one comes from Mallus, near the rock known as Black Buttock Stone and the seats of the Cercopes. Just here is the narrowest part of the pass. This, then, was the mountain track which the Persians took after crossing the Esopus. They marched throughout the night with the mountains of Oeta on their right hand and those of Trachis on their left. By early dawn, they were at the summit of the ridge, near the spot where the Phocians, as I mentioned before, stood on guard with 1,000 men to watch the track and protect their country. The Phocians had volunteered for this service to Leonidas, the lower road being held as already described. The ascent of the Persians had been concealed by the oak woods which cover all these hills, and it was only when they were up that the Phocians became aware of their approach, where there was no wind, and the marching feet made a loud swishing and rustling in the fallen leaves. Leaping to their feet, the Phocians were in the act of arming themselves when the enemy was upon them. The Persians were surprised at the sight of troops preparing to resist. They had expected no opposition. Yet here was a body of men barring their way. Hydarnes asked Ephialtes who they were, for his first fearful thought was that they might be Spartans. But on learning the truth, he prepared to engage them. The Persian arrows flew thick and fast, and the Phocians, supposing themselves to be the main object of the attack, hurriedly withdrew to the highest point of the mountain, where they made ready to face destruction. But the Persians, with Ephialtes and Hydarnes, paid no further attention to them, but passed on along the descending track with all possible speed.
The Greeks at Thermopylae were warned first by Megistus, the seer, who, having examined the offerings, advised them of the death that awaited them in the morning, and presently came deserters. While it was yet night, with news of the circuit made by the Persians, which was lastly brought also by the watchers running down from the heights when day was now dawning. Thereopon the Greeks held a council, and their opinions were divided, some advising that they should not leave their post, some being contrariwise-minded, and presently they parted asunder, these taking their departure and dispersing each to their own cities, and those resolving to remain where they were with Leonidas. It is said indeed that Leonidas himself sent them away, desiring in his care for them to save their lives, but deeming it unseemly for himself and the Spartans to desert that post which they had first come to defend. But to this opinion I the rather incline, that it was that when Leonidas perceived the allies to be faint of heart and not willing to run all risks with him, he bade them go their ways, departure being for himself not honourable. If he remained, he would leave a name of great renown, and the prosperity of Sparta would not be blotted out. For when the Spartans inquired of the oracle concerning this war, at its very first beginning, the Pythian priestess had prophesied to them that either Lacomenon should be destroyed of the foreigners, or its king should perish. Which answer was given in these hexameter verses. Fated is it for you, ye dwellers in the wide Sparta, either your city must fall, that is now mighty and famous, wasted by Persian men, or the border of fair Lacomenon. Mourn for a king that is dead, from Heracles' line descended. Yea, for the foe thou last nor bulls nor lions can conquer. Mighty he cometh as Zeus, and shall not be stayed in his coming. One of the two will he take, and rend his quarry asunder. Of this is my belief. Leonidas bethought himself and desired that the Spartans alone should have the glory. Wherefore he chose rather to send the allies away, that the departure of those who went should be the unseemly outcome of divided counsels. In which matter I hold it for one of my strongest proofs that Megestus, the Arcanian, reputed a descendant of Melampus, who advised the Greeks from the offerings of what should befall them, was past all doubt bidden by Leonidas to depart, lest he should perish with the rest. Yet through thus bidden, Megestas himself would not go. He had an only son in the army, and him he sent away instead. So those of the allies who were bidden to go went their ways in obedience to Leonidas, and the Thespians and Thebans alone stayed by the Lacedaemonians. The Thebans indeed against their will and desire, and kept thereby Leonidas as hostages, but the Thespians remained with great goodwill. They refused to depart and leave Leonidas and his comrades, but remained there and died with him. Their general, Demophilus, son of Diamedromes.
Xerxes de epe helio anatelontos pandos epoesato. Episkon chronon exagores cum malesta pletoren prosodon epoeato. Caigar epestato ex epialtheo puto. Apogar to horios he catabasis sun tomotere te esti cae brachiteras hocoros polon e per he periodos te cae anabasis. Hoi te de barbara hoi amphixerxen procesan, kai hoi amphi Leoniden Elenes ostein epitanato exodon, poi eumenoi hede polo malon he arcas, ep ex eison esto eruteron to alkenos. Tomen gar eruma to tekios epulasetant. Hoi deana tas proteras Himeras, upexiontes estas denopero emachanto, tota de sumiscontas exoton stenon epiton, plethe poloiton barbaron. Opis the gar hoi egemones ton teleon econtas mastingas, rapis don panta andra, ae esto proso epotrunontes. Poloi mende es epipton auton estin dalasan kai diepteronto polo de tipleunas catapateonto zoi upalelon hende logos udes tu apolumenu ategar epistamenoi ton melantos visi esestai thaneton ekton periion tonto oros ape decnuto Romis hoson econ megiston estu barbarus para creomenoi te kai ateontes. Dorata mennun toisi pleosi auton tenicauta hede etucane kata egata hoide tosi zifesi di ergazdanto to pertus persas. Kai Leonides te en tuta to pono pipte, aner genomenos aristos, kai heteroi metatu onomastoi, Sparti e teon. Ton ego hos andron axion, genomenon e puthomen ta unameta, e puthomen de kai hapantonton tie kosion. Kai de perseon piptusian tata alate puloi kai onomastoi, ende de kai dareo dio paides abrucomes te kai hiperantes, ectes artaneo, tigatras pratagunes gegonotes dareo. O de artanes dareo mentu basileos en adelpheos, hus taspios de tu arsameos pais, hos kai ectidus ten tigatera dareo, ton oikon panta ton heauto, epedoca hos munes hoi euses tautes technu. Xerxeo tede vio adapeoi en tauta pitusi macomenoi, kai hyperto necro tu Leonideo perseante kai lacae daimonion othismos egenito polos. Esho tuton te arete Hellenes hupex eruson kai etrepson totos enantios tetrakis. Tuto de sunesteke en mecri hu hoi epiaute per genanto hoste tutos eken eputhanto ho Hellenes entutan ede eter oi uto to nekos estegartos tenon tes hodu anakoreon ho piso kai paramepsamenoi to tekos eltontes hixanto epi ton kolonon pantes halees hoi aloi plen tebaion. Ho de colonos esti ente osodo, hocu no, ho litinos leon estike epi leonide. En tutos feasto coru, aloxomenus mecairesi toisia, ton etuncanon eti per usai, kai kersi, kai stomasi, catecuson hoi barbaroi balontes. Hoi men exananties epispomenoi kai to erumatoi tekios suncosantes. Hoi de peri eltantes pantutan peristadon.
For all the courage of the Lacedaemonians and Thespians, a Spartiate called Dionysius is said to have proved himself the bravest. Before battle was joined, they say that someone from Trachis warned him how many Persians there were by saying that when they fired their bows, they hid the sun with a mass of arrows. Dionysius, so the story goes, was so dismissive of the Persian numbers that he calmly replied, "All to the good, my friend from Trachis. If the Persians hide the sun, the battle will be in the shade rather than sunlight." This is a typical example of the quips for which Dionysius of Lacedaemon is remembered. The next bravest Lacedaemonians after Dionysius are said to have been two brothers, Alpheus and Maron, sons of Orsifantus. The most distinguished thespian was a man called Dithyrambius, the son of Harmatides. They were buried on the spot where they fell, and a memorial has been set up there to them and to those who died earlier in the battle, before Leonidas sent some of the Greeks away. The inscription on the memorial reads, "Here once were 3 million of the foe, opposed by 4,000 from the Peloponnese. Apart from this general inscription, the Spartiates have their own separate one. Stranger, tell the people of Lacedaemon that we who lie here obeyed their commands. And there's one for the diviner as well. This is the memorial of famed Megistius, cut down when the Persians crossed the Spercheius, a seer who clearly saw the approach of his doom, but could not stand to leave the leader of Sparta. The Amphictyons commissioned these epigrams and pillars in honor of the dead, with the exception of the one for Megistius the seer, which Simonides, the son of Leoprepes, wrote because they were guest friends.
Herodotus, Book 7, 229 to 232. But of two of the 300, Herodotus and Aristodemus, it is said, though it is possible for both of them to have come to an agreement, either to be saved together and return to Sparta, since they had been let go from the camp by Leonidas and were lying sick at Alpini with an extreme eye problem, or, if they didn't want to return, to die along with the rest. Though it is possible for them to do either of these things, they were not willing to agree. But being divided in opinion, Herodotus, when he learned of the Persian circuit, demanded his armor, put it on, and ordered his helot to lead him to those fighting. And just so, the helot led him, and then fled, while Herodotus rushed into the crowd and was killed. But Aristodemus, with his spirit leaving him, was left behind. Now, if either Aristodemus alone had suffered many pains and returned to Sparta, or if there was a rescue for both of them, it seems to me that the Spartans would not have imposed any wrath on them. But as it was, it is said that when one of them was dead and the other held on to the same motive and was not willing to die, they were compelled to be greatly wrathful with Aristodemus. Some then say it was thus, with such a motive, that Aristodemus came safe back to Sparta. According to others, he had been sent on a message from the camp, and, though it is possible for him to seize the battle while it was still in progress, he was not willing, but waiting around on the road, he survived, while his fellow messenger arrived back to the battle and died. When Aristodemus returned to Lacedaemon, he was abused and dishonored. He suffered dishonor in the following way. No Spartan would light for him fire, none speak with him, and they held him in abuse, calling him the runaway. But he made good on all this, on the whole charge that was brought against him in the battle at Plataea. And it is said that another of the 300 survived, because he was sent as a messenger to Thessaly. His name was Pantites. When this man returned to Sparta, he was dishonored and hanged himself.
The Thebans, under Leonidas' command, fought for a while alongside the Greeks against the Persian forces because they had no choice in the matter. However, as soon as they saw that the Persians were gaining the upper hand, they seized the opportunity afforded by Leonidas and the rest of the Greeks charging off to the hill to part company with the others. Then they held out their hands in surrender and approached the Persians. They explained, and this was nothing but the truth, that they had collaborated with the Persians and had been among the first to give the king earth and water, but had then been forced to come to Thermopylae. They could not then be held responsible for any setbacks the king had incurred. The Thessalians verified the truth of what they were saying, and so the Thebans were spared. However, things did not go perfectly for them. Some of them were killed as they were approaching the Persian lines, and at Xerxes' orders, quite a large number of them, beginning with their commander Leontiadus, were branded with the king's mark. This was that Leontiadus, whose son Eurymachus, many years later, was murdered by the Plataeans after he and the 400 Thebans under his command had captured their city.
Hello, we are just setting up the next reader. We appreciate your patience. Thank you. While our next reader is preparing, I'm just going to continue the reading. And she will cut in at some point. That then is how the Greeks fought at Thermopylae. Later, Xerxes sent for Demaratus and began saying, "You are a good man, Demaratus. I can tell from your truthfulness. Everything has happened just as you said it would." Then Xerxes asked, "But tell me now, how many more Lacedaemonians are there? And how many of them fight like this? Or is it all of them?" "There are many Lacedaemonians, your majesty," he said, "and they live in many towns. But I will tell you what you really want to know. There is a city in Lacedaemon, Sparta, with 8,000 men in it, all of whom are just like the men who fought here. The neighboring Lacedaemonians are not equal to these, though they are brave." Then Xerxes said, "How, Demaratus, can I subdue these people with the least amount of trouble? Come, tell me. You used to be their king. You know how they think." "Your Majesty," said Demaratus, "since you ask for my help, I will give you the best I have. Let's say you send 300 of your ships to Laconia. There is an island off the coast called Cythera, and Chilon, the wisest man we ever had, said that it would be much better for the Spartans if that island were under the sea rather than above it, because he always expected that the kind of thing I'm going to advise would come from there. Not that he foresaw your expedition, but he feared a hostile army there all the same. If you capture and make sorties from this island, you will strike terror into the Lacedaemonians. If they have their own war close to home, you needn't fear they will come to the rescue of the rest of Greece as you conquer it with your infantry. And once the rest of Greece is enslaved, Laconia will be left isolated and weak. If you don't do this, here is what you can expect. There is a narrow isthmus in the Peloponnese. There, with every inhabitant of the Peloponnese bound by the most solemn oaths to resist you, you will meet with far fiercer battles than you have had so far. If you do as I advise, though, that isthmus and the towns of the Peloponnese will surrender without a fight." Christie.
Next spoke Artemisium, Xerxes' brother and admirer of the fleet. It chanced that he was present during their conversation, and he feared that Xerxes would be persuaded to follow Demaratus' counsel. "O king," he said, "I see that you are listening to a man who is jealous of your good fortune, or is perhaps even a traitor to your cause. These are the ways that are dear to the heart of all Greeks. They are jealous of success and they hate power. No, if after the recent calamity, which has wrecked 400 of your ships, you send away 300 more from your fleet to sail around the Peloponnese, your enemies will be enough to do battle with you. While your fleet is united, however, it is invincible, and your enemies will not be so many as to be enough to fight. Moreover, all your navy will be a help to your army, and your army to your navy, both moving together. If you separate some of your fleet from yourself, you'll be of no use to them, nor they to you. My counsel is rather that you make your own plans well, and take no account of the business of your adversaries, what battlefields they choose, what they do, and how many they are. They are able enough to think for themselves, and we similarly for ourselves. And for the Lacedaemonians, if they meet the Persians in the field, they will in no way repair their most recent losses." Achaemenides, Xerxes said, "I think that you speak well, and I will do as you counsel. Despite the fact that your advice is better than his, Demaratus does say what he's supposed to be the most serviceable to me. For assuredly, I will never believe that he is no friend to my cause. I will believe this of him, because all of that he has already said, and by what is the truth, namely, that if one citizen prospers, another citizen is jealous of him and shows his enmity by silence, and no one, except if he has attained the height of excellence, and such are seldom seen. If his own townsman asks for counsel, he will give him what he thinks to be the best advice. If one stranger prospers, however, another stranger is beyond all men, his well wishes and will. And if he's asked, impart to him the best counsel he has. It is for this reason that I bid you all to refrain from maligning the Marathas, seeing that he is a stranger and a friend.
Na dit onderhoud liep Xerxes op en neer tussen de lijken. Zo kwam hij ook bij de dode Leonidas. Toen hem werd verteld dat dit de man was die als koning van Sparta de strijdmachten had aangevoerd, liet Xerxes zijn hoofd afhakken en op een paal steken. Voor mij is dit een van de meest overtuigende bewijzen dat koning Xerxes Leonidas, zolang hij leefde, dieper heeft gehaat dan wie ook. Anders zou hij diens lijk nooit zo hebben geschonden. Doorgaans tonen de Perzen namelijk juist meer dan elk ander volk respect voor dappere tegenstanders. Hoe dan ook, dit bevel van Xerxes werd uitgevoerd. Ik heb daar net iets over geslagen en kom daar nu op terug. Zoals ik een tijd eerder zei, was het nieuws van Xerxes' expeditie tegen Griekenland het eerst tot de Spartanen doorgedrongen, die direct hierna boden naar Delphi hebben gestuurd en daar antwoord hebben gekregen. De manier waarop ze van dit nieuws op de hoogte werden gesteld, was wel heel bijzonder. Ik licht het even toe. Het was te verwachten dat Aristons zoon Demaratus, die als balling in Perzië leeft, zijn stadgenoten geen goed hart toedroeg. Dat zou alleen maar heel logisch zijn geweest. Daarom is het moeilijk om uit te maken of hij datgene wat ik nu ga vertellen uit sympathie dan wel uit leedvermaak heeft gedaan. In elk geval heeft Demaratus, zodra hij in Susa de lucht kreeg van Xerxes' invasieplannen, zich geroepen gevoeld zijn vaderstad hiervan in kennis te stellen. Hij kon natuurlijk niet het risico nemen tegen de lamp te lopen en moest daarom een truc bedenken om dit op een uitzonderlijke manier aan hen door te geven. Dat is hem gelukt. Hoor maar. Hij nam een schrijftafeltje, schraapte daarvan de was weg, kraste in het hout daaronder het koninklijke besluit en bestreek de letters weer met was. Een blanco tafeltje zou volgens hem nooit de argwaan van de grenswachters wekken. En zo was het ook, want de Spartanen kregen het ding in handen. Maar ze hadden geen idee wat ze ermee aan moesten, totdat Cleomenes' dochter Gorgo, die met Leonidas was getrouwd, de oplossing aan de hand deed. Ik hoorde namelijk vertellen dat deze vrouw tegen de anderen heeft gezegd dat ze maar eens de was eraf moesten krabben, omdat er vast iets onder geschreven was. Zo gezegd, zo gedaan. De boodschap werd ontdekt en gelezen. Daarna werden de andere Grieken op de hoogte gebracht. En zo zou het allemaal zijn gegaan.
Eight. These are the Hellenes who were assigned to the fleet. The Athenians provided 127 ships, to which the Plataeans contributed men, serving eagerly and valorously despite their inexperience at sea. The Corinthians supplied 40 ships, and the Megarians 20. The Chalcidians manned 20 ships that the Athenians provided to them. The Aeginetans furnished 18. The Sicyonians 12. The Lacedaemonians 10. And the Epidaurians 8. The Eretrians 7. The Troezenians 5. The Styrians 2. And the Chians 2 ships and 2 pentaconters. The Opuntian Locrians also came to help, adding 7 pentaconters to the fleet. Those were the forces serving at Artemisium, and I have listed them in the order of the number of ships each provided. The total number of ships gathered at Artemisium was 271, not counting the Pentaconters. The Spartans provided the commander who had supreme authority over them all, Eurybiades, son of Euryclides. For the allies had refused to follow Athenian leaders and had asserted that unless a Laconian led them, they would call off the anticipated assembly of their armed forces. In fact, at the very beginning, even before they had sent envoys to Sicily to seek an alliance, there had been talk that the Athenians should be placed in charge of the fleet. But the allies resisted this proposal, and the Athenians yielded to them because they considered the survival of Hellas of paramount importance. And they knew that if they quarreled over the leadership, Hellas would be destroyed. And they were indeed quite right in this. For compared to a united war effort, internal quarrels are as bad as war itself as when compared to peace. And so, because they were well aware of this, they yielded and did not resist. But they did so only for as long as they really needed the allies, as they later demonstrated. For after the Persian had been repulsed, when they were fighting over his lands, they took the leadership from the Lacedaemonians, their pretext being the arrogance of Pausanias. But of course, all this happened later. At this time, the Hellenes who had come to Artemisium saw the many ships that had put in at Aphetai, and the whole place packed full of troops. And since the current condition of the barbarians was quite contrary to their expectations, they grew frightened and deliberated about fleeing from Artemisium back toward mainland Hellas. When the Euboeans realized what was being planned, they petitioned Eurybiades to wait for a little while until they could rescue their children and the other members of their households. But when they were unable to persuade him to wait, they changed their tactics and offered Themistocles, the commander of the Athenians, a bribe of 30 talents to make the Hellenes remain there and fight a sea battle in defense of Euboea. Themistocles managed to prevent the Hellenes from leaving by giving over 5 talents of his bribe to Eurybiades, pretending that he was giving it out of his own funds. And after he had thus persuaded Eurybiades, the only remaining commander who put up a struggle was Adamantus, son of Achatus, the commander of the Corinthian ships, who asserted that he would refuse to stay there and was going to sail away from Artemisium. Themistocles said to him and swore it on an oath, "Surely you will not leave us, since I shall give you a gift more generous than that which the king of the Medes would send you if you deserted the allies." And without a moment's delay, he sent 3 talents of silver to the ship of Adamantus. These men were both overwhelmed by the bribes and were thus persuaded, which pleased the Euboeans, while Themistocles made a good profit for himself, keeping the rest of the money without anyone's knowing. For those who had received a share of this money were convinced that it had come from Athens for this very purpose.
These were the circumstances which led to the Greeks engaging the Persians on the Euboean coast, and I will now describe the battle itself. The Persians reached Aphetai early in the afternoon and saw for themselves what they had previously heard reported, namely that a small Greek force was concentrated at Artemisium. At once they were eager to engage, in the hope of capturing the Greek ships. It did not, however, seem advisable to advance, in the first instance, openly to the attack, for the Greeks, seeing them coming, might try to escape, and then, when darkness overtook them, they would be sure to get clear away. This would not do, as the Persians were determined that not even a fire signaller, as they put it, must be allowed to escape alive. Laying their plans accordingly, they detached a squadron of 200 ships with orders to sail outside Skiathus in order to escape enemy observation, and then to turn southward round Euboea and into the Euripus by way of Caphareus and Geraestus. In this way, they hoped to catch the Greeks in a trap, one squadron taking them in the rear and blocking their retreat, the rest of the fleet pressing upon them from in front. With this purpose in view, the 200 ships were dispatched, while the main body waited, for they did not intend to attack on that day, or until they knew by signal that the squadron coming up the Euripus had arrived. Meanwhile, a review of the main fleet was held at Aphetai, and while it was going on, the following event occurred. Serving with the Persian force, there was a man named Scilias, a native of Scione and the most accomplished diver of his day, who, after the wreck of the Persian ships at Pelion, had saved a great deal of valuable property for his masters, besides getting a good deal for himself. This man had apparently been thinking for some time past of deserting to the Greeks, but no opportunity had occurred until then. I cannot say for certain how it was that he managed to reach the Greeks, and I am amazed if what is said is true, for, according to this, he dived underwater at Aphetai and did not come up until he reached Artemisium, a distance of about 10 miles. There are other somewhat tall stories besides this told about Scilias, and also a few true ones. As to the one I have just related, my personal opinion is that he came to Artemisium in a boat. In any case, come he did, and on his arrival he lost no time in giving an account to the great commanders of all the circumstances of the disaster to the Persian fleet in the storm, and also told them about the squadron which was on its way round Euboea. The Greek commanders at once proceeded to discuss the situation which this piece of intelligence produced, and after a long debate, it was decided to stay where they were until after midnight, and then put to sea to meet the Persians who were coming up the Euripus. However, as time went on and they met with no opposition, they waited till the evening of the following day and then attacked the main enemy fleet, with the intention of testing Persian seamanship and tactics. When the officers and men of Xerxes' fleet saw the Greeks moving to the attack with such a small force, they thought they were mad and at once got underway themselves, in confident expectation of making an easy capture. Nor indeed was the expectation unreasonable, in view of the disparity in numbers, the Greek ships being few, and their own many times as numerous as well as faster. Thus assured of their superiority, they developed a movement to surround the enemy. Those of the Ionians who had been forced to serve with the Persian fleet in spite of their real sympathy with the Greek cause were much distressed at the sight of the gradual encirclement of the Greeks, and convinced, in view of their apparent weakness, that not a man amongst them would escape alive. Those, on the other hand, who welcomed the situation entered into competition with each other to be the first to win a reward from Xerxes for the capture of an Athenian ship. For throughout the Persian fleet, it was the Athenians who were most talked of. At the first signal for action, the Greek squadron formed into a close circle, bows outward, sterns to the centre. Then, at the second signal, with little room to manoeuvre and lying as they were bows on to the enemy, they set to work and succeeded in capturing 30 Persian ships. Amongst the prisoners was Phileon, the son of Xerxes and brother of Gorgas, the king of Salamis, and a person of repute in the enemy force. The first Greek to take a prize was the Athenian Lycomedes, son of Aeschrius. He was decorated for valor after the battle. After this success, when darkness put an end to the fighting, the Greeks returned to Artemisium, and the Persians, who had had a considerable shock, to Aphetai.
The only Greek in the Persian force to desert and join his countrymen during the action was Antidorus, the Lemnian. The Athenians afterwards showed their appreciation by giving him a grant of land in Salamis.
Hi, can I start? אוקיי. כשירד הלילה ירדו מטרות חזקים והתחוללה סערת ברקים חזקה במשך כל הלילה מכיוון הר פליון, אף על פי שהיה זה באמצע הקיץ. הגופות ושברי האוניות נסחפו לאפתאי, נערמו מסביב לחרטומי האוניות ופגעו בלהבי המשטים. החיילים ששמעו זאת נתפסו פחד כי חששו מפני אבדון, אחרי שהתרחש עליהם אסון כזה, שכלפני שהתאוששו מאובדן האוניות ומהסערה של ליד פליון, התרחש קרב ימי קשה, ואחריו המטרות הכבדים, רוחות חזקות שנשבו על הים ורעמים חזקים. כך עבר הלילה על אלה, אבל לאלה שנצטוו לשוט מסביב לאובויה, היה אותו הלילה גרוע בהרבה, מפני שהוא ירד אליהם בשתם בים הפתוח, ובסופם היה רב המר. הסערה והגשם ירדו עליהם בהיותם ליד צוקי אובויה, והם נסחפו ברוח מבלי לדעת לאן ונזרקו על הצוקים. כל זאת נעשה בידי האל כדי שהצי הפרסי ישתווה ליווני ולא יעלה עליו בהרבה. אלה עבדו אפוא ליד צוקי אובויה, ואילו הברברים שבאפתאי, שזרח היום לשמחתם, החזיקו את עניותיהם מוגנות והיו שבעי רצון במצבה מרה לשבת בשלווה בינתיים. לעזרת היוונים הגיעו 53 טריארות מאתונה. הופעתן עודדה אותם, וכך גם הידיעה שהגיעה, שכל הברברים ששטו מסביב לאובויה מצאו את מותם בסערה. היוונים חיכו אפוא, והפליגו באותה שעה כמו ביום הקודם, והתנפלו על האוניות הקיליקיות. אחרי שהשמידו אותן, חזרו עם בו הלילה לארטמיסיון. ביום השלישי התרעמו מצביעי הברברים, על כך שהאוניות כה מעטות הזיקו להם, והם גם חששו מתגובת חרקסס, ולכן לא ידעו עד שהיוונים יזמו קרב, אלא התכוננו ולקראת הצהריים יצאו לים. כך קרה שהתנגשויות הימיות האלה וקרבות היבשה שבתרמופילאי התנהלו באותם הימים. כל מאמץ הקרב של הצי התרכז בהגנה על אוריפוס, כפי שמאמצי אנשיו של לאונידס התרכזו בהגנה על המעבר. אלה התעוררו למנוע מהברברים את המעבר ליוון, ואלה להשמיד את הכוח היווני ולהשתלט על המיצר. כשהתקרב מערך האוניות של חרקסס, נשארו היוונים בעמדתם ליד ארטמיסיון. הברברים ערכו את אוניותיהם במתכונת צהרון, כדי לחתר את היוונים. אז הגיחו היוונים נגדם ותקפו. בקרב זה השתוו אלה לאלה, כי גודלו של צי חרקסס ומספר אוניותיו היו בעוכריו. סדר האוניות התערער והן עלו זו על זו. בכל זאת החזיק הצי מעמד ולא נסוג, כי הייתה זו בושה בעיניהם לברוח מפני אוניות מעטות. ואכן עבדו אוניות יווניות רבות וחיילים רבים, אבל עוד יותר אוניות וחיילים של הברברים. אחרי לחימה זו נפרדו, כל צד במקומו. מבין חיילי חרקסס הצטיינו בקרב זה המצרים. בין מעשי גבורה אחרים הם גם לכדו 5 אוניות יווניות על צוותיהן. מבין היוונים הצטיינו ביום זה האתונאים, וביניהם קליניאס בן אלקיביאדס, שבמסע הזה מימן מכספו 200 חיילים והחזיק אונייה על חשבונו. אחרי שנפרדו, חזרו שני הציים בשמחה למעגניהם. כשהיוונים נסוגו ויצאו מהקרב הימי, הם נשאו עמם את החללים ואת שברי האוניות. אבל עבודותיהם היו רבות, ובמיוחד אלה של האתונאים, שמחצית אוניותיהם ניזוקו. לכן החליטו על נסיגה לתוך יוון. תמיסטוקלס הבין שאם הצליח לנתק את שבטי האיונים והקארים מהצבא הברברי, יהיה בכוח היוונים להתגבר על כל השאר. לכן, בזמן שהאובואים העבירו את עדריהם לחוף הים, אסף את המצביעים ואמר להם שיש לו תחבולה, שבעזרתה הוא מקווה להמריד נגד המלך את הטובים שבבעלי בריתו. הוא גילה להם רק זאת, אך הוסיף שבמצב הקיים עליהם לפעול כך. כל אחד ישחט מעדרי האובואים כמה שירצה, כי מוטב שהבהמות יעילו לצבא שלהם מאשר לאויבים. הוא גם יעץ להם להורות לאנשיהם להדליק מדורות. הוא עצמו ידאג לקבוע את שעת הנסיגה, כך שהגיעו ליוון ללא פגע. עצות אלה נתקבלו על דעתם. מיד הדליקו את המדורות ופנו אל הבהמות. האובואים התעלמו מנבואת בקיס כאילו הייתה אמירה חסרת פשר. לא פינו כלום מרכושם, לא דאגו למלאי לקראת מלחמה עתידה, והביאו את מצבם הרע על עצמם. וזה נוסח נבואת בקיס בעניינה. ייזהר, כשהדובר ברברי התמותח את עול חוטי הפרפירוס מעל הים, זה הזמן להוציא את העזים הפועות מאובויה. מכיוון שלא שמו לב לדברים אלה, לא במצבם אז ולא לקראת העתיד, היה עליהם עתה לסבול צרות צרורות. תוך כדי כך הופיע צופה מטרחס. בארטמיסיון הוצב צופה, פוליאס איש אנטיקרה, שתפקידו היה להודיע לאלה שבתרמופילאי אם הצי יהיה בצרה. לשם כך עמדה חן סירת השוטים. באותו אופן היה הברוניקוס בן ליסיקלס, מאתונה במחנהו של ליאונידס, מוכן להודיע לנמצאים בארטמיסיון אם יקרה דבר לחיל הרגלים, ולרשותו עמד טריוקונטרוס. הברוניקוס זה הופיע אפוא, ובישר להם על קורות ליאונידס וצבאו. כששמעו זאת, לא דחו עוד את הנסיגה, ויצאו לדרך בסדר שנערכו בו, ראשונים הקורינטים ואחרונים האתונאים. תמיסטוקלס בחר מבין אוניות האתונאים את הטובות ביותר לשייט, ניגש אל מקום מי השתייה, וחרד באבנים מילים כדי שהאיונים יקראו למחרת בברם לארטמיסיון. וזה מה שכתב. אנשי איוניה, אינכם נוהגים בצדק כאשר אתם יוצאים נגד אבותיכם ומשעבדים את יוון. הטוב ביותר הוא שתהיו לצידנו. אך אם אינכם יכולים לעשות זאת, לפחות אל תילחמו בנו ובקשו מהקרים לעשות אותו דבר. אם שום דבר מאלה אינו אפשרי, ואם הלחץ עליכם גדול מכדי שתערקו, אנא כשניפגש בקרב, הילחמו בכוונה מתוך הסתייגות. זכרו שאתם צאצאינו, ושאתם המקור לאיבת הברברי כלפינו. תמיסטוקלס כתב את הדברים האלה לדעתי מתוך שתי תובנות. או שהדברים לא יגיעו לידיעת המלך, והאיונים יערקו ויעברו לצד היוונים, או אם הכתוב יימסר למלך בכוונה להלשין, המלך יחשוד באיונים ולא ישתף אותם בקרובות הימים.
Ecco dunque cosa fece scrivere Temistocle. Subito dopo questi avvenimenti arrivò con un'imbarcazione presso i barbari un uomo di Istiea, annunciando che i greci erano fuggiti dall'Artemisio. I barbari, non credendogli, trattennero in custodia il messo e mandarono navi veloci in esplorazione. Quando fu riferito come stavano le cose, appena sorse il sole, tutta la flotta in massa fece vela verso l'Artemisio. Trattenutisi in questa località fino a mezzogiorno, navigarono quindi a Istiea. Come giunsero, occuparono la città degli Istiei e fecero scorrerie in tutti i villaggi costieri dell'Ellopia in territorio istiotide. Mentre erano là, date disposizioni a proposito dei cadaveri, Xerxes mandò alla flotta un araldo. Le disposizioni erano queste: di quanti cadaveri del suo esercito si trovavano alle Thermopylae, erano di fatto 20.000, ne lasciò sul posto circa 1.000 e fece scavare fosse e seppellire i rimanenti. Sopra fece ammassare terra e cospargere foglie, perché la flotta non li vedesse. Come sbarcò a Istiea, radunato tutto l'esercito, l'araldo parlò così: alleati, a chi di voi vuole, il re Xerxes permette di lasciare il suo posto e di venire a vedere come combatte contro quei dissennati che sperarono di superare la potenza del re. Dopo questo proclama, nulla divenne più scarso delle barche, tanti erano a voler vedere lo spettacolo. Una volta traghettati, stavano a guardare passando in mezzo ai cadaveri. Tutti credevano che i caduti fossero Spartani e Tespiesi, mentre vedevano anche gli Iloti. Tuttavia a quelli scesi a terra non sfuggì ciò che Xerxes aveva fatto dei propri morti, ed era in effetti una cosa ridicola. Da una parte si vedevano 1.000 cadaveri a terra, dall'altra tutti giacevano ammassati, trasportati nello stesso luogo in numero di 4.000. Si dedicarono tutto il giorno allo spettacolo. Il giorno successivo gli uni navigarono verso Istiea, alle navi, mentre quelli con Xerxes si misero in cammino. Arrivarono presso di loro pochi disertori dall'Arcadia, che avevano bisogno di che vivere e voglia di rendersi utili. Conducendoli alla presenza del re, i persiani chiedevano informazioni su cosa facessero i greci. Per tutti li interrogava a questo proposito uno solo. Essi risposero loro che celebravano le feste olimpiche e assistevano a gare ginniche ed ippiche. Quello allora domandò quale fosse il premio della gara. Essi dissero che il premio era una corona d'ulivo. Allora, per aver espresso un'opinione nobilissima, Tritantaicme, figlio di Artabano, ebbe dal re l'accusa di viltà. Quando seppe che il premio era una corona e non ricchezze, non riuscì a stare zitto e disse così davanti a tutti: O Mardonio, contro quali uomini ci portasti a combattere? Uomini che gareggiano non per le ricchezze, ma per il valore.
In the meantime, immediately after the defeat at Thermopylae, the Thessalians sent a herald to the Phocians because they bore an old grudge against them, and still more because of their latest disaster. Now, a few years before the king's expedition, the Thessalians and their allies had invaded Phocis with their whole army, but had been worsted and roughly handled by the Phocians. When the Phocians were besieged on Parnassus, they had with them the diviner Teleas of Elis. Teleas devised a stratagem for them. He covered 600 of the bravest Phocians with gypsum, themselves and their armor, and led them to attack the Thessalians by night, bidding them slay whomever they should see not whitened. The Thessalian sentinels were the first to see these men and to flee for fear, supposing falsely that it was something supernatural. And after the sentinels, the whole army fled as well. The Phocians made themselves masters of 4,000 dead and of their shields, of which they dedicated half at Abai and the rest at Delphi. A tithe of what they won in that fight went to the making of the great statues that stand around the tripod in front of the shrine at Delphi, and there are others like them dedicated at Abai. This is what the besieged Phocians did with the Thessalian foot soldiers. When the Thessalian horsemen rode into their country, the Phocians did them mortal harm. They dug a great pit in the pass near Lampolis and put empty jars inside it. They then covered it with earth till all was like the rest of the ground and awaited the onset of the Thessalians. These rode on, intending to sweep the Phocians before them, and fell in among the jars, whereby their horses' legs were broken. These two deeds had never been forgiven by the Thessalians, and now they sent a herald with this message. Men of Phocis, it is time now that you confess yourselves to be no match for us. We were even formerly preferred to you by the Greeks, as long as we were on their side, and now we bear such influence with the foreigner that it lies in our power to have you deprived of your lands and to have you enslaved. Nevertheless, although we could easily do these things, we bear you no ill will for the past. Pay us 50 talents of silver for what you did, and we promise to turn aside what threatens your land. This was the Thessalians' offer. The Phocians, alone of all that region, would not take the Persian side, and that for no other reason, if I argue correctly, than their hatred of the Thessalians. Had the Thessalians supported the Greek side, then the Phocians would certainly have supported the Persians. They replied to the offer of the Thessalians that they would give no money. It was open to them to do as the Thessalians had done and join the Persians, if for any reason they so wished, but they were not willingly going to betray the cause of Greece.
Quando furono riportati questi discorsi, allora i Tessali adirati con i Focesi divennero per i barbari le guide della marcia. Dalla Trachinia penetrarono nella Doride. Da qui infatti si estende un angusto settore della Doride, largo circa 30 stadi, posto tra la Malide e la Focide e che anticamente era Driopide. Questa regione era la metropoli dei Dori del Peloponneso. I barbari, penetrando nel territorio della Doride, non lo saccheggiarono. Infatti gli abitanti parteggiavano per i Medi e ai Tessali non parve opportuno. Quando però dalla Doride penetrarono nella Focide, non catturarono i Focesi. Alcuni Focesi infatti salirono sulle vette del Parnaso. La cima isolata del Parnaso, sita presso la città di Neone, è adatta ad accogliere molta gente, si chiama Titorea. Vi portarono i loro beni ed essi stessi vi salirono. La maggior parte invece se ne andò presso i Locresi Ozzoli, nella città di Anfissa, situata al di sopra della pianura Crisea. I barbari percorsero tutto il territorio della Focide. Erano i Tessali, infatti, a guidare l'esercito. Incendiarono e saccheggiarono tutto quello che occupavano, appiccando fuoco alle città e ai templi. Procedendo in questa regione lungo il fiume Cefiso devastavano tutto e bruciarono così la città di Drimo e inoltre Caradra, Eroco, Tetronio, Anficea, Neone, Pediea, Tritea, Elatea, Iampoli, Parapotami e Abe, dove c'era un ricco santuario di Apollo, fornito di tesori e di molti doni votivi. C'era allora e c'è ancora un oracolo. Saccheggiarono e dettero alle fiamme anche questo santuario. Inseguirono e catturarono inoltre alcuni focesi presso le montagne e massacrarono alcune donne violentandole in molti. Superata Parapotami, i barbari giunsero a Panopea. A partire da qui il loro esercito, scomponendosi, si divise in 2 gruppi. La parte più consistente e più forte dell'esercito, con lo stesso Xerxes dirigendosi verso Atene, penetrò in Beozia, nella terra degli Orcomeni. Il complesso dei Beoti parteggiava per i Medi e alcuni Macedoni, mandati da Alessandro e distribuiti nelle città, le salvarono con l'intenzione di rendere chiaro a Xerxes che i Beoti parteggiavano per i Medi. Questi barbari dunque si volsero da questa parte, altri invece, accompagnati da guide, si diressero contro il santuario di Delfi, lasciando a destra il Parnaso. Anche costoro devastarono tutte le località della Focide in cui misero piede. Incendiarono la città dei Panopei, quella dei Dauli e quella degli Eolidi. Si muovevano in questa direzione, separati dal resto dell'esercito per il seguente motivo: perché, saccheggiato il santuario di Delfi, ne mostrassero a Xerxes le ricchezze. A quanto so, Xerxes conosceva tutti gli oggetti di pregio del santuario, meglio di quelli che aveva lasciato nelle proprie case, avendone sempre sentito parlare da molti, e soprattutto i doni votivi di Creso, figlio di Aliatte.
Toen de Delphiërs dit vernamen, werden ze doodsbang en raadpleegden ze in grote paniek de god over de heilige voorwerpen. Moesten ze die begraven of ergens anders in veiligheid brengen? De god stond hun niet toe de voorwerpen van hun plaats te halen en verklaarde dat hij zelf in staat was zijn eigendom te beschermen. Bij het horen daarvan maakten de Delphiërs zich zorgen om hun eigen welzijn. Hun kinderen en vrouwen stuurden ze naar de overkant, naar Achaia. Zij zelf gingen voor het grootste deel naar de hoger gelegen delen van de Parnassos en brachten zich daar in veiligheid, in de grot Korkia. Anderen weken uit naar Amphissa en Locris. Zo verlieten alle Delphiërs hun stad, uitgezonderd 60 mannen en de orakelpriester. Toen de Perzen in de buurt kwamen en het heiligdom van een afstand zagen, precies op dat moment zag de priester, die Acheratos heette, voor de tempel wapens liggen, die uit het binnenste van de tempel naar buiten gebracht waren. Heilige voorwerpen die geen mens mag aanraken. Terwijl de priesters naar de Delphiërs die er nog waren toeging om hun het wonderlijke verschijnsel mee te delen, overkwamen de barbaren toen ze hun mars tot bij de tempel van Athene Pronaia snel voortzetten, nog grotere wonderen dan het wonder dat eerder was gebeurd. Zeker, ook dat wekt verbazing, dat oorlogwapens uit zichzelf tevoorschijn komen en buiten de tempel blijken te liggen. Maar wat er daarna nog meer gebeurde is, vergeleken met alle mogelijke andere verschijnselen, toch wel het meest verbazingwekkend van alles. Juist op het moment namelijk dat de barbaren in de buurt van het heiligdom van Athene Pronaia kwamen, vielen er bliksemschichten uit de hemel op hen neer en braken er van de Parnassos 2 rotspunten af, die met enorm geraas op hen neerkwamen en velen van hen verpletterden. Ook klonken er kreten en krijgsgeschreeuw uit de tempel van Pronaia. Omdat al deze verschijnselen zich tegelijkertijd voordeden, waren de barbaren door panische vrees bevangen. Toen de Delphiërs begrepen dat de Perzen op de vlucht waren, kwamen ze uit de bergen op hen af en doodden een groot aantal van hen. De overlevenden vluchtten rechtstreeks naar Beotië. De barbaren die behouden terugkeerden, vertelden volgens mijn inlichtingen dat ze daarbij nog andere goddelijke verschijnselen hadden gezien. 2 bovenmenselijke, grote, zwaar gewapende mannen waren achter hen aangegaan, hadden mensen van hen gedood en waren hen blijven achtervolgen. Deze 2 mannen zijn volgens de Delphiërs plaatselijke heroën, Phylakos en Autonoos. Hun gewijde domeinen bevinden zich in de buurt van de tempel. Dat van Phylakos vlak langs de weg omhoog, boven het heiligdom van Pronaia, dat van Autonoos dicht bij de bron Castania, aan de voet van de top Hyampeia. De stenen die van de Parnassos naar beneden vielen, waren tot in mijn tijd aanwezig en intact. Ze liggen in het domein van Athene Pronaia, waar ze tenslotte neerkwamen toen ze het hele leger van de barbaren waren doorgerold. Dat was de manier waarop deze Perzen zich van de tempel terugtrokken. De vloot van de Grieken voer op aandringen van de Atheners van Artemisium naar Salamis. De Atheners hadden erop aangedrongen dat de vloot koers zou zetten naar Salamis, met de bedoeling zelf hun kinderen en vrouwen uit Attica elders in veiligheid te brengen. en te beraadslagen over de vraag wat ze moesten doen. De bestaande situatie noopte hen ertoe nader overleg te plegen, omdat ze in hun verwachtingen waren teleurgesteld. Ze hadden namelijk gedacht dat ze de Peloponnesiërs met al hun strijdkrachten in Boeotië zouden aantreffen om de vijand op te wachten, maar daar was geen sprake van geweest. Wel vernamen ze dat de Peloponnesiërs bezig waren de isthmus met een muur te versterken en het van het allergrootste belang achten dat de Peloponnesus niet verloren zou gaan en dat ze die onder de controle zouden houden, zodat ze de rest opgaven. Toen ze dat eenmaal hadden vernomen, verzochten de Atheners de Grieken koers te zetten naar Salamis. Alle schepen zetten nu koers naar Salamis. Alleen de Atheners voeren naar hun eigen stad. Na aankomst kondigden ze af dat de Atheners hun kinderen en hun personeel in veiligheid moesten brengen, waar dan ook. Daarop vertrokken de meesten naar Troezen, anderen naar Aegina, weer anderen naar Salamis. Ze maakten haast met de evacuatie, omdat ze het orakel wilden gehoorzamen, maar vooral om de volgende reden. De Atheners zeggen dat er een grote slang als bewaker van de Acropolis in de tempel verblijft. Dat zeggen ze niet alleen, maar ze leggen voor de slang metterdaad een maandelijks offer neer, omdat hij daar volgens hen werkelijk aanwezig is. Dat offer bestaat uit een honingkoek, en die werd tot dusver reeds opgegeten, maar was nu onaangeroerd. Toen de priesteres dit meldde, verlieten de Atheners hun stad veel bereidwilliger, omdat ook de godin naar hun mening de stad had verlaten. Toen ze alles in veiligheid hadden gebracht, voegden ze zich bij de vloot.
When the Greeks from Artemisium had put in at Salamis, the rest of their fleet also heard of it and gathered in from Troezen, the port of which, Pogon, had been named for their place of mustering, and the ships that mustered there were more by far than had fought at Artemisium and came from more cities. The admiral-in-chief was the same as Artemisium, Eurybiades, son of Euryclides, a Spartan, yet not of the royal blood, but it was the Athenians who furnished by far the most and the seaworthiest ships. The Peloponnesians that were with the fleet were, firstly, the Lacedaemonians with 16 ships, the Corinthians with the same number of ships as Artemisium. The Sicyonians furnished 15, the Epidaurians 10, the Troezenians 5, the people of Hermione 3. All these, except the people of Hermione, were of Dorian and Macedonian stock, and had last come from Erineus and Pindus and the Dryopian region. The people of Hermione are Dryopians, driven by Heracles and the Malians from the country now called Doris. These were the Peloponnesians in the fleet. Of those that came from the mainland outside the Peloponnese, the Athenians furnished more ships than any of the rest, namely 180 of their own sending. For the Plataeans did not fight beside the Athenians at Salamis, whereof the reason was that when the Greeks sailed from Artemisium and had arrived off Chalcis, the Plataeans landed on the opposite Boeotian shore and set about conveying their households away. So they were left behind bringing these to safety. The Athenians, while the Pelasgians ruled what is now called Hellas, were Pelasgians, bearing the name of Cranae. In the time of their king Cecrops, they came to be called Cecropidae, and when the kingship fell to Erechtheus, they changed their name and became Athenians. But when Ion, son of Xuthus, was made leader of their armies, they were called after him Ionians. The Megarians furnished the same complement as at Artemisium. The Ambraciots brought 7 ships to the fleet, and the Leucadians, who were of Dorian stock from Corinth, brought 3. Of the islanders, the Aeginetans furnished 30. They had other ships too manned, but they used them to guard their own coasts, and fought at Salamis with the 30 that were most seaworthy. The Aeginetans are Dorians from Epidaurus. Their island was formerly called Oenone. After the Aeginetans came, the Chalcidians with the 20, and the Eretrians with the 7, which had fought at Artemisium. They are Ionians, and next the Caeans, furnishing the same ships as before. They are of Ionian stock from Athens. The Naxians furnished 4 ships. They have been sent by their townsmen to the Persians. Like the rest of the islanders, but they paid no heed to the command and joined themselves to the Greeks, being invited thereto by Democritus, a man of note in their town, who was then captain of a trireme. The Naxians are Ionians of Athenian lineage. The Styrians furnished the same number as at Artemisium, and the Cythnians 1 trireme and a 50-oared bark. Both these peoples are Dryopians. There were also in the fleet men of Seriphos and Siphanos and Melos. these being the only islanders who had not given the foreigner earth and water. All these aforesaid came to the war from countries nearer than Thesprotia and the river Acheron, for Thesprotia marches with the Ampraciots and Leucadians, who came from the lands farthest distant. Of those that dwell farther off than these, the men of Croton alone came to aid Hellas in its peril, and they with one ship, whereof the captain was Phyleus, a victor in the Pythian games. These Crotonians are of Achaean blood. All these furnished triremes for the fleet, save the Melians and Siphnians and Seriphians, who brought 50-oared barks, the Melians, who are of Lacedaemonian stock, 2, and the Siphnians and Seriphians, who are Ionians of Athenian lineage, 1 each. The whole number of the ships, besides the 50-oared barks, was 378.
Janrich, are you in the meeting? No, I did the next one, 45 to 45. Okay. When the leaders from the cities aforenamed met at Salamis, they held a council. Eurybiades laid the matter before them, bidding whosoever would to declare what waters in his judgment were fittest for a sea fight, among all places whereof the Greeks were masters, of Attica they had no more hope. It was among other places that he bade them judge. Then the opinion of most of the speakers tended to the same conclusion, that they should sail to the isthmus and do battle by sea for the safety of the Peloponnese. The reason which they alleged behind this, that if they were defeated in the fight at Salamis, they would be beleaguered in an island, where no help could come to them, but of the isthmus they could win to their own costs. While the Peloponnesian captains held this argument, there came a man of Athens, bringing news that the foreigner was arrived in Attica, and was wasting it all with fire. For the army which followed Xerxes through Boeotia had burnt the town of the Thespians, who had themselves left it and gone to the Peloponnese, and Plataea likewise, and was arrived at Athens, laying waste all the country round. They burnt Thespia and Plataea because they learned from the Thebans that those towns had not taken the Persian part. Now, after the crossing of the Hellespont, whence they began their march, the foreigners had spent 1 month in their passage into Europe, and in 3 more months they arrived in Attica, Calliades being the archon at Athens. There they took the city, then left desolate, but they found in the temple some few Athenians, temple steward and needy men, who defended themselves against the assault by fencing the Acropolis with doors and fogs. These had not withdrawn to Salamis, partly by reason of poverty, and also because they supposed themselves to have found out the meaning of the Delphic oracle, that the wooden wall should be impregnable, and believed that this, and not the ships, was the refuge signified by the prophecy. The Persians sat down on the hill over against the Acropolis, which is called by the Athenians the Hill of Ares, and besieged them by shooting arrows wrapped in lightened tow at the barricade. There the Athenians defended themselves against the besiegers, albeit they were in extremity and their barricade had failed them. Nor would they listen to the terms of surrender proposed to them by the Pisistratids, but defended themselves by counter devices, chiefly by rolling great stones down the foreigners when they assaulted the gates, insomuch that for a long while Xerxes could not take the place, and knew not what to do. But at the last in their quandary the foreigners found an entrance, for the oracle must needs be fulfilled, and all the mainland of Attica he made subject to the Persians. In front of the Acropolis and behind the gates and the ascent thereto, there was a place where no one was on guard, and no one would have thought that any man would ascend that way. Here certain men mounted near the shrine of Cecrops' daughter Aglorus, through the way led up a sheer cliff. When the Athenians saw that they had ascended to the Acropolis, some of them cast themselves down from the wall, and so perished, and others fled into the inner chamber. Those Persians who had come up first betook themselves the gates, which they opened, and slew the suppliants, and when they had laid all the Athenians low, they plundered the temple, and burnt the whole of the Acropolis. Being now wholly master of Athens, Xerxes sent a horseman to Susa to announce his present success to Artabanus. On the next day after the messenger was sent, he called together the Athenian exiles who followed in his train, and bade them go up to the Acropolis and offer sacrifice to their manor, whether it was some vision seen of him in sleep that led him to give this charge, or that he repented of his burning of the temple. The Athenian exiles did as they were bidden. I will now show wherefore I make mention of this. On that Acropolis there is a shrine of Ericteus the Earthborn, as he is called, wherein is an olive tree and a salt pool, which, as the Athenians say, were set there by Poseidon and Athene as tokens of their contentation for the land. Now it was so that the olive tree was burnt with the temple by the foreigners, but on the day after its burning, when the Athenians, bidden by the king to sacrifice, went up to the temple, they saw a shoot of about a cubit's length sprung from the trunk, which thing they reported.
同时，在萨拉米斯，当希腊人得知雅典卫城已经沦陷时，他们大为震惊，以至于有些舰长不等到他们所就讨论的问题做出表决，就匆忙登上自己的帆船扬帆而逃。其他那些留下来的人做出决定，在柯林斯地峡附近进行海战。此时天色已晚，舰长们离开会场，登上各自的舰船。泰米斯托克利回到了自己的战舰上，有一位名叫姆埃西费鲁斯的雅典人问他会议会做出何种决策。当姆埃西费鲁斯听说他们决定前往柯林斯地峡为保卫伯罗奔尼撒而作战时，就说：如果这些舰船撤离萨拉米斯，那么你将完全没有可以共同保卫的祖国了，因为他们每个人都要返回自己的城邦，无论是尤利亚比德斯，或是其他任何人都会如此。既然不能阻止他们这样做，也就无法不使自身的兵力被分散，这样希腊就会因为错误的决策而遭到灭亡。赶紧想想办法吧，如果还有一点可能，就不要服从这样的决定。也许你可以说服尤利亚比德斯，使他改变主意，继续留下来。这个提议使泰米斯托克利大为高兴，他没有回答姆埃西费鲁斯，而是径直来到尤利亚比德斯的舰船前，说他要和这位舰长商量一件事关大家共同利益的事情。于是尤利亚比德斯让他到舰上来，让他想说什么话就尽管说。于是泰米斯托克利坐到他的面前，把自己从姆埃西费鲁斯那里听到来的提议全部都讲给他听，仿佛是他自己的主意，而且还添上了许多他自己的建议。终于凭自己的三寸不烂之舌说服了尤利比亚德斯，请他从舰船上走出来，征召各位舰长前来会商。舰长们刚刚聚集到一起，不等尤利比亚德斯向各位舰长说明此次征召他们来此会商的目的，泰米斯托克利就心急如焚地向他们发表了长篇演说。当时在场的柯林斯的舰长奥库图斯的儿子阿代曼图斯看到这种情况，就说：泰米斯托克利在竞技会比赛的时候，抢跑的人可是要挨棍子揍的。但是泰米斯托克利随即反唇相 他说：“对啊，但是起跑太迟的人是无法赢得桂冠的。”泰米斯托克利就这样对柯林斯人暂时做了一个温和的答复。现在他转向斯巴达的统帅，却绝口不提他之前讲的如果他们离开萨拉米斯就会四散而逃一类的言辞，因为各盟邦的人都在场，当着面他们来数落任何人都是很不得体的。他从而转向了另外一种说辞，他这样说：“尤利比亚德斯啊，如果你听从我的意见，在这里海战，而不是依从他人之言把舰队开往柯林斯地下，那么你就可以拯救希腊了。现在听我说，而且在这两种方案中做出选择吧。如果你们在柯林斯地峡附近作战，你们就等于是在开阔的海面上作战，这对我们是极而不利的，因为与敌人相比，我们的舰船比较重，而数量也要少些。而且，即使我们在其他的方面进展顺利，我们也必定要失去萨拉米斯、麦加拉和埃迪纳。随后，波斯的陆军和海军将会齐头并进，你们的撤退将会把他们引向伯罗奔尼撒半岛，从而危及整个希腊。另一方面，如果你按照我的意见去做，你将会获得如下好处：首先，这样我们的舰队在狭窄的海域以寡敌众，只要战事不发生例外，我们就会获得重大胜利，因为在狭窄的海面上作战对我方有利，而在宽广的海面上作战则对敌方有利。其次，我们可以保全萨拉米斯，我们的妻子儿女都安置在那里。再次，我们的方案中也已经包括了你们最主要的愿望，那就是你们留在这里作战，就如同你们在柯林斯地峡附近的海面上作战一样，同样都能保卫伯罗奔尼撒。如果你们处置得当，还不至于把波斯人引到那个区域去。假使事态的进展如我所料，我们在海面上击败了敌人，那么异族人就根本不可能前往柯林斯地峡了。他们也不会推进到阿提卡以外的任何地方，而是在混乱中从这里退败。这样，我们将保全麦加拉、埃迪纳和萨拉米斯，而萨拉米斯正是神谕所说我们要在那里克敌制胜的地方。每当人们做出合理的安排，成功往往随之而来。如果他们不做出不合理的安排，那么上苍也绝对不会支持人们那些奇思怪想的。
À ces mots, le Corinthien Adimante intervint encore avec rage, sommant Thémistocle de se taire puisqu'il n'avait plus de patrie, interdisant à Eurybiade de mettre aux voix la vie d'un homme sans feu ni lieu. Si Thémistocle veut exprimer son opinion, qu'il nous dise d'abord la ville qu'il représente. Il l'injuriait ainsi parce qu'Athènes avait été prise et demeurait aux mains des barbares. Thémistocle lui répondit cette fois-ci en termes sévères pour lui comme pour les Corinthiens, et montra clairement qu'ils avaient, eux, Athéniens, une ville et un territoire plus importants que les leurs, aussi longtemps qu'ils disposaient de 200 navires avec leurs équipages, car aucun peuple de Grèce ne tiendrait devant eux s'ils l'attaquaient. Au milieu de ces explications, il se tourna vers Eurybiade et lui adressa des paroles plus pressantes. Pour toi, si tu restes ici, tu seras par là même un vaillant. Sinon, tu abattras la Grèce, car nos vaisseaux portent en cette guerre toute notre fortune. Écoute-moi, si tu n'en veux rien faire, nous allons aussitôt prendre nos familles et nos biens, et nous nous rendrons à Cyrrhis, en Italie, qui nous appartient depuis bien longtemps, et où, disent les oracles, nous devons établir une colonie. Et vous, privés des alliés que nous sommes, vous vous souviendrez alors de mes paroles. Le discours de Thémistocle fit réfléchir Eurybiade. Et surtout, à mon avis, la crainte qu'il eut de voir les Athéniens les abandonner s'ils ramenaient la flotte à l'isthme. Car sans les Athéniens, les alliés n'étaient plus en état de résister aux Perses. Il prit donc le parti de rester à Salamine et d'y livrer bataille. Ainsi, les Grecs, à Salamine, après cet accrochage et ces discours, se préparèrent, sitôt la décision prise par Eurybiade, à livrer bataille sur place. Le jour se leva. Au moment où le soleil apparaissait, une secousse sismique fit frémir la terre et la mer. On résolut alors d'adresser aux dieux des prières et d'invoquer l'aide des Éacides. La décision fut exécutée. Après avoir prié tous les dieux, ils appelèrent à leur aide, de Salamine même, Ajax et Télamon, tandis qu'un navire allait chercher à Égine, Éaque et les autres Éacides. D'après Dicéos, fille de Théokydes, un Athénien banni devenu personnage important chez les Mèdes, en ce temps-là, quand les soldats de Xerxès ravageaient l'Attique abandonnée de ses habitants, il se trouvait lui-même en compagnie du Lacédémonien Démarate dans la plaine de Tria. Il vit alors approcher un nuage de poussière qui venait d'Éleusis, tel qu'on pourrait soulever une troupe de quelques 30 milliers d'hommes. Tous deux se demandaient, surpris, qui donc pouvait soulever cette poussière. Mais soudain, ils entendirent des accents dans lesquels Dicéos pensa reconnaître l'hymne de Diakos que l'on chante dans les mystères. Démarate, qui ne connaissait pas les rites en usage dans les mystères d'Éleusis, lui demanda d'où provenaient ces accents. Il lui répondit « Démarate, l'armée du roi va subir un coup terrible et rien ne l'en peut sauver. De toute évidence, puisque l'Attique est déserte, ces accents proviennent d'êtres surnaturels quittant Éleusis pour secourir Athènes et ses alliés. S'il se porte sur le Péloponnèse, Xerxès sera lui-même en péril avec ses forces du continent. S'il se tourne vers les navires qui sont à Salamine, le roi risque fort de perdre sa flotte. Les Athéniens célèbrent tous les ans ces fêtes d'Éleusis en l'honneur de la mère et de la fille. Tout Athénien et tout Grec qui le souhaite s'y fait initier. Ce que tu entends, ce sont les chants par lesquels ils invoquent Iacos pendant les fêtes. Démarate, dit-il, lui répondit « Tais-toi et ne répète ceci à personne, car si l'on rapporte au roi tes propos, tu les paieras de ta tête. Je ne pourrai rien pour toi, et personne au monde ne te sauvera. Reste tranquille et laisse les dieux faire de cette armée ce qu'ils voudront. » Démarate lui donna ce conseil, dit-il, et la poussière et les voix formèrent un nuage qui s'éleva dans les airs et se dirigea sur Salamine et la flotte grecque, ce qui leur fit comprendre que la flotte de Xerxès allait périr. Voilà ce qu'a raconté Dicéos, fils de Théokydes, en invoquant à l'appui de son récit le témoignage de Démarate et d'autres personnes. De leur côté, les soldats de la flotte perse avaient passé de Trachis à Estier, après avoir contemplé le théâtre de la défaite spartiate. Ils s'arrêtèrent là 3 jours, puis en 3 autres jours gagnèrent Phalère en passant par le Rip. Selon moi, leur nombre, quand ils envahirent l'Attique, n'était pas inférieur sur le continent et sur les vaisseaux à ce qu'il était lorsqu'ils arrivèrent au cap Sépias et aux Thermopylae. Je pense pouvoir compter, à la place des hommes disparus dans la tempête ou tombés aux Thermopylae et dans les batailles navales à l'Artemisium, ceux qui, à ce moment, ne marchaient pas encore avec le roi, c'est-à-dire les Maliens, les Doriens, les Logriens, les Béotiens, sauf les Thespiens et les Platéens, qui le suivaient avec toute leur force, ainsi que les Charistiens, les Andriens, les Théniens et le reste des insulaires, sauf les 5 cités dont j'ai donné les noms précédemment. Car plus le Perse avançait en Grèce, plus il avait de peuple à sa suite. Quand tous les contingents furent arrivés dans Athènes, les pariens exceptés, qui restaient à Kythnos en attendant de savoir comment tournerait la guerre, et que le reste de l'expédition fut à Phalère, Xerxès se rendit en personne auprès de sa flotte, parce qu'il entendait prendre contact avec ses équipages et s'enquérir de leurs dispositions. Il vint et prit place sur un trône devant les tyrans des divers peuples et les commandants des navires qu'il avait fait appeler. Chacun prit place au rang que le roi lui avait assigné. Le roi de Sidon venait le premier, puis le roi de Tyr, puis les autres. Quand ils furent tous assis, dans l'ordre voulu, Xerxes chargea Mardonios de les interroger pour savoir ce que chacun pensait d'une éventuelle bataille navale.
I unmuted myself. Oh, good. Okay, great. Mardonius went about questioning them from the Sidonians onward, and all the rest gave their united voice for offering battle at sea. But Artemisia said, quote, "Tell the king, Mardonius, that I, who neither was most cowardly in the sea battles off Euboea, nor performed the least feats of arms, say this, Master, it is just for me to declare my real opinion, what I consider to be best for your cause. And I say to you this, spare your ships and do not fight at sea. Their men are as much stronger than your men by sea as men are stronger than women." I roll. "Why is it so necessary for you to risk everything by fighting at sea? Do you not possess Athens, for which you set out on this march? And do you not have the rest of Hellas? No one stands in your way. Those who opposed you have received what they deserved. I will tell you how I think the affairs of your enemies will turn out. If you do not hurry to fight at sea, but keep your ships here and stay near land, or even advance into the Peloponnese, then, my lord, you will easily accomplish what you had in mind coming here. The Hellenes are not able to hold out against you for a long time, but you will scatter them, and they will each flee to their own cities. I have learned that they have no food on this island, and it is not likely, for if you lead your army against the Peloponnese, that those of them who have come from there will sit still, nor will they care to fight at sea for Athens. But if you hurry to fight at sea immediately, I fear that your fleet, if reduced to cowardice, may also injure your army on land. In addition, my king, take this to heart. Good people's slaves tend to be base, and the slaves of the base tend to be good. You, who are best among men, have base slaves, who are accounted your allies, the Egyptians and Cyprians and Cilicians and Pamphylians, who are of no use at all." When she said this to Mardonius, all who were well disposed towards Artemisia lamented her words, thinking she would suffer some ill from the king because she advised against fighting at sea. Those who were jealous and envied her because she was given honor among the chief of all the allies were glad at her answer, thinking she would be killed. But when the counsels were reported to Xerxes, he was greatly pleased by Artemisia's opinion. Even before this, he had considered her of excellent character, and now he praised her much more highly. Still, he ordered that the majority be obeyed, for he believed that at Euboea they had purposely fought badly because he was not there. This time he had made preparations to see the battle in person.
Orders were now given to stand out to sea, and the ships proceeded towards Salamis and took up the stations to which they were directed, without let or hindrance from the enemy. The day, however, was too far spent for them to begin the battle, since night already approached. So they prepared to engage upon the morrow. The Greeks, meanwhile, were in great distress and alarm, more especially those of the Peloponnese, who were troubled that they had been kept at Salamis to fight on behalf of the Athenian territory, and feared that if they should suffer defeat, they would be pent up and besieged in an island, while their own country was left unprotected. The same night, the land army of the barbarians began to march towards the Peloponnese, where, however, all that was possible had been done to prevent the enemy from forcing an entrance by land. As soon as ever news reached the Peloponnese of the death of Leonidas and his companions at Thermopylae, the inhabitants flocked together from the various cities and encamped at the isthmus under the command of Cleombrotus, son of Alexandridas and brother of Leonidas. Here their first care was to block up the Scironian way, after which it was determined in council to build a wall across the isthmus. As the number assembled amounted to many tens of thousands, and there was not one who did not give himself to the work, it was soon finished. Stones, bricks, timber, baskets filled full of sand were used in the building, and not a moment was lost by those who gave their aid, for they labored without ceasing either by night or day. Now the nations who gave their aid and who had flocked in full force to the isthmus were the following: the Lacedaemonians, all the tribes of the Arcadians, the Eleans, the Corinthians, the Sicyonians, the Epidaurians, the Phliasians, the Troezenians, though the Olympic and Carnean festivals were now over. 7 nations inhabit the Peloponnese. 2 of them are aboriginal and still continue in the regions where they dwelt at the first, to wit, the Arcadians and the Kinurians. A third, that of the Achaeans, has never left the Peloponnese, but has been dislodged from its own proper country and inhabits a district which once belonged to others. The remaining nations, 4 out of the 7, are all immigrants, namely the Dorians, the Aetolians, the Dryopians, and the Lemnians. To the Dorians belong several very famous states, to the Aetolians one only, that is Elis. To the Dryopians, Hermione, and that Asine, which lies over against Cardamyle in Laconia. To the Lemnians, all the towns of the Paroriats. The aboriginal Kinurians alone seem to be Ionians. Even they, however, have in the course of time grown to be Dorians under the government of the Argives, whose Orniats and vassals they were. All the cities of these 7 nations, except those mentioned above, stood aloof from the war. And by so doing, if I may speak freely, they in fact took the part of the Medes. So the Greeks at the isthmus toiled unceasingly, as though in the greatest peril, since they never imagined that any great success would be gained by the fleet. The Greeks at Salamis, on the other hand, when they heard what the rest were about, felt greatly alarmed, but their fear was not so much for themselves as for the Peloponnese. At first they conversed together in low tones, each man with his fellow, secretly, and marveled at the folly shown by Eurybiades. But presently the smothered feeling broke out, and another assembly was held, whereat the old subjects provoked much talk from the speakers, one side maintaining that it was best to sail to the Peloponnese and risk battle for that, instead of abiding at Salamis and fighting for a land already taken by the enemy, while the other, which consisted of the Athenians, Aeginetans, and Megarians, was urgent to remain and have the battle fought where they were. Then Themistocles, when he saw that the Peloponnesians would carry the vote against him, went out secretly from the council, and instructing a certain man what he should say, sent him on board a merchant ship to the fleet of the Medes. The man's name was Sicinus. He was one of Themistocles' household slaves and acted as tutor to his sons. In after times, when the Thespians were admitting persons to citizenship, Themistocles made him a Thespian, and a rich man to boot. The ship brought Sicinus to the Persian fleet, and there he delivered his message to the leaders in these words: "The Athenian commander has sent me to you privily, without the knowledge of the other Greeks. He is a well-wisher to the king's cause, and would rather success should attend on you than on his countrymen. Wherefore he bids me tell you that fear has seized the Greeks, and that they are meditating a hasty flight. Now then, it is open to you to achieve the best work that you've ever wrought, if only you will hinder their escaping. They no longer agree amongst themselves, so that they will not now make any resistance. No, it is likely that you may see a fight already begun between such as favor and such as oppose your cause." The messenger, when he had thus expressed himself, departed, and was seen no more. Then the captains, believing all that the messenger had said, proceeded to land a large body of Persian troops on the islet of Psytalea, which lies between Salamis and the mainland, after which, about the hour of midnight, they advanced their western wing towards Salamis, so as to enclose the Greeks. At the same time, the force stationed at Chios in Cynosura moved forward and filled the whole strait as far as Munichia with their ships. This advance was made to prevent the Greeks from escaping by flight and to block them up in Salamis, where it was thought that vengeance might be taken upon them for the battles fought near Artemisium. The Persian troops were landed on the island of Cytaleia because, as soon as the battle began, the men and wrecks were likely to be drifted thither, as the isle lay in the very path of the coming fight, and they would thus be able to save. They would just be able to save their own men and destroy those of the enemy. All these movements were made in silence, that the Greeks might have no knowledge of them, and they occupied the whole night so that the men had no time to get their sleep. I cannot say that there is no truth in prophecies, or feel inclined to call in question those who speak with clearness, when I think of the following. When they shall bridge with their ships to the sacred strand of Artemis, girt with the golden falchion, and eke to marine Cynosura, mad hope swelling their hearts at the downfall of beautiful Athens. Then shall godlike right extinguish haughty presumption, insult's furious offspring, who thinketh to overthrow all things. Brass with brass shall mingle, and Ares with blood shall empurple ocean's waves. Then shall the day of Grecia's freedom come from victory fair, and Saturn's son all-seeing. When I look to this and perceive how clearly Bacchus spoke, I neither venture myself to say anything against prophecies, nor do I approve of others impugning them.
O debate continuava exaltado em Salamina entre os comandantes da frota grega, que ignoravam estar sendo rodeados pelos bárbaros com seus navios, e julgavam que estes permaneciam no mesmo lugar onde tinham sido vistos durante o dia. Enquanto os generais discutiam, Aristides, filho de Lisímaco, um ateniense, chegou vindo de Egina. Embora tivesse sido relegado ao ostracismo pela população, eu, indagando sobre seu caráter, vinha a acreditar que Aristides era o melhor e mais justo homem de Atenas. Pois este homem levantou-se frente à assembleia e chamou por Temístocles, embora não fossem amigos, mas inimigos implacáveis. Devido à magnitude dos presentes males, Aristides deliberadamente esqueceu de tudo e chamou por Temístocles, querendo falar com ele. Ele já tinha ouvido que aqueles do Peloponeso estavam ansiosos para zarpar para o Istmo. E assim, quando Temístocles surgiu, ele disse: em todos os momentos, e especialmente agora, nossa disputa deve ser sobre qual de nós dois é o melhor para conseguir ajudar a nossa pátria. Eu digo que tanto faz que os peloponesos falarem muito ou pouco sobre zarparem daqui, pois Corintos e o Saiba que sou eu a razão pela qual os médios estão agindo assim. Quando os gregos não quiseram entrar na batalha voluntariamente, foi necessário forçá-los contra a sua vontade. Já que você chegou trazendo boas notícias, conte a eles você mesmo. Se eu disser estas coisas, eles irão pensar que eu inventei E não acreditarão que os pés estão... Seria melhor se eles acreditassem em você. Mas se eles acharem tudo inacreditável, nos dá no mesmo. Eles não poderão escapar se realmente estivermos rodeados por todos os lados, como você disse. Aristides entrou e lhes deu a notícia, dizendo que tinha vindo de Egina e que mal tinha conseguido passar pelo bloqueio quando partiu, pois todo o campo grego estava cercado pelos navios de Xerxes. Ele os aconselhou que se preparassem para se defender. Lhes disse isso e saiu. E novamente um debate surgiu entre eles. A maioria dos generais não acreditou na notícia. When they found the words of the Athenians worthy of belief, the Hellenes prepared to fight at sea. As dawn glimmered, they held an assembly of the fighting men, and Themistocles gave the best address among the others. His entire speech involved comparing the better and the lesser elements in human nature and the human condition. He concluded his speech by advising them to choose the better of these, then gave the command to mount the ships. Just as they embarked, the trireme which had gone after the sons of Aeos arrived from Aegina. Then the Hellenes set sail with all their ships, and as they were putting out to sea, the barbarians immediately attacked them. The rest of the Hellenes began to back water and try to beach their ships, but Aeneas of Pallene, an Athenian, charged and rammed the ship. When his ship became entangled and the crew could not free it, the others came to help Aeneas and joined the battle. The Athenians say that the fighting at sea began this way, but the Nitians say that the ship which had been sent to Aegina after the sons of Achaeus was the one that started. The story is also told that the phantom of a woman appeared to them who cried commands loud enough for all the Hellenic fleet to hear, reproaching them first with, "Men possessed, how long will you be still back in water?" The Phoenicians were marshaled against the Athenians, holding the western wing towards Elysus. Against Lacedaemonians were the Ionians, on the eastern wing towards Piraeus, and a few of them fought badly according to the Themistocles' instructions, but the majority did not. I can list the names of many captains who captured Hellenic ships, but I will mention none except Theomestor, son of Androdamas of Phylacus, son of Histiaeus, both Thessalians. I mention only these because Thermopylae was appointed tyrant of Samos by the Persians for these feats, and Phylacus was recorded as a benefactor of the king and granted much land. The king's benefactor are called Orosanja in the Persian language. Thus, it was concerning to them. But the majority of the ships at Salamis were sunk. some destroyed by the Athenians, some by the Argentines. Since the Hellenes fought in an orderly fashion by line, but the barbarians were no longer in position and did nothing with forethought, it was likely to turn out as it did. Yet, they were brave that day, much more brave than they had been anywhere. For they all showed zeal out of fear of Xerxes, each one thinking that the king was watching him.
Now, as touching some of the others, I cannot with exactness say how they fought severally, foreigners or Greeks, but what befell Artemisia made her seem to be esteemed by the king even more than before. The king's side being now in dire confusion, Artemisia's ship was at this time being pursued by a ship of Attica, and she could not escape, for other friendly ships were in her way. And it chanced that she was the nearest to the enemy, wherefore she resolved that she would do that which afterwards tended to her advantage. And as she fled pursued by the Athenians, she charged a friendly ship that before men of Calymnus, and the king himself of that place, Thermopylae. It may be that she had had some quarrel with him while they were still at the Hellespont, but if her deed was done of set purpose, or if the Calindian met her by crossing her path at haphazard, I cannot say. But having charged and sunk the ship, she had the good luck to work for herself a double advantage. For when the Attic captain saw her charge a ship of foreigners, he supposed that Artemisia's ship was Greek, or a deserter from the foreigners, fighting for the Greeks, and he turned aside to deal with others. By this happy chance, it came about that she escaped and avoided destruction. And moreover, the upshot was that the very harm which she had done won her great favour in Xerxes' eyes. For the king, it is said, saw her charge the ship as he viewed the battle, and one of the bystanders said, "Sire, see you Artemisia, how well she fights, and how she has sunk an enemy's ship." Xerxes then asking if it were truly Artemisia that had done the deed, they affirmed it, knowing well the ensign of her ship, and they supposed that the ship she had sunk was an enemy. For the luckiest chance of all, which had, as I have said, befallen her, was that not one from the Calindian ship was saved alive to be her accuser. Hearing what they had told him, Xerxes is reported to have said, "My men have become women, and my women men." Such, they say, were his words. In that hard fighting, Xerxes' brother, the admiral Artemisium, son of Darius, was slain, and withal many other Persians and Medes and allies of renown, and some Greeks, but few. For since they could swim, they who lost their ships, yet were not slain in hand-to-hand fight, swam across to Salamis, but the greater part of the foreigners were drowned in the sea, not being able to swim. When the foremost ships were turned to flight, it was then that the most of them were destroyed. For the men of the rearmost ranks, pressing forward in their ships, that they too might display their valour to the king, ran foul of their friends' ships that were in flight. It happened also amid this disorder that certain Phoenicians, whose ships had been destroyed, came to the king and accused the Ionians of treason, saying that it was by their doing that the ships had been lost. The end of which matter was, the Ionian ships' captains were not put to death, and those Phoenicians who accused them were rewarded, as I will show. While they yet spoke as aforesaid, a Samothracian ship charged an Attic, and while the Attic ship was sinking, a ship of Aegina bore down and sank the Samothracian. But the Samothracians, being javelin throwers, swept the fighting men with a shower of javelins off from the ship that had sunk theirs, and boarded and seized her themselves. Thereby the Ionians were saved. For when Xerxes saw this great feat of their arms, he turned on the Phoenicians, being moved to blame all in the bitterness of his heart, and commanded that their heads be cut off, so that they might not accuse better men, being themselves cowards. For whenever Xerxes from his seat under the hill over against Salamis, called Agelaos, saw any feat achieved by his own men in the battle, he inquired who was the doer of it, and his scribes wrote down the names of the ship's captain, and his father, and his city. Moreover, it tended somewhat to the doom of the Phoenicians that Artemisium, a Persian, was there, who was a friend of the Ionians, so Xerxes' men dealt with the Phoenicians. The foreigners being routed and striving to win out to Phalerum, the Aeginetans lay in wait for them in the passage, and then achieved notable deeds. For the Athenians, amid the disorder, made havoc of all ships that would resist or fly, and so did the Aeginetans, with those that were sailing out of the strait. And all that escaped from the Athenians fell in their course among the Aeginetans. 2 ships met there, Themistocles' ship pursuing another, and one that bore Polycritus, son of Creus of Aegina. This latter had charged a Sidonian, the same which had taken the Aeginetian ship that watched off Sciathus, wherein was Pythias, son of Ischaemus. That Pythias, whom when gashed with wounds the Persians kept aboard their ship, and made much of for his valour, this Sidonian ship was carrying Pythias among the Persians, when she was now taken, so that thereby he came safe back to Aegina. When Polycritus saw the Attic ship, he knew it by seeing the admiral's ship's ensign, and cried out to Themistocles with bitter taunt and reproach as to the friendship of Aegina with the Persians. Such taunts did Polycritus hurl at Themistocles, after that he had charged an enemy's ship. As for the foreigners, whose ships were yet undestroyed, they fled to Phalerum, and took refuge with the land army. In the sea fight, nations that won most renown were the Aeginetans, and next to them the Athenians. Among men the most renowned were Polycritus of Aegina and 2 Athenians, Eumenes of Anagyrus and Aminius of Pallene, who pursued after Artemisia. Had he known that she was in that ship, he had never been staying ere he took hers or lost his own. Such was the bidding given to the Athenian captain. And there was a prize withal of 10,000 drachmae, for whoever should take her alive. For there was a great wrath that a woman should come to attack Athens. She then escaped, as I have already said, and the rest also, whose ships were undestroyed, were at Phalerum. As for the Corinthian admiral Adimantus, the Athenians say, the very moment the ships joined battle, he was struck with terror and panic, hoisting his sails, fled away. And when the Corinthians saw their admiral's ship fleeing, they were off and away likewise. But when, so the story goes, they came in their flight near the part of Salamis, where is the temple of Athene Sciras, there by heaven's providence a boat met them which none was known to have sent, nor had the Corinthians, ere it drew nigh to them, known aught of the doings of the fleet. And this is how they infer heaven's hand in the matter. When the boat came nigh the ships, those that were in it cried, Adimantus, you have turned back with your ships in flight, and betrayed the Greeks. But even now they were winning the day as fully as they ever prayed that they might vanquish their enemies. Thus they spoke. And when Adimantus would not believe that they said further that they were ready to be taken for hostages and slain if the Greeks were not victorious for all to see. Thereupon Adimantus and the rest did turn their ships about and come to the fleet when all was now over and done. Thus the Athenians report of the Corinthians, but the Corinthians deny it, and hold that they were among the foremost in the battle, and all Hellas bears them witness likewise. But Aristides, son of Lysimachus, that Athenian, of whose merit I have lately made mention, did in this rout at Salamis, as I will show. Taking many of the Athenian men-at-arms, who stood arrayed on the shores of Salamis, he carried them across the island, Siletia, and they slaughtered all the Persians who were on that islet. I'm very confused. I don't know where he is. Our next reader's not here, so I thought I'll just... Oh my gosh. Do you know why our video's not working, by the way? Yeah, our video.
When Xerxes understood the calamity which had taken place, he feared that some of the Ionians might advise against the Hellenes, if they did not think of it themselves, to sail to the Hellespont and destroy the bridges. He would be trapped in Europe in danger of destruction. Hang on. I'm so sorry. The sea fight being broken off, the Greeks towed to Salamis all the wrecks that were still afloat in those waters, and held themselves ready for another battle, thinking that the king would yet again use his ships that were left. But many of the wrecks were caught by the west wind and carried to the strand in Attica called Calais, so that not only was the rest of the prophecy fulfilled, which had been uttered by Bacchus and Musaeus concerning the sea fight, but also that which had been prophesied many years ago by an Athenian oracle monger named Lysistratus about the wrecks that were cast ashore, the import of which prophecy no Greek had noted. When Xerxes was aware of the calamity that had befallen him, he feared lest the Greeks, by Ionian counsel or their own devising, might sail to the Hellespont to break his bridges, and he might be cut off in Europe and in peril of his life. And so he planned flight, but that neither the Greeks nor his own men might discover his intent, he essayed to build a mole across to Salamis, and made fast a line of Phoenician barges to be a floating bridge and a wall, and he made preparation for war, as though he would fight at sea again. The rest who saw him so doing were fully persuaded that he was in all earnestness prepared to remain there and carry on the war. But none of this deceived Mardonius, who had best experience of Xerxes' purposes. While Xerxes did thus, he sent a messenger to Persia with news of his present misfortune. Now there is nothing mortal that accomplishes a course more swiftly than do these messengers by the Persians' skillful contrivance. It is said that as many days as there are in the whole journey, so many are the men and horses that stand along the road, each horse and man at the interval of a day's journey. And these are stayed neither by snow, nor rain, nor heat, nor darkness from accomplishing their appointed course with all speed. The first rider delivers his charge to the second to the third, and thence it passes on from hand to hand, even as in the Greek torchbearers' race in honor of Hephaestus. This riding post is called in Persia Angarian.
When the first message came to Susa, telling that Xerxes had taken Athens. It gave such delight to the Persians who were left at home that they strewed all the roads with myrtle boughs and burnt incense and gave themselves up to sacrificial feasts and jollity. But the second, coming on the heels of the first, so confounded them that they all rent their tunics and cried and lamented without ceasing, holding Mardonius to blame. And it was not so much in grief for their ships that they did this, as because they feared for Xerxes himself. Such was the plight of the Persians for all the time until the coming of Xerxes himself ended it. But Mardonius, seeing that Xerxes was greatly distressed by reason of the sea fight, and suspecting that he planned flight from Athens, considering with himself that he would be punished for over-persuading the king to march against Hellas, and that it was better for him to risk the chance of either subduing Hellas or dying honourably by flying at a noble quarry. Yet his hope rather inclined to the subduing of Hellas, wherefore, taking all this into account, he made this proposal. Sire, be not grieved nor greatly distressed by reason of this that has befallen us. It is not on things of wood that all the issue hangs for us, but on men and horses, and there is not one of these men who think that they have now won a crowning victory, that will disembark from his ship and essay to withstand you. No, nor anyone from this mainland. They that have withstood us have paid the penalty. If then it so please you, let us straightway attack the Peloponnese, or if it please you to wait, that also we can do. Be not cast down, for the Greeks have no way of escaping from being accountable for their former and their latter deeds, and becoming your slaves. It is best, then, that you should do as I have said. If you are resolved that you will lead your army away, even then I have another plan. Do not, O king, make the Persians a laughing stock to the Greeks, for if you had suffered harm, it is by no fault of the Persians, nor can you say that we have anywhere done less than brave men should. And if Phoenicians and Egyptians and Cyprians and Sicilians have done so, it is not the Persians who have any part in this disaster. Wherefore, since the Persians are no wise to blame, be guided by me. If you are resolved that you should not remain, do you march away homewards with the greater part of your army? But it is for me to enslave and deliver Hellas to you, with 300,000 of your host, whom I will choose.
When Xerxes heard that, he was as glad and joyful as a man in his situation might be, and said to Mardonius that he would answer him after deliberating which of the two plans he would follow. When he consulted with those Persians whom he summoned, he resolved to send for Artemisia as well, because he saw that she alone at the former sitting had discerned what was best to do. When Artemisia came, Xerxes bade all others withdraw, both Persian counselors and guards, and said to her, "It is Mardonius's advice that I should follow here and attack the Peloponnese. For the Persians, he says, and the land army are not to blame for our disaster. Of that, they would willingly give proof. Therefore, he advises me to do this, or else he offers to choose 300,000 men of the army and deliver Hellas to me enslaved, while I myself, by his counsel, march homeward with the rest of the host. Now I ask of you, seeing that you correctly advise me against the late sea fight, counsel me as to which of these two things would be best for me to do." When she was asked for advice, she replied, "It is difficult, O king, to answer your plea for advice by saying that which is best. But in the present turn of affairs, I think it best that you march back, and that Mardonius, if he so wishes and promises to do as he says, be left here with those whom he desires. For if he subdues all that he offers to subdue and prospers in his design, the achievement, sire, is yours, since it will be your servants who have accomplished it. If, on the other hand, the issue is contrary to Mardonius's expectation, it is of no great misfortune so long as you and all that household of yours are safe. For while you and the members of your household are safe, many a time will the Greeks have to fight for their lives.
As for Mardonius, if any disaster befalls him, it is not so much matter, nor will any victory of the Greeks be a real victory when they have but slain your servant. As for you, you will be marching home after the burning of Athens, which thing was that the whole purpose of your expedition. Artemisia's counsel pleased Xerxes, for it happened that she spoke what he himself had in mind. In truth, I think that he would not have remained, even if all men and women had counseled him to do so. So panic-stricken he was. Having then thanked Artemisia, he sent her away to take his sons to Ephesus, for he had some bastard sons with him. With these sons he sent Hermotimus as guardian. This man was by birth of Padassa, and the most honored by Xerxes of all his eunuchs. The people of Padassa dwell above Halicarnassus. The following thing happened among these people. When anything untoward is about to befall those who dwell about their city, the priestess of Athena then grows a great beard. This has already happened to them twice. Hermotimus, who came from Padassa, had achieved a fuller vengeance for wrong done to him than had any man whom we know. When he had been taken captive by enemies and put up for sale, he was bought by one Panionius of Chios, a man who had set himself to earn a livelihood out of most wicked practices. He would procure beautiful boys and castrate them and take them to Sardis and Ephesus, where he sold them for a great price. For the barbarians value eunuchs more than perfect men by reason of the full trust that they have in them. Now among many whom Panionius had castrated was Hermotimus, who was not entirely unfortunate. He was brought from Sardis together with other gifts to the king, and as time went on, he stood higher in Xerxes' favor than any other eunuch. Now, while the king was at Sardis and preparing to leave his Persian army against Athens, Hermotimus came for some business down to the port of Mycale, which is inhabited by Chians and called Artarnius. There he found Panionius. Perceiving who he was, he held long and friendly converse with him, telling him that it was him that he owed all his prosperity, and promising that he would make him prosperous in return if he were to bring his household and dwell there. Panionius accepted his offer gladly and brought his children and his wife. When Hermotimus had gotten the man and all his household into his power, he said to him, "Tell me, you who have made a livelihood out of the wickedest trade on earth, what harm had I or any of my forefathers done to you or yours, that you made me to be no man, but a thing of naught? You have thought that the gods would have no knowledge of your former practices, but their just law has brought you for your wicked deeds into my hands. Now you'll be well content with the fullness of that justice which I will execute upon you." With these words of reproach, he brought Panionius' sons before him and compelled him to castrate all 4 of them, his own children. This Panionius was compelled to do. When he had done this, the sons were compelled to castrate their father in turn. This, then, was the way in which Panionius was overtaken by vengeance at the hands of Hermotimus.
Xerxes, dopo aver affidato i figli ad Artemisia per ricondurli ad Efeso, chiamato Mardonio, gli comandò di scegliere i soldati che voleva e di tentare di far corrispondere i fatti alle parole. Per quel giorno fu tutto. Di notte però, per ordine del re, i comandanti ricondussero indietro le navi dal Falero verso l'Ellesponto, ciascuno più in fretta che poteva, per custodire il ponte di barche in vista del passaggio del re. Quando durante la navigazione i barbari furono nei pressi di Zostere, poiché in quel punto del continente si estendevano sottili promontori, credettero che fossero navi e fuggirono per lungo tratto. Accortisi in seguito che non erano navi ma promontori, si raccolsero e proseguirono la rotta. Quando si fece giorno, vedendo che l'esercito di terra era ancora sul posto, i greci si aspettavano che anche le navi fossero intorno al Falero. Credevano di dover combattere per mare e si preparavano alla difesa. Come seppero che le navi erano partite, pensarono di inseguirle immediatamente.
Ma sebbene le inseguissero fino ad Andro, non avvissarono la flotta di Xerxes e giunti ad Andro tennero consiglio. Temistocle espresse il parere di far rotta attraverso le isole, di inseguire le navi e di navigare diritti all'Hellesponto per distruggere i ponti. Euribiade invece espose il parere opposto, sostenendo che se avessero distrutto i ponti di barche avrebbero arrecato alla Grecia il più grave di tutti i danni. Se infatti una volta bloccati i persiani fossero stati costretti a rimanere in Europa, avrebbero cercato di non rimanere inerti, poiché l'inerzia non avrebbe giovato loro in nessun caso, non avrebbero avuto nessuna possibilità di tornare indietro e l'esercito sarebbe stato annientato dalla fame. Se si fossero invece gettati all'attacco e si mettevano all'opera, si sarebbero annessi tutta l'Europa, città per città e popolo per popolo, o per conquista o per accordi preventivi, e avrebbero sempre avuto come cibo di anno in anno il raccolto dei greci. Ritenevo opportuno perciò che i persiani, sconfitti sul mare, non rimanessero in Europa. Bisognava dunque lasciarli fuggire finché fuggendo non raggiungessero la loro terra. D'ora in poi esortava a combattere per la conquista della terra di quelli. Aderirono a questo parere anche gli altri strateghi dei Peloponnesiaci. Quando comprese che non avrebbe convinto la maggioranza a navigare verso l'Ellesponto, Temistocle mutò atteggiamento e agli ateniesi, che erano i più irritati per la fuga ed erano pronti a far rotta verso l'Ellesponto, anche assumendosene l'iniziativa da soli, se gli altri non avessero voluto, si rivolse così: io stesso ho assistito a molti casi e molti ho ascoltato che sono avvenuti di uomini ridotti allo stremo perché vinti, che hanno ripreso i combattimenti, riscattandosi dalla viltà del passato. Dunque, poiché sortimmo una fortuna inaspettata per noi stessi e per la Grecia, respingendo una nuvola così grande di uomini, non inseguiamoli mentre sono in fuga. Non siamo stati noi, infatti, a compiere questa impresa, ma gli dei e gli eroi, i quali non permisero che un solo uomo regnasse sull'Europa e sull'Asia, un uomo empio e scellerato. Egli che non ha distinto i templi dagli edifici privati, bruciando e abbattendo i simulacri degli dei. Egli che ha frustato anche il mare e lo ha messo in ceppi. Al momento dunque ci conviene rimanere in Grecia e occuparci di noi stessi e dei nostri familiari. Ciascuno si ricostruisca una casa e provveda alla semina, cacciati completamente i barbari. Poi con la primavera si navighi verso l'Ellesponto e la Ionia. Disse tutto questo per procurarsi la gratitudine dei persiani, per avere un rifugio nel caso gli capitasse qualche disavventura da parte degli ateniesi, ciò che appunto avvenne. Temistocle, parlando così, li ingannava, ma gli ateniesi si lasciarono persuadere, poiché se anche prima era apparso abile, ora appariva veramente abile e buon consigliere, ed erano senz'altro pronti a dar retta alle sue parole. Come li ebbe persuasi, subito dopo Temistocle mandò con una barca alcuni uomini dei quali era sicuro che, sebbene sottoposti a tutte le torture, avrebbero taciuto quello che gli aveva incaricati di dire al re. Uno di loro era di nuovo il servo Sicinno. Quando giunsero vicino all'Attica, mentre gli altri rimasero sulla nave, Sicinno si recò da Xerxes e gli disse: mi ha mandato Temistocle, figlio di Neucle, stratego degli Ateniesi, l'uomo più valoroso e saggio di tutti gli alleati, per dirti che Temistocle l'Ateniese, con l'intenzione di renderti servigio, ha trattenuto i greci che volevano inseguire le navi e tagliare i ponti sull'Ellesponto. Muovi ora in tutta tranquillità.
But the Greeks, now they were no longer minded to pursue the barbarians' ships farther or sail to the Hellespont and break the way of passage, besieged Andros so that they might take it. For the men of that place, the first islanders of whom Themistocles demanded money, would not give it. When, however, Themistocles gave them to understand the Athenians had come with two great gods to aid them, persuasion and necessity, and that the Andrians must therefore certainly give money, they said in response, it is then but reasonable that Athens is great and prosperous, being blessed with serviceable gods. As for us Andrians, we are but blessed with a plentiful lack of land, and we have two unserviceable gods who never quit our island, but want to dwell there forever, namely poverty and helplessness. Since we are in the hands of these gods, we will give no money. The power of Athens can never be stronger than our inability. It was for giving this answer and refusing to give what was asked of them that they were besieged. There was no end to Themistocles' avarice. Using the same agents whom he had used with the king, he sent threatening messages to the other islands, demanding money and saying that if they would not give what he asked, he would bring the Greek armada upon them and besiege and take their islands. Thereby he collected great sums from the Carystians and Parians, for these informed that Andros was besieged for taking the Persian side, and that Themistocles was of all the generals the most esteemed. This frightened them so much that they sent money. I suppose that there were other islanders too who gave, and not these alone, but I cannot with certainty say. Nevertheless, the Carystians got no respite from misfortune by doing this. The Parians, however, propitiated Themistocles with money, and so escaped the force. So Themistocles went away from Andros and took money from the islanders, unknown to the other generals.
L'armée qui était avec Xerxès attendit peu de jours après le combat naval et se mit en marche de l'Attique pour la Béotie par la même route qu'en venant. Mardonios, en effet, avait été d'avis d'accompagner le roi. Il avait estimé en même temps que la saison n'était pas favorable pour les opérations de la guerre, qu'il valait mieux passer l'hiver en Thessalie et attaquer ensuite le Péloponnèse au retour du printemps. Quand on fut arrivé en Thessalie, Mardonios fit choix en premier lieu de 10 000 Perses qu'on appelait les immortels, à l'exception de leur chef Hydarnès, qui refusa d'abandonner le roi. Puis, parmi les autres Perses, des troupes cuirassées et du corps des 1000 cavaliers. Ensuite, des Mèdes, Sas, Bactriens, Indiens, infanterie et cavalerie. Il prit en entier les contingents de ces peuples. Dans ceux des autres alliés, il ne préleva que de petits groupes, les beaux hommes, et ceux qui, à sa connaissance, avaient fait quelque chose de bien. Le contingent ethnique sur lequel Artemisium portait principalement son choix, c'était les Perses porteurs de colliers et de bracelets. Ensuite, les Mèdes, ceux-ci n'étaient pas moins nombreux que les Perses, mais ne les valaient pas pour la force physique. De manière que le total fut de 300 000 hommes, y compris la cavalerie. Dans le temps que Mardonios procédait à la sélection de ses troupes et que Xerxès était en Thessalie, était venu de Delphes aux Lacédémoniens un oracle leur disant de demander à Xerxès satisfaction pour le meurtre de Léonidas et d'accepter ce qu'il leur donnerait. Les Spartiates dépêchèrent donc d'urgence un héros. Ce héros, ayant trouvé l'armée tout entière encore en Thessalie, se présenta devant Xerxès et lui dit « Roi des Mèdes, les Lacédémoniens et les Héraclides de Sparte te demandent satisfaction pour un meurtre, car tu as fait périr leur roi alors qu'il défendait la Grèce. » Xerxès se mit à rire et resta longtemps sans dire mot. Puis, comme Mardonios se trouvait près de lui, il le désigna et répondit « Toigas fi Mardonios hode dikas dosei toyotas hoyas et keinoisi prepel. » Le héros accepta ces paroles et se retira. Laissant Mardonios en Thessalie, Xerxès fit route lui-même rapidement pour l'Hellespont, et il atteignit en 45 jours le point d'où il avait traversé. De son armée, autant dire, il ne ramenait rien. Partout où il passait en cours de route, chez n'importe quel peuple, les hommes faisaient main basse pour se nourrir sur les produits des récoltes, et là où ils ne trouvaient point, sur l'herbe qui pousse de la terre. Et des arbres aussi, tant cultivés que sauvages, ils arrachaient l'écorce, ils cueillaient les feuilles, qu'ils dévoraient, sans rien laisser. Tota des poyun, upo, limou, epilabon des loimos, te traston, kai ducenterie, catodon efteire. Xerxès laissait aussi derrière lui les malades, ordonnant dans les villes où il passait, à chaque étape de sa marche, qu'on prit soin d'eux, qu'on les nourrit. Il en laissa ainsi en Thessalie, en Macédoine, à Cyrus de Péonie. Il lui arrivait aussi dans ce pays de ne pas recouvrer, quand il se retira, le char sacré de Zeus qu'il y avait laissé quand il avançait contre la Grèce. Les Péoniens l'avaient donné aux Thraces. Lorsqu'il le redemanda, ils prétendirent que les chevaux, pendant qu'ils étaient au pâturage, avaient été volés par les Thraces de la Thrace supérieure habitant près des sources du Strimon. C'est aussi dans cette région que le roi des Bisaltes et de la Crestonie, un Thrace, commit une action abominable. Il avait refusé pour son compte de se faire volontairement l'esclave de Xerxès et s'était retiré sur les hauteurs du mont Rhodope. Et il avait défendu à ses fils de marcher contre la Grèce. Mais eux, que ce fût par dédain de cette interdiction ou par simple désir de voir le spectacle de la guerre, marchaient avec le Perse. Quand ils revinrent, tous sains et saufs, il y en avait 6, leur père, pour les punir de cette désobéissance, leur fit arracher les yeux. Voilà quelles furent leurs récompenses. Les Perses, quand au sortir de la Thrace, ils arrivèrent au détroit, traversèrent l'Hellespont en toute hâte sur leur vaisseau pour gagner Abydos, car ils n'avaient pas trouvé les ponts de bateaux encore tendus d'une rive à l'autre, mais disloqués par une tempête. Disposant en ce lieu, pendant le séjour qu'ils y firent, de plus d'aliments qu'en cours de route, ils se gorgèrent sans mesure, et cela, joint au changement d'eau, fit périr beaucoup d'hommes de ce qui restait de l'armée. Les autres, avec Xerxès, arrivèrent à Sardes. On raconte aussi les choses de cette autre façon. Quand Xerxès, revenant d'Athènes, fut arrivé à Ilion, qui est sur le Strimon, il aurait renoncé à poursuivre sa marche par voie de terre. Confiant à Hydarnès le soin de ramener l'armée à l'Hellespont, il se serait embarqué lui-même sur un vaisseau phénicien pour retourner en Asie. Pendant qu'il était en mer, il aurait été surpris par un vent soufflant du Strimon avec violence et soulevant les flots. La tempête ballottait de plus en plus furieusement le vaisseau, chargé au point que beaucoup des Perses qui faisaient la traversée avec Xerxès se tenaient sur le pont. Le roi, effrayé, aurait alors appelé le pilote et lui aurait demandé s'il y avait quelque espoir de salut. L'homme lui aurait répondu « Maître, il n'y en a aucun, à moins qu'on ne se débarrasse d'une partie de ses nombreux passagers. » Entendant ces paroles, Xerxès aurait déclaré « Homme de Perse, à chacun de vous maintenant de montrer l'intérêt qu'il porte à son roi, car c'est de vous, semble-t-il, que dépend mon salut. » Ainsi aurait-il parlé. Eux se seraient prosternés et jetés à terre, et jetés à la mer. Et le vaisseau, allégé, aurait pu, dans ces conditions, arriver sauf en Asie. Et voici ce qu'aurait fait Xerxès aussitôt descendu à terre. Il aurait gratifié le pilote d'une couronne d'or pour avoir sauvé la vie du roi, mais pour avoir causé la mort de nombreux Perses, il lui aurait fait trancher la tête. Telle est l'histoire qui se raconte au sujet du retour de Xerxès, ou d'Amos et Moïgé-Pistos, en particulier ce qui serait arrivé aux Perses. Si le pilote avait vraiment tenu à Xerxès le langage que j'ai dit, je tiens que sur 10 000 personnes interrogées, il n'y en a pas une qui refuserait d'admettre que le roi eût fait ce qui suit. Faire descendre dans le creux des navires ceux qui se trouvaient sur le pont, des Perses et les premiers des Perses, et jeter à la mer un nombre égal de rameurs qui étaient des Phéniciens. Mais, comme je l'ai dit précédemment, c'est en faisant route avec les autres, avec l'armée, qu'il retourna en Asie. Et en voici une forte preuve. Il est patent que Xerxès, pendant son voyage de retour, vint à Adbert, où il se lia avec les habitants par un lien d'hospitalité et leur fit don d'un akynakès d'or et d'une tiare brochée d'or. Les Abdéritains ajoutent même, ce que je ne crois point pour ma part, qu'il y aurait détaché sa ceinture pour la première fois depuis qu'il fuyait d'Athènes, s'y sentant en sûreté. Or, Abdère est situé plus avant dans la direction de l'Hellespont que le Strimon, et ayant, à partir d'où, à ce qu'on raconte, il se serait embarqué.
I greci non I greci, non riuscendo a prendere Andro, si volsero contro Caristo e ne razziarono il territorio. Poi tornarono a Salamina. Prima di tutto scelsero per gli dei le primizie, tra cui 3 triremi fenice, una da dedicare all'Istmo, ancora esistente al mio tempo, un'altra al Sunio, una terza per Aiace, lì a Salamina. Poi si divisero il bottino e mandarono le primizie a Delfi. Con queste fu fatta una statua che aveva nella mano un rostro di nave, alta 12 cubiti. Essa si trova nello stesso luogo della statua d'oro di Alessandro il Macedone. Mandate le primizie a Delfi, i greci chiesero in comune al dio se quelle che aveva avuto erano complete e soddisfacenti. Egli rispose di averle per quanto riguardava gli altri greci, ma non da parte degli egineti, ed esigeva da questi l'offerta dovuta per la gloria conseguita nella battaglia di Salamina. Quando lo seppero, gli egineti dedicarono le stelle d'oro, che si trovano in numero di 3 su un albero di nave bronzeo, nell'angolo più vicino al cratere di Creso. Dopo la divisione del bottino, i greci navigarono alla volta dell'Istmo per dare un premio a quello di loro che ne fosse risultato il più degno in questa guerra.
Quando i comandanti giunsero, posero i voti sull'altare di Posidone, designando il primo e il secondo tra tutti, e ciascuno diede il voto a se stesso, ritenendo di essere stato il più valoroso. La maggioranza però votò concorde nel designare al secondo posto Temistocle. Così, mentre essi non ebbero che un solo voto, per il secondo posto prevalse di molto Temistocle. Benché i greci non volessero più per invidia risolvere questo problema, ma ritornassero ciascuno nella sua patria senza decidere, tuttavia Temistocle fu proclamato dalla pubblica fama e giudicato in tutta la Grecia il greco di gran lunga più abile. Ma poiché, pur essendo sua la vittoria, non aveva ricevuto onori dai combattenti di Salamina, si recò immediatamente a Sparta, desideroso di riceverli, e gli Spartani lo accolsero bene e lo onorarono grandemente. Dettero a Euribiade come premio una corona d'olivo e a Temistocle per la sua abilità e destrezza un'altra corona d'olivo. In più gli donarono un carro, il più bello che vi fosse a Sparta. Lo colmarono di lodi e quando se ne andò 300 spartiati scelti, quelli che sono chiamati i cavalieri, lo scortarono fino ai confini con Tegea e gli fu il solo di tutti gli uomini che conosciamo che gli spartiati abbiano scortato. Quando da Sparta tornò ad Atene, Timodemo di Afidna, uno dei suoi nemici, che non apparteneva peraltro alle persone molto in vista, folle di invidia, si mise a insultarlo, rinfacciandogli il viaggio a Sparta e come fosse grazie ad Atene che aveva avuto quegli onori da parte degli Spartani, non per merito suo. Poiché Timodemo non smetteva di parlare così, Temistocle disse: «Ecco come stanno le cose. Né io avrei ricevuto tali onori dagli Spartiati se fossi stato Belvinite, né li avresti ricevuti tu, amico, pur essendo ateniese». Ecco quanto accadde nella suddetta occasione. Artabazo, figlio di Farnace, che era già da prima un personaggio di rilievo tra i persiani e che lo divenne ancora di più in seguito alle vicende di Platea, con 60.000 uomini dall'esercito scelto da Mardonio, scortò il re fino allo stretto. Quando Serse fu in Asia, durante il ritorno egli si trovò presso la Pallene. Intanto Mardonio svernava in Tessaglia e in Macedonia e non gli faceva ancora pressione perché raggiungessero il resto dell'esercito. Così, quando trovò i Potideati in rivolta, Artabazo ritenne sensato assoggettarli. Infatti i Potideati, dopo che il re era passato vicino a loro e la flotta persiana si era ritirata in fuga da Salamina, si erano apertamente ribellati ai barbari e così pure gli altri abitanti della Pallene. Allora appunto Artabazo mise l'assedio a Potidea. Sospettando che anche gli Olinti intendessero ribellarsi al re, assediò anche Olinto. La abitavano bottiei cacciati dai Macedoni dal golfo Termaico. Dopo averli assediati li catturò, li portò sul lago e li massacrò e affidò la città a Critobulo di Torone, che nominò governatore, e ai Calcidesi. Fu così che i Calcidesi si impadronirono di Olinto. Conquistata Olinto, Artabazo si rivolse con energia contro Potidea. Mentre vi era impegnato, Timosseno, comandante degli Scionei, si intese con lui per consegnargli la città. In che modo la cosa cominciò non so dirlo. Infatti non lo si racconta, ma alla fine ecco che cosa avvenne. Ogni volta che si scrivevano delle lettere e se le volevano spedire o Timosseno ad Artabazo, Artabazo a Timosseno, le avvolgevano presso le tacche di una freccia e dopo avervi attaccato delle penne le lanciavano in un luogo convenuto. Il tradimento di Timosseno contro Potidea fu infine scoperto. Infatti Artabazo, lanciando la freccia verso il luogo convenuto, lo fallì e colpì alle spalle uno di Potidea, e attorno al colpito accorse una folla, come suole accadere in guerra. Costoro presero la freccia e appena si accorsero della lettera la portarono ai comandanti. Erano presenti anche gli altri alleati pannelleni. I comandanti, letta la lettera e individuato il colpevole, decisero di non dichiarare reo di tradimento Timosseno per riguardo alla città degli Scionei, affinché gli Scionei non fossero nel futuro sempre ritenuti traditori. Egli dunque fu in tal modo scoperto. Erano trascorsi già 3 mesi da che Artabazo assediava Potidea quando sopravvenne un gran riflusso del mare, e per lungo tempo. I barbari allora, vedendo che si era formato uno specchio di acqua bassa, avanzarono verso Pallene. Ma mentre avevano già percorso 2 tratti dello spazio e ne restavano ancora 3 che bisognava attraversare per essere dentro Pallene, sopravvenne una marea alta quanto non lo era mai stata e quanto affermano gli abitanti del luogo, pur essendo un fenomeno frequente. E allora quelli che non sapevano nuotare perirono, e anche quelli che sapevano nuotare li uccisero i Potideati, assalendoli anche con le imbarcazioni. I ipotideati dicono che la causa della marea e del disastro persiano fu che quei persiani che perirono per opera delle onde avevano fatto oltraggio al tempio di Posidone e alla statua del dio che era nel sobborgo, e adducendo questo motivo a me sembra che parlino rettamente. Artabazzo condusse i superstiti in Tessaglia da Mardonio.
Ο δε ναυτικός ο Xerxes, περιγενόμενος, ως προσέμιξε τη Ασίη, φεύγουν εξ Σαλαμίνος και βασιλέατε και την στρατιήν εκ Χερσονήσου διεπόρθνεσεν εσ Άβυδον, εχημέριζε εν κήμη. Έαρος δε επιλάμψαντος πρόιος συνελέγετο εσάμων, εδέ των νεών και εχημέρισαν αυτού. Περσαίων δε και μίδων οι πλεύνες επεβάτευον. Στρατηγοί δε σφί επήλθον Μαρδόντις, Θεοβαγαίου και Αρταΐτης ο Αρταχαίο. Συνήρχε δε τούτηση και αδελφιδαίος αυτού Αρταΐντεο προσελουμένου Ιθαμήτρης. Άτε δε μεγάλος πληγέντες, ου προείσαν ανωτέρω το προσεσπέρις, ου δε πινάγκαζε ουδείς, αλλά εν τη Σάμο κατήμενη εφύλασσον την Ιωνίην μη αποστή, νέας έχοντες συντήσει η άσιτρη οικοσίης. Ού μεν ουδέ προσεδέκοντο τους Έλληνας ελεύσεσθε εις την Ιωνίην, αλλά από χρήσιν σφί την εωητών φυλάσιν. Σταθμεύμευμοι ότι σφαία σου και πεδίωξαν φεύγοντας εξ Σαλαμίνος, αλλάσμενοι απαλλάσσοντο. Καταμένην την θάλασσαν εσωμένοι ήσαν το θυμό, πεζίδε εδόκαιον πολλό κρατήσιν των Μαρδόνιων. Εόντες δε εν Σάμο, άμα μεν ευουλεύοντο, ή τη δυνέατο, κακόν τους πολεμίους πιέειν, άμα δε και ο τακούστεον, όκι πεσέτε τα Μαρδονίου πρίγματα. Τους δε Έλληνας, τότε αργινόμενον Ήγυρε και Μαρδόνιος εν Θεσσαλии αιών. Ο μεν δι πεζός ούκο συνελέγετο, ο δε ναυτικός απίκετο εσέγιναν, νέες αριθμών 10 και 100. Στρατηγός δε και ναύαρχος είναι Λευτυχίδης ο Μενάρεος του Ηγυσίλεο, του Ιπποκρατίδεο, του Λευτυχίδεο, του Αναξίλεο, του Αρχιμτήμου, του Αναξανδρίδεο, του Θεοπόμπου, του Νικάνδρου, του Χαρίλεο, του Ευνόμου, του Πολυδέκτεο, του Πριτάνιος, του Ευρυφόντος, του Προκλέως, του Αριστοδήμου, του Αριστομάχου, του Κλεοδαίου, του Ήλου, του Ηρακλέως, αιών της εταίρης οικίας των βασιλέων. Ούτι πάντες, πλην των 7 των με τα Λευτυχίδεα πρώτων καταλεχθέντων, οι άλλοι βασιλέες εγένοντος Σπάρτης. Αθηναίων δε στρατήγεε, Ξάνθιπος ο Αρίφρονος. Ως δε παρεγένοντο εστιν έγιναν πάσε νέες, απίκοντο Ιώνων άγγελοι στο στρατόπεδον των Ελλήνων, ή και εσπάρτην ο λίγο πρώτερον τούτων απικόμενοι εδέοντολα και δαιμονίων ελευθερούν την Ιωνίη. Τον και Ηρόδοτος ο βασιλιίδεο ειν. Οι στασιώτες φύση γενόμενοι επεβούλευον θάνατον στράτη το χείου τυράννο, αιώντες αρχήν 7. Επιβουλεύοντες δε ως φανεροί εγένοντο, εξενίκαντος την επιχείρηση ενός των μετεχόντων. Ούτω δι οι λοιποί εξαιώντες υπεξέσχον εκ της χείου και εσπάρτης, τε απίκοντο και δι και τότε εστιν έγιναν, των Ελλήνων δεόμενοι καταπλώσε εστιν Ιωνίην. Οι προήγαγον αυτούς μόγης μέχρι δήλου. Το γάρ προσωτέρω πανδυνών ειν τύση έλυση, ούτε των χώρων εούσιε εμπείρηση, στρατιείστε πάντα πλέα δόκε είναι, την δε Σάμον επιστέατο δόξη και Ηρακλέα στήλας ίσον απέχειν, συνέπιπτε δε τι ούτω, ώστε τους μεν βαρβάρους το προσεσπέρις ανωτέρω Σάμου μη τολμάν καταπλώσε, καταροδικότας. Τους δε Έλληνας, χρηζόντων χίων, το προς την ιό κατωτέρω δήλου, ούτω δέος το μέσον εφύλασε σφαίων. Οι μεν δι Έλληνες έπλεον εστιν δήλων, Μαρδόνιος δε περί την Θεσσαλίην εχήμαζε. Εν θεύτεν δε ορμόμενος έπεμπε κατά τα χρηστήρια άνδρα Ευρωπαία γένος. Το ούνομα ειν μης, εντυλάμενος πανταχή μην χρυσόμενον ελθύν. Τον ιάτε ειν σφί αποπυρίσαστε, ότι μεν βουλόμενος εκμαθήν προς τον χρηστηρίον ταύτα ενετέλετο, ούκ έχω φράσε. Ούγαρον λέγεται. Δοκαίο δέγωγε περί των παρεόντων πριγμάτων και ουκ άλλων περιπέμψε. Ούτως ο μης εστελεβάδιαν φαίνεται απεικόμενος και μισθό πίσα των επιχωρίων άνδρα καταβίνε παρατροφόνιων και εσάβαστα σφοκαίος απεικόμενος επί των χρηστήριων και δίκαι εστίβας πρώτα ως απίκετο. Τούτο μεν το Ισμηνείο Απόλλωνη εχρήσατο. Έστι δε καταπέρεν Ολυμπή η ρίση αυτόθη χρηστηριάζεστε.
Τούτο δεξίνον τεινά και ου Θηβαίων χρήμαση πίσας κατεκοίμησε εσ' αμφιάριο. Θηβαίων δε ουδενή έξεστε μαντεύεστε αυτόθη διατόδε. Εκέλευσε σφαίας ο αμφιάρεος διαχρηστηρίων πιεύμενος ο κότερα βούλονται ελέστε τούτον, εοητό ή άτε μάντι χράστε ή άτε συμμάχο του εταίρου απεχομένους. Οι δε σύμμαχον μην ήλοντο είναι. Δια τούτο μεν ουκ έξεστη Θηβαίων ουδενή αυτόθη εγκατακοιμηθήνε. Τότε δε Θωμά μη μέγιστον γενέστε λέγεται υποθηβαίων. Έλθην άρα τον Ευρωπαία μην, περιστροφόμενον πάντα τα χρηστήρια, και εσ' του πτώου Απόλλωνος το τέμενος. Τούτο δε το ηρών καλέτε μεν πτώων, έστι δε Θηβαίων. Κοίτε δε υπέρ της κοπαίδος λίμνης, προς όρια αγχωτάτο ακρεφίης πόλεως. Εσ' τούτο το ηρών επίτε παρελθύν το καλεόμενον τούτον μην, έπεστε δε ή των αστών ερετούς άνδρας, τρεις από του κοινούς απογραψωμένους τα θεσπιέιν έμελε και πρόκατε τον πρόμαντι βαρβάρο γλώσσι χράν. Και τους μεν επομένους των Θηβαίων, εν θώματι έχεστε ακούοντας βαρβάρου γλώσσης αντί Ελλάδος, ουδέ έχειν ότι χρήσονται το παρεόντι πρίγματι. Τον δε Ευρωπαία μην, εξαρπάσαντα παρ' αυτόν την εφέροντο δέλτον, τα λεγόμενα υπού το προφήτεο γράφεινε σ' αυτήν. Φάνε δε καρύ μην γλώσσι χράν, συγγραψάμενον δε είχεστε απειόντα εστ Θεσσαλίην.
Μαρδόνιος δε επιλεξάμενος, ότι δε λέγοντα εν τα κρυστήρια, μετατάουτα έπεμψεν άγγελον εσ' Αθήνας, Αλέξανδρον τον αμούντεο άντρα Μακεδόνα. Χάμαμεν ότι οι προσκύδες, οι Πέρσοι έσαν, Αλεξάνδρου γαρ αδελφεήν, Γουγάιν, αμούντεο δε τουγατέρα, βουβάρες, Haner Perses esce, ecteis hoi egegone amyntes ho ente asiei conto unomatum mitropatoros, toi de ec basileos tes prugies edote alabanta polis megale nemestai. Hamade ho Mardonios Τόμενος ότι προξενώστε καί ευεργέτες ο Αλέξανδρος έπεμπε. Τους γαρ Αθηναίους χούτο εδώ και μάλιστα προσκτέσασθαι λεόντε πολλών άρα ακούων ειναι καί άλκημον. Τάτε κατά την θάλασσαν σουν του κόντα σφυπατέματα κατεργασμένους μάλιστα Αθηναίους επίστατο. Τούτον δε προσγενωμένον κατέλπιζε Ιουπετέως τες θαλάσσες κρατέσιν τα περάν καί εν πετζεί τε εδώ και πολλοί ειναι κρέσον. Χούτο δε ελογίζετο κατού περτε όι τα πρέγματα εσεσθαι των Ελληνικών. Τα καδάν καί τα κρεστέρια ταουτάχοι προλέγοι συμβουλεύοντα σούμακον των Αθηναίων παιοίεστε, тоis δε πιτόμενος επέμπτω. Τούδε Αλεξάνδρου τούτου έβδομος γενέτορ παιδίκες, έστι χοκτεσάμενος των Μακεδόνων τεν τουρανίδα τρόποι τοϊόιδε, εξ Άργεως επούγον εσ Ηλουριούς των τεμένου απογόνων τρεις αδελφοέοι, Γαβάνες τε καί αέροπος καί περδίκης, εκ δε Ηλουριών hyperballontes εστεν άνω Μακεδονίεν, απίκοντο εσ Λεβάιεν πόλην. Εν ταύτα δε ετέτευον επιμισθόοι παρατόοι βασιλέοι, χόμεν χίπους νέμων, χοδε βούς, χοδε νεότατος αутόλ περδίκες τα λεπτά των προβάτων. Έσαν δε το πάλαι καί χαί τουρανίδες των ανθρώπων ασθενέες κρίμασε, ου μόνον χοδέμος. hedegune tu basileus auteta sitia sphi έπεσε. Hokos de optoi ho hartos tu paidos tu tetos tu perdikeo diplesios eginete autos heoi tu. Επίδε αηχαίοι το τούτο εγκίνετο, είπε προς τον άντρα των Θεοητές. Τον δε ακούσαντα, εσήλθε αουτίκα ως εητέρας καί πέροι es megati. Καλέσας δε τους τέτας προ εγόρευε σφί απαλλάσσεσθαι εκ γες τες Θεοητού. Hoide ton miston effasan dikaioi einai apolabontes hudos exienai. En tauta ho basileus tu mistu periacusas, ein gar kataten kapnodoken eston oikon esekon ho helios ipen teoblabes genomenos. Mestonde hymin ego hymeon axion tonde apodidomi. Dexas ton helion. Homende gavaniste kai ho aeropos hoi presbiteroi hestasan ekpepligmenoi hos ekusan tauta. Hode pais etun kanegar ekon makairan eipastade de kometha o basileu ta didois perigrapei Theimakerei esto edapos tu oiku ton helion perigrápsas de eston kolpon tris arusamenos tu heliu apalaseto autoste kai hoimet ekinu. Hoimen de apeisan toide basilei sumaini tis ton paredron hoion ti crema poisei opais kai hos sun noi keinon honeotatos laboita didomena. Hode tauta kusas kai oxunteis pempei ep autus hipeas apoleontas. Potamus de esti entei corei tauti, toi tuosi hoi tuton tonandron aphargeos apogonoi hos soteri. Hutos epeite diebesan hoi temenidai, megas hotos erue hostetus hipeas me oius te genaiste diabenai. Hoide apicomenoi es alen gen tes Macedonies, oikisan pellas ton kipon ton legomenon, eine mideo tu gordio, entosi puetai automata roda hen hekaston ekon hexeconta pula, odmente hyperperonta ton allon. En tutoisi kai o silenos toisi kipoisi helo hos legetai hypomakedonon. Hyperdeton kepon oros keite bermion unoma. Abbaton hypokeimonos. En teutende hormomenoi ostautin eskon, catastrefondo kai ten alen Macedonie. Hapotutu de tu perdikeo Alexandros hode egeneto, amunteo pais ein Alexandros, amuntes de Alceteos de pater ein Aeropos, tu de Philippos de Argaios, tu de Perdices hoctisamenos ten arcen. Egegonemen de hode Alexandros ho amunteo, hos de apiceto estas Athenas apopempteis hypomardoniu, elegetade. Andres Athenaoi, Mardonios tadelegi, hemoi angelii heci para basileos legosa hutos. Athinaoisi tas hamartidas tas ex ekinon genomenas passas metiemi, nunde hode Mardonie poei. Tutomenten gens via podos, tuto de alen prostaute Helleston auti. Heintina etelosi eontes autonomoi. Hira de pantasfi, ein de bulontaige hamoi homologein an ortoson, hossa ego en eprisa. Tutonte apigmenon anangeos eke moi pei poiein tauta, ein metokymeteron aition genetai. Lego de hymin tade, nun ti meneste polemon basilei antai-Romenoi, udegar han hyperbaloiste, ude hoioite este antekin ton pantachronon, eidetemen gartes Xerxeo stratilasies, to Platos, caita herga, pinthaneste de, caiten nun parahemoi usan dunamin, hoste kai en Himeas hyperbaliste kai nikisete, tuper hymin udemia elpis eiper eupronete ale parestai polapidesie. Me on bulescae parisumenoi basileis terestaimen tescoris, teinde hae peri hymeon auton ala catalusaste. Parece de hymin calista catalusaste basileos tautei hormenmenum. Este eluteroi, hymin omaikmin syntemenoi, aneute dolu kai apatis. Mardonios mentauta o Athinaoi, entilatomoi eipin pros Hymeas. Ego de perimen euneois tes pros Hymeas euses exemeo uden lexo, ugar annun proton ec mathoite, proscrizo de Hymeon pitestai Mardonioi. Enorogar hymin uk hoioisi te esomenoisi ton pantachronon polemein Xerxes, eigar enoron tuto en hymin uk ancote es Hymeas eiton econ logos tuste, caigar dunamis hyper anthropon he basileos esti, cae ceir hyper meces, in onme autica homologesete, megala protenonton eb hoisi homologein et helusi, daimeno hyper Hymeon en triboi tamalista oikemenon ton xymacon panton aetepteiromenon munon, aexerodon metekmionte ten gen ectimenon. Ala peteste polugar hymin axia tauta basileus ge homegas munosi hymin enenon tas hamartadas ape et heli pilos geneste.
This was Alexander's speech to the Athenians. The Lacedaemonians had heard that Alexander had gone to Athens with the intention of inducing them to come to terms with Xerxes. And they remembered that there were oracles to the effect that they and the Dorian people as a whole would be expelled from the Peloponnese by a combined force of Persians and Athenians. So they were terrified at the prospect of the Athenians entering into an agreement with the Persians. And they decided to send a delegation to Athens straight away. Now, it so happened that the Lacedaemonian messenger's appointment coincided with that of Alexander. Because the Athenians had slowed the proceedings down and procrastinated. They were sure that the Lacedaemonians would hear that a messenger had come from the Persians with a treaty in mind, and that once they found out, they would waste no time in sending messengers. So they delayed things on purpose, so that the Lacedaemonians could hear what they had to say. After Alexander had finished speaking, it was the turn of the messengers from Sparta. The Lacedaemonians sent us, they said, to ask you not to do anything that might harm Greece and not to listen with approval to the words of the Persian king. There are many reasons why it would be particularly wrong and inappropriate for you to do so. Not that there's anything that would make it right for any other Greek state either. But it was you who started this war, while it was the last thing we wanted. And right from the start, it was your land that was at stake, even if now the whole of Greece is involved. Besides, it would be intolerable for Athens to be responsible for enslaving the rest of the Greeks, when in the past you have always been known to free others from slavery. However, we do sympathize with your difficulties. You have lost 2 harvests already, and your finances have been ruined for a long time now. To compensate for this, the Lacedaemonians and their allies are prepared to maintain your womenfolk and all the members of your households, who do not contribute to the war for as long as this war lasts. Don't let Alexander of Macedonia's smooth presentation of Mardonius' offer win you over. He was bound to act as he did. He is a despot, and despots support one another. But you do not have to follow his example, and if you have any sense, you won't, because as you know, these foreigners are completely unreliable and dishonest. That was what the messengers said. The Athenians replied to Alexander as follows. In actual fact, we were already aware of the disparity between the resources at our disposal and Xerxes' enormous power, so there was no need for your pointed reminder. Nevertheless, we are so focused on freedom that we will fight for it however we can. Don't try to persuade us to come to terms with Persia. We are not going to do so. Go and take this message from the Athenians to Mardonius. As long as the sun keeps to its present course, we will never come to terms with Xerxes. On the contrary, we will take to the field and fight against him, confident of the support of the gods and heroes, for whom he felt such utter contempt that he burnt their homes and statues. If you ever come to Athens in the future, make sure that you come without this kind of proposal. Never disguise an inducement to commit sacrilege as an offer of a favor. We wouldn't like to see you come to any harm at the hands of the Athenians, when you are their representative and friend. This was the Athenian reply to Alexander. To the messengers from Sparta, they spoke as follows. It may have been natural for you to worry in case we came to terms with Xerxes, but we still think your fear reflects badly on you because you are perfectly well aware of the Athenian temperament. You should have known that there isn't enough gold on earth or any land of such outstanding beauty and fertility that we would accept it in return for collaborating with the enemy and enslaving Greece. Even if we were inclined to do so, there are plenty of important obstacles in the way. First and foremost, there is the burning and destruction of the statues and homes of our gods. Rather than entering into a treaty with the perpetrator of these deeds, we are duty-bound to our utmost to avenge them. Then again, there is the fact that we are all Greeks. One race, speaking one language, with temples to the gods and religious rites in common, and with a common way of life. It would not be good for Athens to betray all this shared heritage. So, if you didn't know it before, we can assure you that so long as even a single Athenian remains alive, we will never come to terms with Xerxes. However, we would like to thank you for your thoughtful offer to look after our families during our time of economic ruin. Your kindness leaves nothing to be desired, but we'll find some way to hold out without troubling you. So there we are then. What you must do now is get an army in the field as quickly as possible. It looks as though it won't be long before the Persian comes and invades our country. He'll do so just as soon as he receives our message and finds out that we are turning him down flat. It would be a good idea for us to have an army in Boeotia to preempt his attempt, to invade Attica. After listening to the Athenian reply, the messengers returned to Sparta.
Mardonios de ozoi aponestesas Alexandros ta Parathenaion esemine, ormetheis sec Thessalies, eget in stratien spudei epidas Athenas, ocude acastote aginoto, tutos paralambane. Toisi de Thessalies hegeomenosi, uteta protu pepregmena metemele uden, polote malon epegon ton persen, kai sum proepsete thorex, holeriseos exexin fugonta, kai tota ectufaneru pareca pardonion epiten halada. Epaide poruomonos ginetai hostratos en boetoisi, hoi thebaio catalambanon ton mardonion kai sunabuluon autoi, legontes hosuk horos epiteotoros en srapodiusae ecenu, ureon iene ecesteru, el auto idzomonon, poein ocos amaceti ten pasan elada catastrepsete. Catamengata escuron, Helenas homophronaiontes, oiper kai parostata eginoskon, calopus enae perigenesae, kai hapasi anthroposi. Aide poeseis ta emes pareneomen, ephasen lagontes, exis aponos, pantata akenon isken bulumata. Pempacremata estus tunus tuantos andas entesi polisi, pempondet en elada diastasis, en thiutende, tos metas afroneontas, reidios metatun stasioteon catastrepsiae. Hoimentatas sunabulion, hode uke paithato, ale oidenostis in estacto imeros, tas Athenas diutra elein, amamen up agnomozunes, amade persosi dianeson, edocie basilei de losan, eonti en sardisi, oti ecoi Athenas. Os sudetote epicomonos estenaticein, eiuratus Athenaius, malente salamini tus plaistus epunthanato enae, entatesin neusi, haeree te eremon do astu. Ed basileus haeresis, esten hustarein ten mardoniu epistatiein, te camenos egeneto.
Als Mardonius in Athen eingetroffen war, schickte er Murichides, er schickte diese also ein zweites Mal, obwohl er vorher schon wusste, dass die Athener nicht freundlich gesinnt waren, aber in der Hoffnung, sie würden von ihrer Unvernunft ablassen, da ganz Attika ja eingenommen und in seiner Hand sei. Deswegen also entsandte er Murichides nach Salamis. Nachdem dieser vor den Rat getreten war, brachte er die Vorschläge des Mardonius vor. Unter den Ratsherren äußerte Lykides die Meinung, es scheine ihm besser, den Vorschlag anzunehmen, den Murichides ihnen unterbreite und dann vor das Volk zu bringen. Diese Meinung also äußerte er, sei es nun, dass er von Mardonius Geld erhalten hatte, sei es, dass er es tatsächlich für richtig hielt. Die Athener nahmen es jedoch sofort übel, sowohl die Ratsherren als auch die Menschen draußen, sobald sie es vernommen hatten. Sie umringten den Lykides und steinigten ihn, den Hellespontier Murichides aber schickten sie unversehrt zurück. Als auf Salamis um Lykides ein Aufruhr entstanden war, bemerkten die Frauen der Athener, was geschah. Eine Frau rief der anderen ermunternd zu und packte sie am Arm. Dann zogen sie von sich aus zum Haus des Lykides und steinigten seine Frau und seine Kinder. Dass die Athener nach Salamis übergesetzt hatten, war so gekommen. Solange sie erwarteten, dass ein Heer von der Peloponnes kommen würde, um ihnen beizustehen, blieben sie in Attika. Als die Peloponnesier jedoch zu langsam und zu zögerlich zu Werke gingen, Mardonius aber bereits im Anmarsch war und, wie es hieß, schon in Böotien sei, schafften sie alle ihr Hab und Gut heimlich fort und setzten selbst nach Salamis über. Nach Lakedaimon aber schickten sie Boten, die den Lakedaimoniern zum einen Vorwürfe machen sollten, dass sie hingenommen hätten, wie der Nicht-Grieche nach Attika eingefallen war, statt ihm mit ihnen nach Böotien entgegenzuziehen. Zum anderen sollten sie daran erinnern, was der Perser ihnen zu geben versprochen habe, falls sie abfallen würden, und sie sollten sagen, dass die Athener, wenn sie ihnen nicht helfen würden, selbst eine Rettung für sich finden würden. Die Lakedaimonier feierten nämlich zu dieser Zeit ein Fest. Sie begingen die Hyakintien. Sie hielten es für besonders wichtig, das Fest des Gottes zu feiern. Zu derselben Zeit erhielt die Mauer, die sie am Isthmus errichteten, bereits Zinnen. Als die Athener nach Daimon gekommen waren, sie brachten aus Mega und Plataea mit, traten sie vor die Toren und sagten, der Athener schickt uns der König Land zurück, andererseits uns zu Bundesgenossen machen will, ohne List und Trug, völliger Gleichberechtigung, das Land geben will, welches auch immer. Und weil wir es für empörend halten, Griechenland preiszugeben, haben wir nicht zugestimmt, sondern den Vorschlag zurückgewiesen, obwohl wir von den Griechen Unrecht erfahren haben, verraten wurden und wissen, dass es gewinnbringender ist, sich dem Perser anzuschließen, als Krieg zu führen. Indes werden wir uns niemals aus freien Stücken anschließen und soweit es an uns liegt, ehrlich gegenüber den Griechen zu sein. Während ihr damals in größte Angst geraten seid, dass wir uns dem Perser anschließen würden, kümmert ihr euch nun überhaupt nicht mehr um die Athener, da ihr unsere Gesinnung deutlich erkannt habt, nämlich, dass wir niemals Griechenland preisgeben werden und weil von euch die durch den Isthmus gezogene Mauer nahezu vollendet ist. Obwohl ihr mit uns vereinbart habt, den Perser bis nach Böotien entgegenzuziehen, habt ihr uns verraten und habt zugelassen, dass der Nicht-Grieche nach Attika einfiel. Für den Augenblick sind die Athener zwar auf euch wütend, denn ihr habt nicht richtig gehandelt. Jetzt aber fordern sie euch auf, möglichst schnell mit uns ein Heer zu entsenden, damit wir dem Nicht-Griechen in Attika standhalten können. Da wir Böotien eingebüßt haben, ist die triasische Ebene in unserem Land für einen Kampf am geeignetsten.
When the Ephors had heard the end of this speech, they postponed their reply until the following day, which they again pushed off until the next. And they continued to delay from day to day in this manner for 10 days in all. Meanwhile, all the Peloponnesians were working as hard as they could on the wall, and they were almost finished. I cannot explain why the Lacedaemonians, who took such great pains to prevent the Athenians from medizing when Alexandros of Macedon came to Athens, now seem not to care whether they did so or not. Perhaps the fact that they had by this time completed the fortification of the Isthmus led them to feel that they no longer needed the Athenians. While during Alexandros' visit to Attica, the war was not yet finished, and they were still working on it in great fear of the Persians. The way the Spartans finally answered the messages and marched out to war was as follows. On the day before the one designated as the last for a war was last for a hearing with the Athenians, Chileus, a man of Tegea, who had the greatest influence of all outsiders in Macedon, learned from the Ephors what the Athenians had told them, and after he had heard it, he assessed the situation for them in this way, saying, "Honorable Ephors, if the Athenians are not united with us, but become allies of the barbarian instead, then no matter how strong a wall is extended across the isthmus, there will be gates flung wide open for the Persian to enter the Peloponnese. So take heed before the Athenians decide to do something that would bring disaster to Hellas." That was his advice, and the Ephors at once grasped the import of what he had said. They spoke not a word to the messengers who had come from the cities, but while it was still dark, they sent about 5,000 Spartans with 7 heroes appointed to accompany each one, and assigned Pausanias, son of Cleombrotus, to lead them into battle. By right, the supreme command actually belonged to Aristarchus, son of Leonidas, but he was still a child, and Pausanias was his guardian and first cousin. For Cleombrotus, the father of Pausanias and son of Anaxandridas, was no longer alive, having died shortly after he brought back from the isthmus the army that had been working on the wall. Cleombrotus had led the army back from the isthmus because he was sacrificing to determine what to do about Persia. The sun was darkened in the heavens. Pausanias chose Euryanax, son of Darius, who belonged to his own family, to share the command. The troops with Pausanias then marched out of Sparta. When day had dawned, the messengers came before the ephors, knowing nothing about the departure of the troops, but intending to go back themselves, each one returning to his own city. They addressed the ephors as follows: Lacedaemonians, you may remain here, celebrating the High Cynthia and amusing yourselves while betraying your allies. The Athenians, since they have been wronged by you and are destitute of allies, will give up and make peace with the Persian in whatever way they can. And once we have done that, it is quite clear that we shall become the king's allies, and we shall join him in marching against the land to whichever the Persians direct us. From that point on, you will learn the results of your policy. In response to these words from the messengers, the ephors spoke on oath, telling them that they believed that their troops were already at Orestium, as they marched against the outsiders. For they used to call the barbarians outsiders. Knowing nothing of this, the messengers questioned the ephors and soon learned the whole truth. And so, after expressing their great astonishment at this, they went off by the quickest route to overtake them, and 5,000 hoplites picked from the Lacedaemonian Perioikoi accompanied them to do the same. While the messengers were hurrying toward the isthmus, the Argives heard that Pausanias and his troops had marched out of Sparta, and they at once sent a herald, the best long-distance runner they could find, to Attica, because they had earlier promised Mardonius that they would prevent the Spartans from marching out. When the herald arrived at Athens, he said, Mardonius, the Argives have sent me to tell you the men of military age have marched out from Lacedaemon, and that the Argives are unable to stop them. You must now form your own plan for dealing with this situation. After relaying this message, the herald returned to Argos. Now, after hearing this news, Mardonius had no further desire to remain in Attica. Prior to this, he had hoped the Athenians would make an agreement with him, and wanting to see what they would do, he had held off and done no violence or harm to Attic territory. But since he had no success in persuading them to do so, and he had now learned the whole truth, he demolished all walls, buildings, and sanctuaries, still standing, leaving everything in a heap of ruins, and then set Athens on fire and retreated before Pausanias and his troops arrived at the isthmus. He marched away both because Attica was unsuitable for cavalry, and because he knew that if he were defeated in battle there, he would only have one route by which to get away, and that was by a narrow road on which his troops could be blocked by even a small force. Therefore, he decided to retreat to Thebes, where he could join battle near a friendly city and on suitable land for cavalry. As Mardonius began his retreat, he received a message that an advance guard of 1,000 Lacedaemonians had arrived at Megara, and when he heard this, he modified his plan in an attempt to first destroy these troops. So he now turned his army around and led it toward Megara, while his cavalry rode on ahead and trampled over the Megarian land. This was the farthest point toward the setting sun in Europe that this Persian army ever reached. Soon after this, however, Mardonius received another report that the Hellenes had united their forces at the isthmus. So he turned around again and made his way back to Decelea. From there, he was guided through Sphindale and Tanagra by some neighboring Assyrians, who had been sent for that purpose by the Boeotarchs. After passing the night, he cleared the land of trees. He did this not because of any animosity toward the Thebans, but because of the absolute necessity to build a fortification as a place of refuge for his army if the battle did not turn out as he had hoped. His troops were stationed along the Asopus River, from Euryathae to Hysiae, and all the way to Plataean territory. The fort, however, was not that extensive, being a little less than 2,000 yards on each side, while the barbarians were engaged in this work. A Theban named Antigonus, son of Phrynon, after making elaborate preparations, invited Mardonius himself, along with 50 of the most noteworthy Persians, to be his guests at a feast, and they accepted his invitation. This dinner was held in Thebes. The rest of the story that follows was told to me by Thersandros of Orchomenos, a man held in the highest esteem in Orchomenos. Thersandros said that he himself was invited to this dinner by Atingos, along with 50 Theban men, and that Atingos did not have them recline separately from each other, but had a Persian and a Theban sharing each couch. After dinner, as they lingered drinking, the Persian on the couch with Thersandros asked him in Greek what country he came from, to which he replied, Orchomenos. The Persian then said, "Since you have shared with me a meal and libations, I would like to leave you with this insight of mine to remember me by, so that being informed in advance, you'll be able to make plans to secure a favorable outcome for yourself. Do you see these Persians dining here? And do you see the army we left camping by the river? Well, of all these men, You will see only a few surviving within a short time. And as the Persian said this, he began to sob and weep profusely, in amazement at what he had said. Thermopylae asked, "But should you not tell this to Mardonius and to the other Persians who rank just below him in esteem?" The Persian then replied, "My friend, what has been destined to happen by the gods is impossible for a mortal to avert by any contrivance. For no one believes even what trustworthy people say. And though many Persians know that this is true, we are bound by necessity to follow our orders. The most painful anguish that mortals suffer is to understand a great deal, but to have no power at all." That is what I heard from Thesandros of Orchomenos. And also, he told this to others just before the Battle of Plataea took place. And so Mardonius set up his camp in Boeotia. Most of the Hellenes who inhabited this region, who were Medizing, had contributed troops to his army and had participated in the invasion of Athens. The Phocians were the only ones who had not taken part in the invasion. They definitely were Medizing, but they did so under compulsion and against their will. And not many days after the arrival of Mardonius' army at Thebes, 1,000 Phocian hoplites went there under the command of Hermocrates, one of the most prominent Phocian citizens. After their arrival at Thebes, Mardonius sent horsemen to order them to take up a position out on the plain by themselves. And as soon as they had done so, the entire force of Persian cavalry appeared before them. Then a rumor spread through the camp of the Hellenes who had taken the side of the Mede, and through that of the Phocians as well. And the Persians intended to shoot down the Phocians with javelins. At that point, Hermocrates, the Phocian general, exhorted his troops as follows: "Phocians, it is quite obvious that these people are about to put us to death and have planned to do so in advance. And it is my guess that we have been slandered by the Thessalians. So it is now time for each of you to prove himself a noble and courageous man, for it is better to end your lives honorably, fighting to defend yourselves, than to yield and thus perish in the most disgraceful way of all. But above all, let them learn that they are mere barbarians who have contrived to murder Hellenes who are men." That was how he exhorted his troops. So when the cavalry that had surrounded them charged as though they were about to kill them, and the horsemen raised their weapons as though they were going to throw them, and perhaps someone among them even did throw one, the Phocians stood firm in opposition, deploying themselves into densely packed ranks as they faced their foes in every direction. At that point, however, the horsemen suddenly turned and rode away. And now I cannot say for certain whether they had initially intended to destroy the Phocians at the request of the Thessalians, and that then, when they saw the Phocians adopt a firm defensive stance, they became frightened of suffering losses themselves, and for that reason turned away, and in doing so had followed the orders of Mardonius, or whether Mardonius had wanted merely to test their valor. But when the horsemen returned, Mardonius sent a herald to the Phocians with this message: "Have no fear, Phocians, for you have clearly proven yourselves to be noble and courageous men, contrary to what I have heard. And now I tell you to wage war wholeheartedly, for if you do, the value of your service will be far surpassed by the benefits that both the king and I rendered back to you." That is the end of my account of the Phocians. After the Lacedaemonians reached the Isthmus, they set up their camp there. And when other Peloponnesians who wanted what was best for Hellas learned of this, and some of them had even witnessed the Spartans marching out, they thought it would be wrong to be left behind. And so after obtaining favorable omens and sacrifice, they all set out together from the Isthmus and made their way to Eleusis. They performed sacrifices there as well, and when they found the omens favorable, they continued their march, now in the company of the Athenians who had crossed over from Salamis and joined them at Eleusis. And so they came to Euthra in Boeotia, where they learned that the barbarians were camping alongside the Ossopus River. After some deliberation, they took up positions opposite the enemies on the foothills of Mount Kythera. Since the Hellenes refused to come down onto the plain, Mardonius sent ahead against them his entire corps of cavalry under the command of Mecistos, whom the Hellenes call Makistios, and who had been very prominent among the Persians. He rode an Essaian horse with a golden bit and adorned by many other kinds of beautiful ornaments. The horsemen rode out against the Hellenes and charged them by regiment, one after another, doing significant harm to them and insulting them as they did so by calling them women. Now, just by chance, the Megarians happened to be deployed in the most vulnerable position in the entire battlefield, and it was they who received the brunt of the cavalry's assaults. Because they were so hard pressed by these attacks, the Megarians sent a herald to the generals of the Hellenes, who conveyed this message to them: "The Megarians have this to tell you. We, who are your allies, cannot continue to confront the cavalry of the Persians alone in the position we have occupied from the beginning. So far, we are resisting by tenacity and valor, though we are hard pressed. But now you should know that we shall abandon this post if you do not send others to replace us. After the herald had told them this, Pausanias put the Hellenes to the test to find out if any of the others would be willing to volunteer to replace the Megarians at their position. When all the rest had refused, the Athenians took upon themselves to send a company of 300 picked men under the command of Elpiodorus, son of Lampon. These were the men who undertook the task, and they stationed themselves at Erythrae in front of the other Hellenes who were there, taking along their archers for support. The battle they fought there went on for some time until it ended in the following way. As the cavalry was attacking by regiments, the horse of Mecistios, which stood out in front of the rest, was pierced in its rib by arrows. And in pain, the horse reared up on its hind legs and threw Mecistios to the ground. As soon as he fell, the Athenians attacked him. They took his horse and killed Mecistios as he was struggling to defend himself. But at first they were unable to kill him because of the way he was armored. Since he was wearing a breastplate made of golden scales next to his sin, and over a crimson tunic, they accomplished nothing as they struck against the breastplate. Then someone realized the reason for this and jabbed him through the eye, at which point he collapsed and died. The rest of the cavalry was at first ignorant of all this, because as soon as they had turned around and were riding away in retreat, no one had seen how he fell from the horse, and subsequently died fighting. But they immediately missed him after they stopped, for no one was there to command them. Once they realized what had happened, they cried out and rallied one another, and then charged back to retrieve the corpse. When the Athenians saw that the cavalry was no longer charging them in regiments, it was now in a mass formation, they shouted to the rest of the army for help, and as all the infantry there rushed to assist them, a bitter struggle was fought over the corpse. Now, for as long as the 300 Athenians were there alone, they were in danger of being badly beaten. Indeed, they were beginning to abandon the corpse when the main body of infantry came to their aid. Then it was the horsemen who could no longer stand their ground. Not only did they fail to relieve the corpse, but they now lost other horsemen in addition to their commander. And so they drew back about 400 yards and discussed what they should do. In view of the fact that they had no leader, they decided to ride back to Mardonius. Upon the arrival of the cavalry at their camp, the whole army, and Mardonius most of all, went in the morning for Mecistios. And in boundless grief, they shaved their heads and also their horses and pack animals. All Boeotia echoed with their laments as they mourned the death of the man who had been, next to Mardonius, the most esteemed by the Persians and by the king himself. So it was that the barbarians honored Mecistios in death, according to their custom. The Hellenes gained much courage from the fact that they had stood up to the attack of the cavalry and had repelled it. The first thing they did was place the corpse in a wagon and have it drawn past the army's various units in their assigned positions. They displayed it in this way because the body of Mecistios was worth seeing for its size and its beauty. And the men left their ranks in order to see it. Next, the Hellenes decided to advance down into Plataea, for they could see that the Plataean land was much more suitable for their camp than that of the Erythrae. Among other advantages, it had a better supply of water, so they decided to advance to the spring of Garaphea, located there to establish their camps in that location after deploying into their various separate units. And so, taking up their arms, they advanced through the foothills of Kithaeron, past Hysiae, and into Plataean territory. There they deployed in their natural contingents near the spring of Garaphea and the precincts of the Hera and Drochates. Their forces extended across the low hills and level land there.
Da kam es bei der Aufstellung zu einem heftigen Wortgefecht zwischen den Tegeaten und den Athenern. Beide erhoben den Anspruch auf den einen Flügel, wofür sie die Taten aus neuer und alter Zeit anführten. Zunächst sagten die Tegeaten Folgendes: Alle Bundesgenossen haben uns von jeher diesen Ehrenplatz eingeräumt, so oft bisher die Peloponnesier gemeinsam ins Feld rückten, in alter wie in neuer Zeit. Seitdem einst die Herakliden nach dem Tode des Eurystheus in die Peloponnes heimzukehren versuchten. Damals haben wir diese Ehre folgendermaßen erkämpft. Als wir mit Achaiern an Ioniern, die damals auf der Peloponnes wohnten, zur Verteidigung an den Isthmos ausgerückt waren und den Heimkehrern gegenüber lagerten, da, so erzählt man, sprach Hylos vor dem versammelten Heer: Es sei nicht nötig, dass das eine Heer mit dem anderen in Kampf gerate und von Neuem in Gefahr komme. Vielmehr sollte sich derjenige aus dem Heere der Peloponnesier, den sie selbst für den Besten in ihrer Mitte hielten, mit ihm im Zweikampf nach bestimmten Vereinbarungen messen. Die Peloponnesier erklärten sich damit einverstanden und schlossen folgendes Abkommen: Wenn Hylos den Führer der Peloponnesier besiegte, sollten die Herakliden in die Sitze ihrer Vorfahren zurückkehren. Werde er aber besiegt, sollten die Herakliden wieder abziehen. ihr Heer wegführen und in den nächsten 100 Jahren keinen Versuch zur Rückkehr in die Peloponnes machen. Aus der Reihe aller Bundesgenossen aber wurde als Freiwilliger Echemos, der Sohn des Aeropos, der Enkel des Phegeus, gewählt, der unser Feldherr und König war. Er tötete Hylos im Zweikampf. Seit diesem Sieg erwarben wir bei den damaligen Peloponnesiern unter anderem große Ehren, die wir heute noch genießen. Auch die, dass wir bei einem gemeinsamen Ausmarsch ins Feld ständig den einen Flügel befehligen. Mit euch, Lakedaimonia, streiten wir nicht, sondern lassen euch die Wahl und erlauben euch zu bestimmen, welchen Flügel ihr befehligen wollt. Über den anderen Flügel aber, so behaupten wir, kommt uns die Führung zu, wie in früherer Zeit. Auch abgesehen von der geschilderten Tat verdienen wir die Stellung mehr als die Athener. Denn wir haben schon viele rühmliche Schlachten gegen euch, Spartiaten, ebenso wie viele andere geschlagen. Deshalb ist es billig, dass wir den einen Flügel erhalten und nicht die Athener. Denn sie haben keine solche Taten aufzuweisen wie wir, weder jetzt noch früher. So sprachen sie. Die Athener aber antworteten Folgendes. Wir wissen wohl, dass wir uns hier zum Kampf gegen die Barbaren versammelt haben, aber nicht zu einem Streit in Wortgefechten. Da aber der Mann aus Tegea zur Sprache gebracht hat, alle alten und neue Verdiensten auf beiden Seiten im Verlauf der Zeit hier vorzubringen, so müssen auch wir euch gegenüber klarlegen, woher wir das väterliche Erbrecht besitzen, als tüchtige Männer den ersten Platz vor den Arkadern einzunehmen. Wir allein haben die Herakliden aufgenommen, deren Führer diese Leute, wie sie behaupten, auf dem Isthmus getötet haben. Dieselben, die früher von allen Griechen ausgewiesen wurden, zu denen sie auf ihrer Flucht vor dem Joch der Mykener kamen und haben den Übermut des Eurystheus gedemütigt, indem wir mit ihnen zusammen die damaligen Herren der Peloponnes im Kampf besiegten. Ferner, als die Agiver mit Polyneikes gegen Theben zogen, ihr Leben endeten und unbestattet liegen blieben, zogen wir gegen die Kadmäer ins Feld und retteten die Leichen, wie wir behaupten, und begruben sie zu Eleusis in unserem Land. Auch gegen die Amazonen, die einst von der Thermodon her in Attika einfielen, haben wir uns tapfer gezeigt. Und auch im Kampf um Troja haben wir keinen an Tapferkeit nachgestanden. Aber es hilft ja doch nichts, an diese Geschichten zu denken. Denn die damals etwas taugten, sind heute vielleicht schwach. Und die damals schlecht waren, sind jetzt vielleicht tapferer. Damit also genug von den alten Geschichten. Wenn wir nichts anderes verbracht hätten, obwohl wir Rühmliches getan haben, ebenso gut wie irgendein anderer Griechenstamm, so verdienten wir diese Ehre schon durch unseren Sieg beim Marathon. Und noch mehr dazu, dass wir ganz allein von allen Griechen ohne jegliche Unterstützung mit den Persern maßen und diesem Wagnis als Sieger über 46 Völker hervorgingen. Verdienen wir nicht schon allein wegen dieser Tat den Platz in der Aufstellung? Aber Schluss damit. Denn es ziemt sich in der gegenwärtigen Lage nicht, über die Verteilung der Posten zu streiten. Wir sind bereit, Lakedaimonia, euch zu gehorchen, wo und gegen wen ihr unsere Aufstellung am geeignetsten findet. Überall, wo wir stehen, werden wir versuchen, unsere Schuldigkeit zu tun. Führt uns alle, wir werden gehorchen. Dies war ihre Antwort. Das ganze Heer der Lakedaimonia aber rief laut. Die Athener verdienen den Flügel weit eher als die Arkader. So erhielten die Athener ihn und siegten über die Tegeaten. Danach ordneten sich die Griechen, die noch hinzugekommen waren, denen ein, die dort bereits standen, in folgender Aufstellung. Auf dem rechten Flügel befanden sich 10.000 Lakedaimonier. Davon waren 5.000 Spartiaten, die 35.000 leicht bewaffnete Heloten zu ihrer Bedeckung mitbrachten. Jeder Mann 7 Begleiter. Als Nachbarn hatten die Spartaner die Tegeaten gewählt, um sie zu ehren und auch wegen ihrer Tapferkeit. Deren waren es 1.500 schwer Bewaffnete. Nach ihnen kamen 5.000 Korinther. 300 Männer von Plataea wurden auf ihre Bitte neben ihnen von Pausanias aufgestellt. Sie kamen aus Pallene. An sie schlossen sich 600 Orchomenier aus Arkadien, an diese 3.000 Sikionier. Dann kamen 800 Epidaurier. Neben ihnen standen 1.000 Treuzener, daneben 200 Lepreaten, neben ihnen 400 Mann aus Mykene und Tiryns, dann 1000 Mann aus Phlius und schließlich 300 Hermionen. An diese stießen 600 Mann aus Eretria und Styria und 400 Chalkider, danach 500 Mann aus Ambrakia. Ihnen schlossen sich 800 Leukadier und Anaktoria an. Dann folgten 200 Paläer aus Kephallenia. Nach ihnen standen 500 Akineten. Neben diesen ordneten sich 3000 Megarer ein, an sie schlossen sich 600 Plataea. Zuletzt aber und ganz vorne standen die Athener mit 8000 Mann auf dem linken Flügel. Ihr Oberbefehlshaber war Aristides, der Sohn des Lysimachos. Alle diese, ohne die 7 Heloten, die jeder Mann aus Sparta um sich hatte, betrugen an schwer bewaffneten insgesamt 38.700 Mann. Das war die Gesamtzahl der gegen die Barbaren versammelten Hopliten. Die leicht bewaffneten, zunächst des spartanischen Heeres, betrugen 35.000 Mann, denn auf jeden Spartaner kamen 7 leicht bewaffnete. Jeder von ihnen war zum Kampf gerüstet. Die leicht bewaffneten der übrigen Lakedaimonier und Griechen, etwa einer auf jeden Mann, machten 34.500 Mann aus. Insgesamt betrug also die Zahl der kampffähigen leicht bewaffneten 69.500. Die Stärke des gesamten vor Plataea erschienenen Griechenheeres, schwer bewaffnete und kampffähige leicht bewaffnete, betrug 108.200 Mann. Mit den anwesenden Thespiern aber waren es gerade 110.000. Denn ein Rest der Thespier von 1800 Mann befand sich noch im Lager. Sie besaßen aber ebenfalls keine vollständige Rüstung. Sie standen also im Lager am Asopos. Als Mardonios und seine Barbaren die Trauer um Masistios beendet hatten und erfuhren, dass die Griechen bei Plataea standen, erschienen auch sie am Asopos, der dort fließt. Nach ihrer Ankunft wurden sie von Mardonios wie folgt aufgestellt. Den Lakedaimoniern gegenüber wies er die Perser ein. Sie waren an ihrer Menge weit überlegen und in zahlreichere Abteilungen eingeteilt. So reichten sie noch bis gegenüber den Tegeaten. Er ordnete sie in folgender Weise. Die gesamte stärkste Mannschaft wählte er aus und stellte sie den Lakedaimoniern entgegen, die schwächere aber daneben gegenüber den Tegeaten. Das tat er nach Rat und Weisung der Thebaner. An die Perser anschließend stellte er die Meder auf. Die standen den Truppen aus Korinth und Potidaia gegenüber, ebenso den Orchomeniern und Sikioniern. An die Meder reihte er die Baktrer. Die standen den Epidauriern, Treuzenern, Lepreaten, Tyrinthiern, Mykenern und Phliasiern gegenüber. Auf die Baktrier folgten die Inder, die den Hermionen und Eretriern wie den Styräern und Chalkidiern gegenüberstanden. In der Aufstellung schloss er an die Inder, die Saken, die Ambragioten, die Anaktorier, Leukadier, Paläer und Ägineten gegenüber hatten. Neben die Saken stellte er den Athenern, Platäern und Megarern die Böoter, Lokra, Malier, Thessalier und 1000 von den Phokern entgegen. Denn nicht alle Phoker hatten es mit den Persern, sondern einige von ihnen verstärkten sogar die Kampfkraft der Griechen. Sie hatten sich auf den Panas zusammengedrängt, machten von diesem Stützpunkt Ausfälle und beraubten und plünderten das Heer des Mardonios und der Griechen, die auf seiner Seite standen. Er stellte auch die Makedonen und die Völker Thessaliens den Athenern entgegen. Das sind die Namen der größten Völker, die Mardonios zur Schlacht aufstellte. Es waren auch die berühmtesten und angesehensten. Unter sie aber waren auch Männer anderer Stämme gemischt. Von den Phrygern, Mysern, Thrakern, Paionen und den übrigen, zum Beispiel von den Äthiopiern und Ägyptern, welche Hermotybier und Kalasyrier heißen, die einen Säbel tragen und die einzig streitbaren Männer Ägyptens sind. Diese hatte er, als er noch in Phalaron weilte, von den Schiffen an Land kommen lassen. Es waren an sich Matrosen. Die Ägypter waren nämlich dem Landheer, das unter Xerxes gegen Athen zog, nicht zugeteilt worden. Die Barbaren hatten eine Stärke von 300.000 Mann, wie ich auch schon früher angegeben habe. Keiner kennt die Zahl der Griechen, die mit Mardonios verbündet waren. Sie waren ja nicht gezählt worden. Nach Gutdünken aber schätze ich sie zusammen auf ungefähr 50.000 Mann. Sie alle, nebeneinander aufgestellt, bestanden aus Fußvolk. Die Reiterei stand gesondert. Als er sie alle völkerweise und in Gliedern aufgestellt hatte, opferten am folgenden Tag beide Heere. Für die Griechen brachte Theisamenos das Opfer, der Sohn des Antiochos, der als Wahrsager mit dem Heer gezogen war. Er stammte eigentlich aus Elis und war ein Klytiade aus dem Stamm der Jamiden. Die Lakedaimonier hatten ihm das Bürgerrecht verliehen. Als Theisamenos einst beim Orakel in Delphi wegen seiner Nachkommenschaft anfragte, antwortete die Pythia, er werde in den 5 größten Kämpfen als Sieger hervorgehen. Er verstand aber das Orakel nicht und trainierte eifrig, um in sportlichen Wettkämpfen den Preis davon zu tragen. Er übte sich im 5-Kampf und hatte in Olympia den Preis gewonnen, bis auf einen Gang, in dem er Hieronymus aus Andros zum Gegner hatte. Als aber die Lakedaimonier einsahen, dass sich das Orakel des Theisamenos nicht auf Sportwettkämpfe, sondern auf Kämpfe im Krieg beziehe, versuchten sie ihn durch eine Geldsumme zu bestimmen, in der Führung im Kriege neben ihre Heraklidenkönige zu treten. Als er merkte, dass die Lakedaimonier großen Wert auf seine Freundschaft legten, forderte er eine größere Summe und ließ sie wissen, wenn sie ihm das Bürgerrecht verliehen und ihm einen Anteil an allen Rechten und Vorzügen zusprechen, werde er es tun, um einen anderen Lohn aber nicht. Als die Spartaner hörten, waren sie zunächst ungehalten und ließen ganz von ihrem Wunsch ab. Als aber die große Furcht vor dem Krieg gegen die Perser über ihnen schwebte, traten sie an ihn heran und bewilligten seine Forderung. Er fühlte ihre Sinnesänderung und erklärte, nun sei er damit noch nicht zufrieden. Auch sein Bruder Hegias müsse unter den gleichen Bedingungen wie er spartanischer Bürger werden. Damit ahmte er, wie ich vermute, das Beispiel des Melampus nach, soweit man den, der das Königtum fordert, mit dem vergleichen kann, der das Bürgerrecht verlangt. Als die Frauen von Argos in Raserei gerieten und die Argäer aus Pylos ihn durch Geld bewegen wollten, ihre Frauen von der Krankheit zu heilen, forderte Melampus die Hälfte der Königswürde als Lohn. Die Argiver verweigerten das und kehrten heim. Als aber immer mehr Frauen rasend wurden, wollten sie die Forderung des Melampus annehmen und gingen hin, es ihm anzubieten. Wie er aber ihre Sinnesänderung erkennt, forderte er noch mehr und sagte, er gehe auf ihren Wunsch nur ein, wenn sein Bruder Bias ein Drittel der Königswürde bekomme. In ihrer Bedrängnis sind die Argiver auch damit einverstanden. Ebenso gaben auch die Spartiaten, sie brauchten Theisamenos eben dringend, ihm vollständig nach. Als ihm die Spartaner auch dies zugestanden hatten, gewann Theisamenos von Elis als ihr Wahrsager 5 gewaltige Kämpfe mit ihnen, nunmehr Bürger von Sparta geworden. Er und sein Bruder aber waren die einzigen Menschen, die je das Bürgerrecht in Sparta erlangten. Die 5 Schlachten aber waren folgende. Die erste war die eben genannte Schlacht von Plataea, sodann die bei Tegea gegen die Tegeaten und Argiver, darauf die im Land der Dipaier gegen alle arkadischen Stämme mit Ausnahme der Mantinäer. Ferner die bei Ithome gegen die Messenier. Die letzte siegreiche Schlacht aber fand bei Tanagra gegen die Athener und Argiver statt. Dieser war der letzte von den 5 Kämpfen. Dieser Theisamenos also übte damals bei Plataea für die Griechen unter Führung der Spartaner die Weissagekunst. Das Opfer fiel für die Griechen günstig aus, doch nur für den Fall, dass sie sich verteidigten, aber nicht, wenn sie über den Asopos gingen und die Schlacht begannen.
With Mardonius also, who was very eager to begin the battle, the victims were not favourable for so doing, but he likewise found them bode him well, if he was content to stand on the defence. He too had made use of the Grecian rites, for Hegestatius, an Elian, and the most renowned of the Teliads, was his soothsayer. The man had once been taken captive by the Spartans, who, considering that he had done them many grievous injuries, laid him in bonds with the intent to put him to death. Thereupon Hegestratus, finding himself in so sore a case, since not only was his life in danger, but he knew that he would have to suffer torments of many kinds before his death. Herodotus, I say, did a deed for which no words suffice. He had been set with one foot in the stocks, which were made of wood but bound with iron bands, and in this condition received from without an iron implement, wherewith he contrived to accomplish the most courageous deed upon record. Calculating how much of his foot he would need to be able to draw through the hole, he cut off the front portion with his own hand, and then, as he was guarded by watchmen, forced a way through the wall of his prison and made his escape to Tegea, traveling during the night, but in the daytime stealing into the woods and staying there. In this way, through Lacedaemonians went out in full search for him, he nevertheless escaped and arrived the third evening at Tegea. So the Spartans were amazed at this man's endurance. When they saw on the ground the piece with which he had cut off his foot, and yet for all their seeking could not find him anywhere, Herodotus, having thus escaped the Lacedaemonians, took refuge in Tegea. For the Tegeans at this time were ill friends with the Lacedaemonians. When his wounds were healed, he procured himself a wooden foot and became an open enemy to Sparta. At the last, however, this enmity brought him to trouble, for the Spartans took him captive as he was exercising his office in Xanthus, and forthwith put him to death. But these things happened some while after the fight at Plataea. At present he was serving Mardonius on the Asopocus, having been hired at no inconsiderable price, and here he offered sacrifice with a right goodwill, in part from his hatred of the Lacedaemonians, in part for lucre's sake. So when the victims did not allow either the Persians or the Greek allies to begin the battle, these Greeks had their own soothsayer in person of Hippomachus, Lucidian. And when the soldiers continued to pour into the opposite camp, and the numbers on the Greek side to increase continuously, Timagedes, the son of Hepes, a Theban, advised Mardonius to keep watch on the passes of the Cytherion, telling him how supplies of men kept flocking in day after day, and assuring him that he might cut off large numbers. It was the eight days after the two armies first encamped opposite to one another when this advice was given to Timagedes. Mardonius, seeing that it was good, as soon as evening came, sent his cavalry to the pass of Mount Cathaeron, which opens out upon Plataea, a pass called by the Boeotians the Three Heads, but called the Oak Heads by the Athenians. The horse sent on this errand did not make the movement in vain. They came upon a body of 500 sumpter-beasts, which were just entering the plain, bringing provisions to the Greek camp from the Peloponnese, with a number of men driving them. Seeing this prey in their power, the Persians set upon them and slaughtered them, sparing none, neither man nor beast, till at last, when they had enough of slaying, they secured such as were left and bore them off to the camp of Mardonius. After this, they waited again for 2 days more, neither army wishing to begin the fight. The barbarians indeed advanced as far as Asopus and endeavored to tempt the Greeks to cross, but neither side actually pressed the stream. Still, the cavalry of Mardonius harassed and annoyed the Greeks incessantly, for the Thebans, who were zealous in their cause for the Medes, pressed the war forward with all eagerness and often led the charge till the lines met, when the Medes and the Persians took their place and displayed many of them uncommon valour. For 10 days nothing was done more than this, but on the 11th day, from the time when the two hosts first took station, one against the other near Plataea, the number of the Greeks being now much greater than it was at first, and Mardonius being impatient for the delay, there was a conference held between Mardonius, son of Gobryazes, and Artabazus, son of Parnassus, the man who was esteemed by Xerxes more than almost any other of the Persians. At this consultation, the following were the opinions delivered. Artabazes thought it would be best for them to break up from their quarters as soon as possible and withdraw the whole army to the fortified town of Thebes, where they had abundant stores of corn for themselves and of fodder for the sumpter beasts. There, he said, they had only to sit quiet, and the war might be brought to an end on this wise. Coined gold was plentiful in the camp, and uncoined gold too. They had silver, moreover, in great abundance, and drinking cups. Let them not spare to take of these and distribute them amongst the Greeks, especially among the leaders in the several cities. 'Twould not be long before the Greeks gave up their liberty, without risking another battle for it. Thus the opinion of Artabazes agreed with that of the Thebans, for he too had more foresight than some. Mardonius, on the other hand, expressed himself with more fierceness and obstinacy, and was utterly disinclined to yield. Their army, he said, was vastly superior to that of the Greeks, and they had best engage at once, and not wait till greater numbers were gathered against them. As for Herodotus and his victims, they should let them pass unheeded, and not seek to force them to be favourable, but according to the old Persian custom, hasting to join battle.
This argument of his okay. Right, this argument of his went unopposed, so he got his way. After all, it was he and not Artabazes who'd been given control of the army by the king. So he sent for the officers in charge of the regiments and for the commanders of the Greeks who were on his side, and asked if they knew of any oracle predicting the destruction of the Persian army in Greece. The assembled officers said nothing, since some because they genuinely did not know of any such oracles, and others because, although they were aware of oracles to that effect, they did not consider it safe to mention them. Finally, Mardonius himself broke the silence. "It may be that you are unaware of any such oracles," he said, "or it may be that you are too afraid to speak up. In any case, I'm perfectly well aware of them, and I will tell you what I've heard. There is an oracle to the effect that the Persians are fated to come to Greece, sack the sanctuary at Delphi, and afterwards perish to a man. Armed with this knowledge, we'll bypass the sanctuary without making any attempt to sack it, and so avoid this occasion for destruction. This should please those of you who are loyal to the Persian cause, since it means that we will get the better of the Greeks." He then told them to get everything organized and ready for joining battle at dawn the following day. Now, I happen to know that the oracle, which according to Mardonius referred to the Persians, was not designed for them, but for the Illyrians and for the army of the Encheleis. However, there was an oracle of Bacchus, which refers to the battle in question. On the Thermopylae and the grassy banks of the Asopus, a gathering of Greeks and a shout of foreign babble, there before their time, before their fate, many bow-bearing Medes will fall when the day of their death comes upon them. I know that these lines refer to the Persians, and there are also similar oracles of Musaeus, which refer to them also. The river Thermopylae flows between Tanagra and Glissas. After Mardonius' question about the oracles and his words of encouragement, night fell and guards were posted. Late at night, when both camps had apparently fallen quiet and almost everyone was asleep, Alexander, the son of Amyntas, the commander and king of the Macedonians, rode up to the Athenian sentries and asked to meet with their commanders. Leaving most of their comrades on guard, a few of the sentries ran to the commanders and told them that a man had come on horseback from the Persian camp. All he had revealed about his purpose, they said, was that he wanted to meet the commanders whom he'd asked for by name. On hearing this report, the Athenian commanders lost no time in following the sentries back to their posts, where they met up with Alexander. "Men of Athens," Alexander said, "please take what I have to say to you as a token of my good faith. You must keep it to yourselves and tell no one except Pausanias, because otherwise you might destroy me. I wouldn't be telling you this if I didn't care so deeply for Greece as a whole.
My family background makes me a Greek myself, and I would hate to see Greece lose its freedom and become enslaved. So I'm telling you that Mardonius and the Persian army have found it impossible to receive favorable omens from their sacrifices. If they had, battle would have been joined long ago. But now he has decided to ignore the omens and to attack at dawn, I imagine because he is afraid of your army increasing any further in size. Get ready to face an attack then. In fact, even if he puts it off and doesn't join battle, you should just maintain your position and be patient, because he only has just enough supplies left for a few days. After the war, if things have gone your way, you must remember me and think of my freedom too. Bear in mind the risk I have run for the sake of Greece. I have done so out of goodwill towards you, because I wanted you to be aware of Mardonius' intentions and to make sure that the Persian attack does not take you by surprise. I am Alexander the Macedonian. With these words, he rode back to his post in the Persian camp. The Athenian commanders went straight to the right wing and passed on to Pausanias the information Alexander had given them. His response to their report, because he was afraid of the Persians, was to say, "So battle is to be joined at dawn. You Athenians had better take on the Persians while we meet the Boeotians and the other Greeks who are currently ranged against you. You're familiar with Persian tactics because you've already fought them at Marathon, while we are untried and ignorant of them. On the other hand, while we may have no experience of the Persians, we are experts in Boeotians and Thessalians. So go and collect your gear and then move over to this wing while we swap with you and take the left wing." Right from the start, the Athenians replied, "Ever since we saw the Persians being deployed opposite you, Lacedaemonians, we've been wondering whether we should raise precisely the proposal you've just made. But we were afraid you might not like the suggestion. Now, however, you've beaten us to it and brought it up yourselves. We are happy to accept your proposal and ready to do what you suggest." Since both parties liked the arrangement, they set about exchanging positions as day began to break. The Boeotians, however, realized what was going on and told Mardonius, who immediately tried to make changes with his forces too, by bringing the Persians across to face the Lacedaemonians. When this came to Pausanias' attention, he realized that his maneuver had been detected, so he led the Spartiates back to the right wing, and Mardonius followed his example with regard to his left wing. So the original deployment of the troops was restored. At this point, Mardonius sent a herald to the Spartiates with the following message: "Men of Lacedaemon, you are held by everyone in this part of the world to be the bravest of men. They boast that you never retreat and never break ranks, but keep to your post until you either kill your opponents or are killed yourselves. But this is all a pack of lies, apparently. Before the battle has even started, before we've got to close quarters, you've already pulled back and left your post. We saw you do it. You're putting the Athenians out in front while you yourselves take up a position facing mere slaves of ours. These aren't the actions of brave men. We have been badly deceived in your case. Your reputation led us to expect that you would send a herald to challenge us and declare your willingness to settle the fight by taking on the Persians alone. We were prepared to accept, but instead we find you shrinking away from the fight rather than issuing any such challenge. Since you have failed to take the initiative here, it is now up to us. Why don't our two forces fight each other with equal numbers on both sides? You can represent Greece, since you're supposed to be the best fighters in Greece, and we shall champion Asia. The rest of our armies can fight as well if you want, but later, after we've finished with each other. But if you don't like that idea, and you'd be satisfied with single combat between just our two forces, then let's fight it out, and victory will go to the winning side as a whole." The herald waited a short while after delivering this message, but no reply was forthcoming, so he returned and told Mardonius what had happened. Mardonius was delighted. Encouraged by this empty victory, he ordered his cavalry to charge the Greek lines. Every unit of the Greek army took casualties from the javelins and arrows of the Persian cavalry as they bore down upon them, since they were faced with expert mounted archers to whom they could not get close. The Persian cavalry also churned up and blocked the Gargathian spring, which had been supplying the whole Greek army with fresh water. The Lacedaemonians were the only ones posted right by the spring. All the other Greeks had some way to go to reach it, exactly how far depending on where each contingent was deployed. They did not have far to go to the Esopus, but the Persian cavalry with their bows and arrows had made it impossible for them to fetch water from the river, and so, with the Esopus denied them, they had been going to the spring.
Weil es aber so war und die Armee kein Wasser mehr gehabt hat und die Reiter haben ihren auch keine Ruhe lassen, haben sie die griechischen Kommandanten da drüber und über andere Sachen beraten und sind dazu zum Pausanias am rechten Flügel gegangen. Weil, was einer noch mehr Sorgen gemacht hat, als das, war, dass sie nichts mehr zu essen gehabt haben. Weil den Leuten, die es in die Peloponnes geschickt haben, damit sie Essen auftreiben, sind die Reiter in die Quer gekommen und die haben deswegen nicht mehr zur Armee zurück können. Und wie sie sich die Kommandanten beraten haben, haben sie beschlossen, dass sie zur Insel gehen, wenn halt die Perser an dem Tag auch nicht noch angreifen täten. Die Insel ist 10 Stadien vom Asopos und der Quellen Gagafia, wo sie da noch gelagert haben, und sie ist vor der Stadt von Plataea. Das ist eine Insel mitten am Festland, weil der Fluss vom Kitairon aber ins Tal rinnt, da teilt er sich in 2 Arme und die ungefähr 3 Stadien auseinander liegen, bis weiter unten wieder zusammenkommen. Der Fluss heißt Euroe. Die Leute sagen, das ist eine Tochter vom Asopos. Und das war, wo sie hingehen wollten, weil da hätten sie dann nur Wasser und weniger Probleme mit den Reitern, weil die wären dann auch nicht mehr gerade gegenüber. Und sie haben auch beschlossen, dass sie während der 2. Nachtwache aufmachen, weil sie dann die Perser nicht so leicht merken täten und die Reiter sie dann wohl auch nicht verfolgen und verwirren könnten. Und weiter haben sie dann auch noch geplant, dass, wenn sie dann an der Stelle zwischen die 2 Euroe-Bacheln, die von Kitairon oberinnen angekommen sind, die Hälften von den Truppen weiter aufgeht zum Kitairon und dort die anderen abholt, die noch am Kitairon festgesteckt sind. Und nachdem sie das besprochen gehabt haben, haben sie noch den ganzen Tag lang die Angriffe von den Reitern aushalten müssen. Wie es dann endlich finster geworden ist und die Reiter auch aufgehört haben, war es dann bald die Zeit, die ausgemacht war. Und die meisten haben sie aufgemacht. Aber die haben gar nicht vorgehabt, dass echt dorthin gehen, wo es ausgemacht war. Wie es dann einmal unterwegs waren sie froh, dass die Reiter endlich los waren. Und so sind sie gleich nach Plataea davon gerannt und bis zum Hera-Tempel. Der ist gleich vor der Stadt, 20 Stadien von der Gagafia geworden. Und wie sie dorthin geschafft haben, haben sie dann dort vom Tempel die Ausrüstung verstaut. Sie haben also vom Hereianlager gemacht. Und wie der Pausanias gesehen hat, dass sie abziehen, hat er dann Lakedaemonian angeschafft, dass sie auch ihre Waffen zusammenpacken und dann denen, die schon voraus waren, nachgehen sollen. Er hat sich nämlich gedacht, dass die dorthin gehen täten, wo ausgemacht war. Alle seine Offiziere wollten ihm folgen. Außerdem Amon Pharetos, dem Poliades sein Sohn, der Kommandant von den Bitanaten war. Der hat nämlich gesagt, dass er vor die Fremden nicht davonrennen und damit Sparta blamieren tät. Und dass ihm die ganze Angelegenheit sowieso eigenartig vorkommt, weil er ja nicht dabei war, wie das ausgemacht worden ist. Der Pausanias und der Euryanax haben sich furchtbar drüber geärgert, dass er einfach nicht spuren wollte. Aber es war sogar noch ärger, weil wenn er sich an die Abmachung mit den anderen Griechen halten wollte, dann müssten sie wegen der Verweigerung dann die ganze bitanatische Abteilung zurücklassen. Und das tät wohl heißen, dass der Amon Pharetos und alle seine Leute umkommen täten. Und deshalb haben sie das lakonische Heer dort stehen lassen und haben probiert, dem Amon Pharetos zu sagen, dass er einfach nicht recht gehabt hat. Und so haben sie auf ihn eingeredet, weil er von die Lakedaemonier und die Tegeaten der Letzte war, der noch über war. Die Athener sind inzwischen einfach ruhig stehen geblieben. Die haben nämlich gewusst, dass die Lakedaemonier nicht immer auch so getan haben, wie es geplant haben. Und wie die Armee sie in Bewegung gesetzt hat, da haben sie einen Reiter abgeschickt, um zu schauen, ob die Spartaner sie auch echt aufmachen oder ob sie nicht einmal dran denken. Und dann auch noch den Pausanias zu fragen, was die Athener eigentlich tun sollen. Und wie der Bote zu den Lakedaemonier gekommen ist, hat er natürlich gesehen, dass sie immer noch am gleichen Platz waren und dass die Anführer miteinander streitet worden sind. Weil wie der Euryanax und der Pausanias probiert haben, das dem Amon Pharetos auszureden, weil er ja die Lakedaemonier echt nicht allein lassen und so in Gefahr bringen sollte. So, da ist einer das einfach nicht gelungen, bis so richtig gestritten haben. Und genau da ist der Athener dazugekommen. Und wie sie gestritten haben, hat der Amon Pharetos mit beiden Händen stark genommen und hat den Pausanias vor die Füße geschmissen und schreit auch noch, damit stimme ich ab. Und ich sag, dass man nicht vor die Fremden abhauen sollen. Und damit hat er die Barbaren gemeint. Der Pausanias hat ihn einen Verrückten genannt und gesagt, dass er nicht ganz da ist im Hirn. Und wie der Athenerbote seine Frage ausgerichtet hat, hat der Pausanias ihm angeschafft, dass er nur sagen soll, wie es bei den Spartanern gerade zugeht. Aber er hat ihm auch gesagt, dass die Athener näher an die Spartaner dran rücken und sie dann mit dem Abzug an sie halten sollen. Der Bote ist dann zu den Athener zurückgegangen. Die Spartaner haben aber bis zum Morgen weiter gestritten. Und der Pausanias hat seine Truppen dort stehen lassen. Aber am Ende hat er dann doch angeschafft, dass die Lakedaimonier über die Hügel abziehen, weil er sich gedacht hat, dass der Amompharetos wohl doch nicht zurückbleiben darf. Und am Ende war es auch so. Die Tegeaten sind auch mitgegangen. Die Athener sind ihnen nach, aber auf einem anderen Weg. Die Lakedaimonier haben sie noch an die Hügel gehalten, damit ihnen die persischen Reiter nichts tun können. Aber die Athener sind unten im Tal marschiert. Der Amompharetos hat zuerst nicht geglaubt, dass der Pausanias es klar zusammenbringen tät, dass er ihm einfach zurücklässt. Und deswegen hat er so hartnäckig darauf bestanden, dass er dort bleibt und nicht von seinem Posten weggeht. Aber wie der Pausanias seine Leute abgezogen hat, hat er da eingesehen, dass sie ihn echt hinten lassen haben. Und dann hat er seine Leute angeschafft, dass ihre Waffen aufnehmen sollen und hat es langsam hinter die anderen Soldaten hermarschieren lassen. Die waren schon 10 Stadien voraus und haben schon auf die Abteilung vom Amompharetos gewartet. Am Fluss Moloes, in einer Gegend, die Argiopion heißt und wo die eleusinische Demeter auch einen Tempel hat. Der Pausanias hat gewartet, damit er im Notfall auch zurückgehen hätte können zum Helfen. Wenn halt der Amompharetos und seine Leute ihren Platz immer noch nicht verlassen hätten. Aber genau in dem Moment, wo der Amompharetos zu den anderen gekommen ist, hat die gesamte Reiterei von den Barbaren angegriffen. Die Reiter haben einfach genau das gemacht wie davor auch. Aber wie sie die Griechen nicht mehr in der gleichen Gegend gefunden haben wie am Tag davor, da sind sie einfach weitergeritten und haben die Griechen überfallen, wo sie es gefunden haben. Wie der Mardonius draufgekommen ist, dass die Griechen in der Nacht abgehauen sind und die ganze Gegend leer war, hat er den Thorax von Larissa und seine Brüder Eurypilos und Thrasitaios zu sich gerufen und ihnen hat gesagt, was sagt's dazu, Söhne von Malaias, jetzt wo alle weg sind? Ihr als Nachbarn habt immer gesagt, dass die Lakedaimonier nie aus einer Schlacht davonrennen, weil die im Kampf die allertapfersten sind. Ihr habt aber gesehen, dass die früher auch schon die Stellung gewechselt haben. Und jetzt, wie wir alle gesehen haben, sind die in der letzten Nacht sogar davongerannt. Auch gerade wenn es dazu gekommen wäre, dass sie gegen die echt tapfersten Leute kämpfen müssen, haben sie halt gesagt, dass eigentlich nichts wert sind. Und die anderen Griechen erst recht nicht. Ich kann schon verstehen, dass ihr die geglaubt habt, weil ihr die Perser bis jetzt nicht kennt habt. Aber ich frage mich echt, wie sich der Atabazos sich so vor die Lakedaimonier gefürchtet hat, dass er uns so feig gehalten hat, dass wir unser Lager abbrechen und uns hinter die Stadtmauern von Theben belagern lassen. Das werde ich dem König sagen, aber das können wir auch das Mal auch besprechen. Aber jetzt müssen wir schauen, dass wir die Feinde nicht tun lassen, was sie wollen. Wir müssen ihnen nach, bis wir es einholen und dann schauen wir, dass zurückzahlen für das, was den Persern schon angetan haben. Und damit ist er mit den Persern geschwind über den Asopass gegangen und den Griechen nach, weil er sich gedacht hat, dass sie davon gerannt sind. Aber eigentlich hat er es vor allem auf die Lakedaimonier und die Tegeaten abgesehen gehabt, weil die Athener eine andere Route genommen haben und er hat es deswegen nicht einmal gesehen gehabt. Und die anderen Abteilungen von den Barbaren haben gesehen, wie die Perser die Griechen verfolgt haben und sind ihnen mit aller Geschwindigkeit nach, Fahnen hoch und ohne, dass sie es ordentlich aufgestellt hätten. Alles ein Chaos. Und so sind sie dann gerannt durcheinander und mit einer Schreierei, als ob sie die Griechen so richtig massakrieren wollten. Aber wie die Reiter angegriffen haben, hat der Pausanias am Boden geschickt, dass er zu den Athener reitet und ihnen ausrichtet, Athener, in dem Kampf um Freiheit oder Unterwerfung für Hellas haben uns unsere Verbündeten verraten, wie sie in der letzten Nacht einfach abgehauen sind. Ich habe aber jetzt beschlossen, was wir tun sollen. Wir müssen aufeinander schauen und kämpfen so gut wir können. Wenn die Reiter euch erst angegriffen haben, dann hätten wir und die Tegeaten, die Hellas auch treu bleiben sind, euch selbstverständlich helfen müssen. Aber jetzt haben wir es mit denen allein zu tun. Und es wäre richtig, wenn ihr denen helft, die am ärgsten zu kämpfen haben. Aber wenn euch was passiert ist, so dass ihr uns gerade nicht helfen könnt, dann schickt uns zumindest eure Bogenschützen. Wir sind sicher, dass ihr das auch tun werdet, weil ihr euch ja in dem Krieg mehr eingesetzt habt als alle anderen.
On receipt of this message, the Athenians started to the relief of the Spartans, to whom they were anxious to give all the help they could. But they were no sooner on the move than they were attacked by the Greek troops under Persian command, who held the position facing them. The attack was a heavy one, and it made it impossible for them to carry out their purpose, so that the Lacedaemonians and Tegeans, whom nothing could induce to leave their side, were left to fight alone. The former 50,000 strong, including the light-armed auxiliaries, the latter 3,000. Once more, as they were about to engage Mardonius and his men, they performed the ritual of sacrifice. The omens were not favourable, and meanwhile many of their men were killed and many more wounded, for the Persians had made a barricade of their wicker shields, and from the protection of it were shooting arrows in such numbers that the Spartan troops were in serious distress. This, added to the unfavourable results of the sacrifice, at last caused Pausanias to turn his eyes to the temple of Hera and to call upon the goddess for her aid, praying her not to allow the Greeks to be robbed of their hope of victory. Then, while the words were still on his lips, the Tegeans sprang forward to lead the attack, and a moment later the sacrificial victims promised success. At this, the Spartans too at last moved forward against the enemy, who stopped shooting their arrows and prepared to meet them face to face. First there was a struggle at the barricade of shields. Then, the barricade down, there was a bitter and protracted fight, hand to hand, close by the temple of Demeter, for the Persians would lay hold of the Spartan spears and break them. In courage and strength, they were as good as their adversaries, but they were deficient in armour, untrained, and greatly inferior in skill. Sometimes singly, sometimes in groups of 10, perhaps fewer, perhaps more, they fell upon the Spartan line and were cut down. They pressed hardest at the point where Mardonius fought in person, riding his white charger and surrounded by his 1,000 Persian troops, the flower of the army. While Mardonius was alive, they continued to resist and to defend themselves, and they struck down many of the Lacedaemonians. But after his death and the destruction of his personal guard, the finest of the Persian troops, the remainder yielded to the Lacedaemonians and took flight. The chief cause of their discomfiture was their lack of armour, fighting without it against hoplites. Thus, the prophecy of the oracle was fulfilled, and Mardonius rendered satisfaction to the Spartans for the killing of Leonidas. And thus too, Pausanias, son of Cleombrotus and grandson of Anaxidridas, won the most splendid victory of all those that we know. I have given Pausanias his ancestors before Anaxidridas, where I gave the genealogy of Leonidas. Mardonius was killed by Amnestus, a distinguished Spartan, who sometime after the Persian wars met his own death, together with the 300 men under his command at Stemoclerus, fighting against the entire force of the Messenians.
Quando a Plataea i persiani furono travolti dagli Spartani, fuggirono in totale disordine verso il loro accampamento e il muro di legno che avevano costruito nel territorio di Tebe. Mi meraviglia che, mentre combattevano presso il bosco sacro di Demetra, nessun persiano fu visto entrare nel sacro recinto, né morirvi dentro. I più caddero intorno al santuario, in terra non consacrata. Credo, se si deve credere qualcosa sulle cose divine, che fu la stessa dea a non accogliere coloro che avevano messo a fuoco il santuario di Eleusi. L'esito della battaglia fu dunque questo. Ad Artabazzo, figlio di Farnace, subito, fin dall'inizio, non piaceva che Mardonio venisse lasciato indietro dal re, e anche allora, pur opponendosi molto ad attaccare battaglia, non otteneva nessun risultato. Ecco dunque ciò che fece dal momento che non era soddisfatto di quanto Mardonio andava facendo. Quelli che Artabazzo guidava aveva intorno a sé una forza non piccola, ma anzi di circa 40.000 uomini. Non ci fu lo scontro, ben sapendo quale ne sarebbe stato l'esito. Artabazzo li condusse avanti in assetto di guerra, comandando che tutti andassero nella direzione in cui li guidava e con la fretta che vedevano in lui. Dati questi ordini, condusse l'esercito come volesse condurlo in battaglia. Procedendo lungo la strada, vide però che i persiani fuggivano. Allora non li guidò più con lo stesso ordine, ma fuggendo in tutta fretta, corse non al muro di legno o verso le mura di Tebe, ma verso Focea, volendo giungere il più presto possibile all'Hellesponto. Essi dunque si diressero da questa parte. Mentre gli altri greci che erano dalla parte del re si comportarono deliberatamente da vili, i Beoti combatterono per lungo tempo contro gli Ateniesi. Quei Tebani, infatti, che parteggiavano per i Medi, costoro combattendo ebbero non poco coraggio e non furono volontariamente vili, così che 300 di loro, i primi e i più valorosi, caddero per mano degli Ateniesi. Quando anch'essi si volsero in fuga, fuggirono verso Tebe, non nella stessa direzione dei persiani e di tutta la moltitudine degli altri alleati, che prese la fuga senza combattere con nessuno e senza aver compiuto nulla di notevole. È per me dimostrato che tutta la potenza dei barbari dipendeva dai persiani, se anche allora essi si davano alla fuga prima di scontrarsi con i nemici, quando videro che lo facevano anche i persiani. Così fuggirono tutti, a parte la cavalleria, in particolare quella dei Beoti. Quest'ultima diede un grande aiuto ai fuggitivi, sia tenendosi sempre vicinissima ai nemici, sia allontanando dai greci gli amici che fuggivano. I vincitori tenevano dietro gli uomini di Xerxes, inseguendoli e massacrandoli. Mentre avveniva questa fuga, gli altri greci, schierati intorno al santuario di Hera, che non avevano partecipato alla battaglia, fu annunciato che la battaglia era avvenuta e stavano vincendo quelli con Pausania. Ascoltato questo, non mantenendo alcun ordine di schieramento, i corinzi e quelli con loro si volsero lungo le falde del monte e le colline per la strada che porta in alto direttamente al tempio di Demetra, mentre i megaresi e i fliasi e quelli con loro attraverso la pianura lungo la strada più pianeggiante. Quando i megaresi e i fliasi furono vicini ai nemici, i cavalieri tebani che li avevano visti da lontano avanzare in fretta e in disordine, gli lanciarono contro i cavalli al comando di Asopodoro, figlio di Timandro. Piombatogli addosso, ne abbatterono 600, mentre ricacciarono gli altri inseguendoli verso il Citerone. Costoro dunque morirono senza nessuna gloria. I persiani invece e tutti gli altri in massa, quando trovarono scampo presso il muro di legno, si affrettarono a salire sulle torri prima che arrivassero gli spartani e, saliti, fortificarono il muro come meglio potevano. Quando gli spartani arrivarono, iniziò una violenta battaglia presso il muro. Infatti, finché gli ateniesi erano assenti, essi si difendevano e prevalevano di molto sugli spartani, che erano inesperti in assalti alle mura. Quando però sopraggiunsero gli ateniesi, l'attacco al muro si fece violento e durò a lungo. Infine, con il loro valore e la loro tenacia, gli ateniesi scalarono il muro, lo abbatterono e di lì i greci si riversarono dentro. Furono i Tegeati per primi a entrare nel muro e furono essi a saccheggiare la tenda di Mardonio, prendendo da questa, tra le altre cose, anche la greppia dei cavalli, che era tutta di bronzo e degna di essere vista. I Tegeati consacrarono questa greppia di Mardonio nel tempio di Atena a Lea, mentre il resto di quello che presero lo portarono nello stesso luogo degli altri greci. Una volta caduto il muro, i barbari non si raggrupparono più a schiera, nessuno dette segni di valore, ma facevano ressa, come naturale, in un piccolo spazio, pieni di paura e ammassati in molte decine di migliaia. I greci, che erano liberi di farne strage, in modo tale che dei 300.000 uomini dell'esercito, tolti 40.000 che Artabazzo aveva con sé nella fuga, del resto non ne sopravvissero neppure 3.000. Dei Lacedemoni di Sparta, nello scontro, morirono in tutto 91, dei Tegeati 16, degli Ateniesi 52. Tra i barbari si distinsero la fanteria persiana, la cavalleria dei Saci e, dei singoli, si dice Mardonio. Tra i greci, sebbene fossero valorosi anche i Geati e gli Ateniesi, gli Spartani per valore li superarono. Non ho altre testimonianze per affermarlo, tutti costoro infatti vinsero quegli schierati di fronte a loro, se non che gli Spartani attaccarono il settore più forte e lo vinsero. Secondo la mia opinione, il più valoroso in assoluto fu Aristodemo, che, salvatosi alle Thermopylae, unico dei 300, ne portava la vergogna e il disonore. Dopo di lui furono molto valorosi anche Posidonio, Filocione e Amonfareto tra gli Spartiati. Eppure, in una discussione su chi di loro fosse stato il più valoroso, gli Spartiati presenti furono del parere che Aristodemo, poiché voleva apertamente morire per l'accusa che gravava su di lui, aveva compiuto grandi imprese pieno di furore e lasciando il suo posto, mentre Posidonio era stato valoroso non volendo morire, pertanto era lui il migliore. Potrebbero averlo detto anche per invidia, però tutti quelli che ho elencato e che morirono in questa battaglia ebbero onori, tranne Aristodemo, il quale, volendo morire per il motivo che ho detto, non ne ricevette. Di quelli di Plataea, questi furono i più famosi. Callicrate, infatti, che era venuto nel campo come il più bello dei suoi tempi, non solo fra gli Spartani, ma anche fra gli altri greci, morì fuori dalla battaglia. Mentre Pausania sacrificava, egli, fermo al suo posto, fu ferito da una freccia al fianco. E mentre gli altri combattevano, portato via che lottava contro la morte, disse al plateese Arimnesso che non gli rincresceva morire per la Grecia, bensì non aver usato il suo braccio e non aver compiuto, benché lo desiderasse, alcuna azione di valore degna di lui. Degli Ateniesi si dice che si distinse Sofane, figlio di Eutichide, del demo di Decelea, quei Decelei che un tempo avevano compiuto un'impresa utile per sempre, come raccontano gli stessi Ateniesi. Infatti, quando in antico i Tindaridi invasero la terra attica con un grande esercito per riprendersi Elena e devastarono i Demi, non sapendo dove fosse Elena, dicono che allora i Decelei, secondo alcuni lo stesso Deceleo, irritato dalla prepotenza di Tesio e temendo per tutto il territorio degli Ateniesi, rivelando loro ogni cosa, liquidò ad Afidna, che Titaco, uno del posto, consegnò a tradimento ai Tindaridi. Per questa impresa i Decelei godono a Sparta ancora oggi di esenzione dalle imposte e del diritto di sedere primi negli spettacoli, tanto che, anche nella guerra svoltasi molti anni dopo tra Ateniesi e Peloponnesiaci, gli Spartani, mentre devastarono il resto dell'Attica, risparmiarono Decelea. Su Sofane, che era di questo demo e si distinse allora tra gli Ateniesi, si raccontano due storie diverse. Secondo una, alla cintura della corazza, assicurata con una catena di bronzo, portava un'ancora di ferro e, quando giungeva in vicinanza dei nemici, la gettava a terra affinché i nemici, che venivano all'assalto, non potessero smuoverlo dal suo posto. Quando poi gli avversari si davano alla fuga, era previsto che tirasse sull'ancora in modo da poterli inseguire. Così si racconta. Ma un'altra delle storie, in contrasto con quella riferita prima, voleva che sullo scudo, che muoveva sempre di qua e di là e non teneva mai fermo, portasse l'emblema di un'ancora e non un'ancora di ferro legata alla corazza. C'è un'altra splendida impresa compiuta da Sofane, quando, mentre gli Ateniesi assediavano Egina, in una sfida a duello uccise Euribate di Argo, campione di Pentatro. Tempo dopo questi avvenimenti accadde che Sofane, comportandosi da valoroso al comando degli Ateniesi con Leagro, figlio di Glaucone, fosse ucciso dagli Edoni ad Ato, combattendo per le miniere d'oro.
After the Greeks had overwhelmed the barbarians at Plataea, a woman came to them who was a deserter from the Persian camp. She had been the concubine of Pharondates, the son of Thayaspus, a man from Persia. On learning that the Greeks had won and annihilated the Persians, she decked out both herself and her maids in enormous amounts of gold jewelry and the most beautiful clothes she had to hand, then stepped down from her covered carriage and crossed to the Lacedaemonians, who were still busy with their slaughter. When she saw Pausanias directing the whole proceedings, the fact that she was familiar with his name and fatherland from having heard them mentioned so often on previous occasions enabled her to work out his identity. And so she clasped him by the knees and appealed to him as a suppliant. "O King of Sparta, I beg you, deliver me from the slavery that will otherwise be mine as a prisoner of war. You've already helped me, after all, by destroying these people who honor neither divinity nor gods. I am the daughter of Herodotus, the son of Antagoras, and was by birth a Cohen. I was kidnapped from there by the Persian, who has held me ever since." "Woman," Pausanias answered, "you can set your fears at rest. Not only are you my suppliant, but if indeed you're telling the truth and really are a daughter of Herodotus of Kos, why then it just so happens that he is the closest guest friend I have in that stretch of the world." And so saying, he put her into the care of those of the ephors who were present, but only as a short-term measure, since subsequently he sent her on to Aegina at her own request. No sooner had this woman turned up, there also arrived the Mantineans, just as the action was over. So mortified were they to discover they had come too late for the battle, that they announced they deserved to be punished for it. On learning that Artabazus and his Medes were in retreat, the Mantineans were eager to track them as far as Thessaly, but the Lacedaemonians prohibited pursuit of the fugitives. On their return home, the Mantineans sent the commanders of their army into exile. After them, the Eleans also arrived, and they too, like the Mantineans, departed in a state of high mortification, and on their return home, banished their leaders. So much for the business of the Mantineans and the Eleans. One of the men in the Aeginetan contingent at Plataea was a prominent Aeginetan called Lampone, the son of Pythias. He came rushing up to Pausanias with a truly impious proposal, declaring, "This feat of yours, O son of Cleombrotus, is an achievement of towering significance and splendor. Thanks to the god, you have rescued Greece and been granted a greater stock of glory than any other Greek known to us. But there are still things left you can do to set the seal on it. These will not only boost your reputation yet further, but make the barbarians think twice in future about embarking on any heinous actions against the Greeks. You see, when Leonidas perished at Thermopylae, Madonius and Xerxes had his head cut off and stuck it on a spike. Pay like back with like then, and what praise will be yours, first from all the Spartans and then the other Greeks as well. After all, impale Mardonius and you will be gaining vengeance for Leonidas, your uncle." To this proposal, however, Pausanias gave an answer that was not at all the favourable response Lampone had been expecting. "Impressed though I am, my friend from Aegina, by the high regard you show me and your concern for my future, you're even so committing a serious error of judgment. First, you puff me up high, my achievement in fatherland too, and then you would have me plumb the depths by urging me to desecrate a corpse. Only do that, you say, and it will do wonders for my good name. But such a deed is better suited to a barbarian than a Greek, and even to them we begrudge it. I would never wish to pander to the Aeginetans in such a way, nor to anyone who finds it acceptable. So long as I do or say nothing that strikes the Spartiates as sacrilege, I am content. As for Leonidas, whom you urge me to avenge, I tell you this, he's been most awesomely avenged. There are souls here beyond numbering that do him honour, him and everyone else who perished at Thermopylae. Never again, therefore, approach me with such a proposal or recommendation, and be grateful this time that you may depart unharmed."
With that answer, Lampone departed. Then Pausanias made a proclamation that no man should touch the spoil, and bade the Helots gather all the stuff together. They, scattering about all the camp, found their tents adorned with gold and silver, and couches gilded and silver-plated, and golden bowls, and cups, and other drinking vessels. And sacks they found on wains, wherein were seen cauldrons of gold and silver, and they stripped from the dead that lay there their armlets and torques and daggers of gold. As for many-coloured raiment, it was nothing regarded. Much of all this the Helots showed, as much as they could not conceal. But much they stole and sold to the Aeginetans, insomuch that the Aeginetans thereby laid the foundation of their great fortunes by buying gold from the Helots as though it were bronze. Having brought all the stuff, that they set apart a Teve for the god of Delphi, whereof was made and dedicated that tripod that rests upon the bronze three-headed serpent nearest to the altar. Another they set apart for the god of Olympia, whereof was made and dedicated a bronze figure of Zeus, 10 cubits high, and another for the god of the Isthmus, whereof came a bronze Poseidon, 7 cubits high. All which, having set apart, they divided the remnant, and each received according to the desert of the concubines of the Persians, and the gold and the silver, and all the rest of the stuff, and the beasts of burden. How much was set apart and given to those who had fought best at Plataea, no man says, but I think that they also received gifts, but tenfold of every kind. Women, horses, talents, camels, and all other things likewise were set apart and given to Pausanias. The other story is also told. Xerxes, in his flight from Hellas, having left to Mardonius his own establishment, Pausanias, seeing Mardonius's establishment with its display of gold and silver and gaily coloured tapestry, bade the bakers and the cooks to prepare a dinner in such wise as they were wont to do for Mardonius. They did his bidding, whereat Pausanias, when he saw golden and silver couches richly covered, and tables of gold and silver, and all the magnificent service of the banquet, was amazed at the splendour before him, and for a jest bade his own servants prepare a dinner after Laconian fashion. When that meal was ready and was far different from the other, Pausanias fell a-laughing and sent for the generals of the Greeks. They being assembled, Pausanias pointed to the fashion after which either dinner was served and said, "Men of Hellas, I have brought you hither because I desired to show you the foolishness of the leader of the Medes, who, with such provision for life as you see, came hither to take away from us ours. That is so pitiful." Thus it is said, Pausanias spoke to the generals of the Greeks.
Geraume Zeit nach diesen Ereignissen jedoch fanden auch viele Plateier Truhen mit Gold und Silber und anderen Reichtümern. Es zeigte sich auch noch Folgendes nach diesen Ereignissen. Als die Leichen von ihren Fleischteilen entblößt waren, die Plateier hatten nämlich die Gebeine an einem Ort zusammengetragen, fand man einen Schädel, der gar keine Naht hatte, sondern aus einem einzigen Knochen bestand. Es kam auch ein Kiefer zum Vorschein, der in seinem oberen Teil Zähne aus einem Stück hatte, also aus einem einzigen Knochen alle, sowohl die Schneidezähne als auch die Backenzähne aus einem einzigen Knochen bestehend. Und es kamen die Gebeine eines 5 Ellen großen Mannes dort zum Vorschein. Was aber Mardonios betrifft, seine Leiche war am Tag nach der Schlacht verschwunden. Welcher Mensch sie verschwinden ließ, kann ich nicht zuverlässig sagen. Ich habe jedoch gehört, viele und sehr verschiedene Leute hätten Mardonios begraben, und ich weiß, dass viele von Artontes, dem Sohn des Mardonios, große Geschenke für diese Tat erhalten haben. Wer von ihnen es aber wirklich war, der die Leiche des Mardonios heimlich wegschaffte und bestattete, habe ich nicht zuverlässig erfahren können. Doch gibt es auch ein gewisses Gerücht, Dionysophanes, ein Mann aus Ephesos, habe Mardonios bestattet. Er wurde jedenfalls auf irgendeine Weise bestattet. Die Griechen begruben, nachdem sie bei Plataea die Beute unter sich geteilt hatten, ihre Gefallenen jeweils für sich. Die Spartaner legten 3 Grabstätten an. Dort bestatteten sie zum einen diejenigen, zu denen auch Poseidonios und Amorpharetos gehörten, sowie Philokyon und Kallikrates. In dem einen der Gräber also wurden diese bestattet, in dem zweiten die übrigen Spartiaten, in dem dritten die Heloten. Diese also begruben ihre Toten auf solche Weise, die Tegeaten dagegen alle zusammen. Auch die Athener bestatteten die ihrigen gemeinsam, und die Megarer und Phleiasier ihre von der Reiterei getöteten Leute. Von diesen allen nun wurden die Gräber wirklich voll. Was aber alle übrigen betrifft, für die bei Plataea sichtbare Gräber vorhanden sind, diese, so habe ich erfahren, hätten aus Scham über ihre Abwesenheit bei der Schlacht leere Grabhügel aufgeschüttet, um der zukünftigen Menschen willen. Es gibt nämlich sogar ein Grab dort, welches das der Aigineten genannt wird. Von ihm habe ich gehört, es habe sogar erst 10 Jahre nach diesen Ereignissen auf Bitten der Aigineten Kleades, der Sohn des Autodikos, aufgeschüttet, ein Mann aus Plataea, der ihr Interessenvertreter war. Nachdem die Griechen nun bei Plataea ihre Toten beerdigt hatten, hielten sie sogleich Rat und beschlossen, gegen Theben zu ziehen und die Auslieferung derjenigen Thebaner zu fordern, die sich auf die Seite der Perser gestellt hatten. Und unter ihnen vor allem die des Timagenidas und des Ataginos, die die hauptsächlichen Initiatoren gewesen waren. Wenn sie nicht auslieferten, beschlossen sie, von der Stadt nicht wieder abzurücken, bis sie zerstört hätten. Nachdem sie dies beschlossen hatten, waren sie am 11. Tag nach der Schlacht zur Stelle, setzten die Thebaner unter Belagerung und forderten die Auslieferung der genannten Männer. Da die Thebaner sie jedoch nicht ausliefern wollten, verwüsteten sie ihr Land und unternahmen Angriffe auf die Stadtmauer. Am 20. Tag dann sagte, denn sie hörten nicht auf, Schaden anzurichten, Timagenidas zu den Thebanern Folgendes: Männer von Theben, da die Griechen entschlossen sind, die Belagerung nicht eher aufzuheben, als bis sie entweder Theben zerstören oder ihr uns ihnen ausliefert, soll jetzt unseretwegen das boeotische Land nicht noch mehr zu leiden haben. Ist nun ihre Forderung, uns auszuliefern, nur ein Vorwand, weil sie Geld wollen, dann wollen wir ihnen Geld aus dem öffentlichen Vermögen geben, denn wir sind ja auch als ein Gemeinwesen auf die Seite der Perser getreten und das haben nicht nur wir alleine getan. Wenn sie uns aber belagern, weil sie wirklich uns haben wollen, dann werden wir uns ihnen stellen, um auf die Beschuldigungen zu antworten. Er schien ihnen ausgezeichnet und der Situation angemessen zu sprechen, und sogleich ließen die Thebaner Pausanias durch einen Herold mitteilen, dass sie bereit seien, die Männer auszuliefern. Nachdem sie aber unter diesen Bedingungen eine Einigung erzielt hatten, entfloh Ataginos aus der Stadt. Seine Kinder jedoch, die man abgeführt hatte, sprach Pausanias von der Schuld frei und sagte, für ein Paktieren mit den Persern seien Kinder in keiner Weise verantwortlich. Was aber die anderen Männer betraf, die die Thebaner auslieferten, so glaubten sie, sie würden Gelegenheit zur Rechtfertigung erhalten und vertrauten darauf, dass sie mit Hilfe von Geldzahlungen durchkommen würden. Als Pausanias sie jedoch in seine Hand bekommen hatte, argwöhnte er genau das, entließ das ganze Heer der Bundesgenossen, brachte jene nach Korinth und ließ sie dort hinrichten. Dies war, was bei Plataea und Theben geschah. Artabazos aber, der Sohn des Pharnakes, war nun auf seiner Flucht aus Plataea schon weit weg gelangt. Als er zu den Thessalern kam, luden sie ihn zu sich zum Mahl und befragten ihn nach dem übrigen Heer. Sie wussten noch nichts von dem, was bei Plataea geschehen war. Artabazos erkannte, dass er, wenn er ihnen bereitwillig die ganze Wahrheit über die Kämpfe sagen würde, selber in Gefahr geraten werde, umzukommen, sowie auch sein ihn begleitendes Heer. Denn jedermann, so glaubte er, werde sie angreifen, wenn er von dem Geschehenen erfahren. Und da er dies bedachte, gab er gegenüber den Phokern überhaupt nichts preis, und zu den Thessalern sagte er Folgendes: Ich für mein Teil, Männer aus Thessalien, bin, wie ihr seht, in großer Eile unterwegs, um nach Thrakien zu gelangen. Und zwar habe ich Eile, weil ich wegen eines Auftrags aus dem Lager entsandt worden bin, zusammen mit diesen Männern hier. Mardonios selbst aber und auch sein Heer dort folgen mir auf dem Fuß, und ihr könnt sie bald hier erwarten. Nehmt ihn gastlich auf und erweist euch als Leute, die ihm Gutes tun. Denn wenn ihr das tut, wird es euch später nicht reuen. Nach diesen Worten führte er sein Heer eilig weiter durch Thessalien und Makedonien und geradewegs nach Thrakien, als sei er wirklich in Eile und nahm seinen Weg durchs Binnenland. Und er kam in Byzantion an, nachdem er viele von seinem Heer hatte zurücklassen müssen, die unterwegs von den Thrakern zusammengehauen worden waren und die mit Hunger und Erschöpfung hatten Bekanntschaft machen müssen. Von Byzantion aus machte er die Überfahrt mit Schiffen. Dieser also kehrte auf diese Weise nach Asien heim.
On the same day that the blow was struck at Plataea, another defeat befell the Persians at Mycale in Ionia. While the Greek fleet under Leotychides the Lacedaemonian was still lying inactive at Delos, there arrived at that place an embassy from Samos, consisting of 3 men, Lampon the son of Thrasycles, Athenagoras the son of Archestratidas, and Hegesistratus the son of Aristagoras. The Samians had sent them secretly, concealing their departure both from the Persians and from their own tyrant Theomestor, the son of Andromadas, whom the Persians had made ruler of Samos. When the ambassadors came before the Greek captains, Hegesistratus took the word and urged them with many and various arguments, saying that the Ionians only needed to see them arrive in order to revolt from the Persians, and that the Persians would never abide their coming. Or if they did, 'twould be to offer them the finest booty that they could anywhere expect to gain. While at the same time he made appeal to the gods of their common worship and besought them to deliver from bondage a Grecian race, and withal to drive back the barbarians. This, he said, might very easily be done, for the Persian ships were bad sailors and far from a match for theirs. Adding, moreover, that if there was any suspicion lest the Samians intended to deal treacherously, they were themselves ready to become hostages and to return on board the ships of their allies to Asia.
When the Samian stranger continued importunately beseeching him, Leotychides, either because he wanted an omen or by a mere chance, as God guided him, asked the man, Samian stranger, prithee tell me thy name. Hegesistratus, or army leader, answered the other, and might have said more, but Leotychides stopped him by exclaiming, I accept, O Samian, the omen which thy name affords. Only before thou goest back, swear to us, thyself and thy brother envoys, that the Samians will indeed be our warm friends and allies.
No sooner had he thus spoken than he proceeded to hurry forward the business. The Samians pledged their faith upon the spot, and oaths of alliance were exchanged between them and the Greeks. This done, 2 of the ambassadors forthwith sailed away. As for Hegesistratus, Leotychides kept him to accompany his own fleet, for he considered his name to be a good omen. The Greeks abode where they were that day, and on the morrow sacrificed, and found the victims favorable. Their soothsayer was Deiphonos, the son of Evenius, a man of Apollonia. I mean the Apollonia which lies upon the Ionian Gulf.
A strange thing happened to this man's father, Evenius. The Apolloniates have a flock of sheep sacred to the sun. During the daytime, these sheep graze along the banks of the river, which flows from Mount Lacmon through their territory and empties itself into the sea by the port of Oricus. While at night they are guarded by the richest and noblest of their citizens, who are chosen to serve the office, and who keep the watch each for 1 year. Now the Apolloniates set great store by these sheep on account of an oracle which they received concerning them. The place where they are folded at night is a cavern, a long way from town. Here it happened that Evenius, when he was chosen to keep the watch, by some accident fell asleep upon his guard. And while he slept, the cave was entered by wolves, which destroyed some 60 of the flock under his care. Evenius, when he woke and found what had occurred, kept silence about it and told no one, for he thought to buy other sheep and put them in the place of the slain. But the matter came to the ears of the Apolloniates, who forthwith brought Evenius to trial and condemned him to lose his eyes because he had gone to sleep upon his post. Now when Evenius was blinded, straightway the sheep had no young, and the land ceased to bear its wonted harvests. Then the Apolloniates were sent to Dodona and to Delphi, and asked the prophets what had caused the woes which so afflicted them. The answer which they received was this: the woes were come for Evenius, the guardian of the sacred sheep, whom the Apolloniates had wrongfully deprived of sight. They, the gods, had themselves sent the wolves, nor would they ever cease to exact vengeance for Avennius till the Apollonians made him whatever atonement he liked to ask. When this was paid, they would likewise give him a gift, which would then make many people call him blessed.
Such was the tenor of the prophecies. The Apollonians kept them close, but charged some of the citizens to go and make terms with Avennius. And these men managed the business for them in the way which I will now describe. They found Avennius sitting upon a bench, and approaching him, they sat down by his side and began to talk. At first, they spoke of quite other matters, but in the end, they mentioned his misfortune and offered him their condolence. Having thus beguiled him, at last they put the question, what atonement would he desire if the Apollonians were willing to make him satisfaction for the wrongs which they had done to him? Hereupon Avennius, who had not heard of the oracle, made answer, if I were given the lands of this man and that, here he named the two men whom he knew to have the finest farms in Apollonia, and likewise the house of this other, and here he mentioned the house which he knew to be the handsomest in the town, I would then, master of these, be quite content, and my wrath would cease altogether. As soon as Avennius had thus spoken, the men who sat by him rejoined, Avennius, the Apollonians give thee the atonement which thou hast desired, according to the bidding of the oracles. Then Avennius understood the whole matter and was enraged that they had deceived him so. But the Apollonians bought the farms from their owners and gave Avennius what he had chosen. After this was done, straightway Avennius had the gift of prophecy, insomuch that he became a famous man in Greece.
Diaphanus, the son of Avennius, had accompanied the Corinthians and was soothsayer, as I said before, to the Greek armament. One account, however, which I have heard, declares that he was not really the son of this man, but only took the name, and then went about Greece and let out his services for hire.
The Greeks, as soon as the victims were favorable, put to sea and sailed across from Delos to Samos. Arriving off Calami, a place upon the Samian coast, they brought the fleet to an anchor near the temple of Juno, which stands there, and prepared to engage the Persians by sea. These latter, however, no sooner heard of the approach of the Greeks than, dismissing the Phoenician ships, they sailed away with the remainder to the mainland. For it had been resolved in council not to risk a battle, since the Persian fleet was thought to be no match for that of the enemy. They fled, therefore, to the main to be under the protection of their land army, which now lay at Mycale, and consisted of the troops left behind by Xerxes to keep guard over Ionia. This was an army of 60,000 men under the command of Tigranes, a Persian of more than common beauty and stature. The captains resolved, therefore, to betake themselves to these troops for defense, to drag their ships ashore, and to build a rampart around them, which might be at once protect the fleet and serve likewise as a place of refuge for themselves.
Having so resolved, the commanders put out to sea, and passing the temple of the Eumenides, arrived at Gellon and Sicily, which are in the territory of Mycale. Here is a temple of Eleusinian Ceres, built by Philistus, the son of Pasicles, who came to Asia with Nilius, the son of Codrus, what time he founded Miletus. At this place, they drew the ships up on the beach and surrounded them with a rampart made of stones and trunks of trees, cutting down for this purpose all the fruit trees which grew nearby, and defending the barrier by means of stakes firmly planted in the ground. Here they were prepared to either win a battle or undergo a siege, their thoughts embracing both chances.
The Greeks, when they understood that the barbarians had fled to the mainland, were sorely vexed at their escape, nor could they determine at first what they should do, whether they should return home or proceed to the Hellespont. In the end, however, they resolved to do neither, but to make sail for the continent. So they made themselves ready for a sea fight by the preparation of boarding bridges and what else was necessary, provided with which they sailed to Mycale. Now, when they came to the place where the camp was, they found no one venture out to meet them, but observed the ships all dragged ashore within the barrier, and a strong land force drawn up in battle array upon the beach. Leotychides was therefore sailed along the shore in his ship, sailing as close hauled to the land as possible, and by the voice of a herald thus addressed the Ionians. Men of Ionia, ye who can hear me speak, do ye take heed of what I say? For the Persians will not understand a word that I utter. When we join battle with them, before aught else, remember freedom, and next recollect our watchword, which is Hebe. If there be any who hear me not, let those who hear report my words to the others. In all this, Leotychides had the very same design which Themistocles entertained at Artemisium. Either the barbarians would not know what he had said, and the Ionians would be persuaded to revolt from them, or if his words were reported to the former, they would mistrust their Greek soldiers.
After Leotychides had made this address, the Greeks brought their ships to the land, and having disembarked, arrayed themselves for the battle. When the Persians saw them marshaling their army, and bethought themselves of the advice which had been offered to the Ionians, their first act was to disarm the Samians, whom they suspected of complicity with the enemy. For it happened lately that a number of Athenians who lingered in Attica, having been made prisoners by the troops of Xerxes, were brought to Asia on board the barbarian fleet, and these men had been ransomed, one and all, by the Samians, who sent them back to Athens, well furnished with provisions for the way. On this account, as much as on any other, the Samians were suspected as men who had paid the ransom of 500 of the king's enemies. After disarming them, the Persians next dispatched the Milesians to guard the paths which lead up into the heights of Mycale, because, they said, the Milesians were well acquainted with that region. Their true object, however, was to remove them to a distance from the camp. In this way, the Persians sought to secure themselves against such of the Ionians as they thought likely, if occasion offered, to make a rebellion. Then they joined shield to shield, and so made themselves a breastwork against the enemy.
Quando i greci si furono preparati, mossero contro i barbari, ma mentre si muovevano, una voce volò su tutto il campo e sulla spiaggia comparve posato un caduceo. Così si diffuse tra loro la voce che i greci che combattevano in Beozia erano vincitori sull'esercito di Mardonio. È evidente da molti segni l'intervento divino negli avvenimenti. Se anche allora, coincidendo in uno stesso giorno la sconfitta di Plataea e quella che stava per avvenire a Mycale, ne giunse la notizia ai greci che erano là, in modo che l'esercito divenne ancora più coraggioso e volle affrontare il pericolo con tanto più ardore. E ci fu anche un'altra coincidenza. Presso i luoghi di entrambi gli scontri c'erano santuari di Demetra e Leusinia. E infatti, come ho detto anche prima, a Plataea la battaglia avvenne proprio nei pressi del tempio di Demetra, e così sarebbe accaduto anche a Mycale. Era vera la voce giunta che la vittoria dei greci con Pausania fosse già avvenuta. Infatti, mentre quella di Plataea avvenne nelle prime ore del giorno, quella di Mycale nel pomeriggio. Che fossero avvenute nello stesso giorno e nello stesso mese fu evidente per loro dalle informazioni raccolte non molto dopo. Avevano paura prima che giungesse la notizia, non tanto per sé quanto per i greci, che la Grecia non subisse un disastro a opera di Mardonio. Quando dunque la notizia volò fra loro, compirono l'assalto con maggiore slancio e più rapidamente. Sia i greci che i barbari erano ansiosi di andare a battaglia, dal momento che la posta in gioco erano le isole e l'Hellespont.
As for the Athenians and those whose place was nearest to them, that is, for about half of the line, their way lay over the beach and level ground. For the Macedonians and those that were next to them, their way lay through a ravine and among hills. While the Macedonians were making a circuit, those others on the other wing were already fighting. As long as the Persian shields stood upright, they defended themselves and held their own in the battle. But when the Athenians and their neighbors in line passed the word and went more zealously to work, that they and not the Macedonians might win the victory, immediately the face of the fight changed. Breaking down the shields, they all charged together in the midst of the Persians, who received the onset and stood their ground for a long time, but at last fled within the wall. the Athenians and the Corinthians and the Sicilians and the Troyzanians, who were next to each other in the line, followed close and rushed in together. But when the wall place had been raised, the barbarians made no further defense, but took flight, all save the Persians, who gathered into the bands of a few men and fought with whatever Greeks came rushing within the walls. Of the Persian leaders, 2 escaped by flight and 2 were killed. Artemisium and Ethenatrius, who were admirals of the fleet, escaped. Mardonius and Tigranes, the general of the land army, were killed fighting. While the Persians still fought, the Macedonians and their comrades came up and finished what was left of the business. The Greeks, too, lost many men there, notably the men of Phocian and their general Perleus. As for the Samians, who served in the Median army, had been disarmed. They, seeing from the first that victory hung in the balance, did what they could in their desire to aid the Greeks. While the other Ionians saw the Samians set an example, they also abandoned the Persians and attacked the foreigners. The Persians had, for their own safety, appointed Milesians to watch the passes, so that if anything should happen to the Persian army, such as did happen to it, they might have guides to bring them safely to the height of Mycale. This was the task to which the Milesians were appointed for the reason mentioned above, and so that they might not be present with the army and so turn against it. They acted wholly contrary to the change laid upon them. They misguided the fleeting Persian by ways that led them among their enemies. And at last they themselves became their worst enemies and killed them. In this way, Ionia revolted for the second time from the Persians. In that battle, those of the Greeks who fought best were the Athenians, and the Athenians who fought best were the ones who practiced pancratium. Hermocles, son of Euthnaeus, this Hermocles on the later day met his death in the battle at Cernus at Carystus during a war between the Athenians and the Carystians, lay dead on Gerestus. Those who fought best after the Athenians were the men of Corinth, Trozian, and Sicyon. When the Greeks had made an end of most of the barbarians, either in battle or in flight, they brought out their booty onto the beach and found certain stores of wealth. Then, after burning the ships and the whole of the wall, they sailed away. When they arrived at Samos, they debated in the council over the removal of all Greeks from Ionia, and in what Greek lands under their dominion it would be best to plant the Ionians, leaving the country itself for the barbarians. For it seemed impossible to stand on guard between the Ionians and their enemies forever. If, however, they should not so stand, they had no hope that the Persians would permit the Ionians to go unpunished. In this matter, the Peloponnesians who were in charge were for removing the people from the lands of those Greek nations which had sided with the Persians and giving their land to the Ionians to dwell in. The Athenians disliked the whole plan of removing the Greeks from Ionia or allowing the Peloponnesians to determine the lot of Athenian colonies. As they resisted vehemently, the Peloponnesians yielded. It accordingly came about that they admitted their alliance to Samius, Lesbians, and all other islanders who had served with their forces, and bound them by pledge and oaths to remain faithful and not desert their allies. When the oaths had been sworn, the Greeks set sail to break the bridges, supporting that these still held fast. So they laid their course for Hellespont. The few barbarians who escaped were driven to the heights of Mycale and made way from there to Sardis. While they were making way along the road, Mycistes, son of Darius, who happened to have been present at the Persian disaster, reveled in the admiral Artemisium very bitterly, telling him with much beside that such generalship as his proved him worse than a woman, and that no punishment was too severe for the harm he had done to the king's estate. Now it is the greatest of all taunts in Persia to be called worse than a woman. These many insults angered Artemisium so much that he drew his sword on Mycistius to kill him. But Xerxes, son of Pericles of Hellenicarsus, who stood behind Artemisius himself, saw him run at Mycistius and caught him round the middle and lifted and hurled him to the ground. In the meantime, Mycistius's guards had also come between them. By doing so, Xerxes won the gratitude of Mycistius himself and Xerxes for saving the king's brother. For this deed, he was made ruler of Cilicia by the king's gift. Then they went on their way without any further happening and came to Sardis.
Εν δεν τήσει Σάρδηση, ετύχαν αιών βασιλεύς εξ εκείνου του χρόνου. Επίτε εξ Αθηναίων προς πτέσσα στην αυμαχή φυγών απίκετο. Τότε δι εν τήσει Σάρδηση αιών, άρα ήρα της μασίστεο γυναικός, εούσης και ταύτης εν θαύτα. Ως δε οι προσπέμποντι ούκε δύνατο κατεργαστήνε, ουδέ βίν προσεφέρετο, προμηθεόμενος των αδελφαίων μασίστην. Το αυτό δε τούτο είχε και την γυναίκα. Έβγαρε πίστατο βίης ούτε ευξωμένη. Εν θαύτα δι Xerxes εργόμενος των άλλων πρίση των γάμων τούτων, το παιδί το εαυτό Δαρείο, θυγατέρα της γυναικός ταύτης και μασίστεο, δοκαίων αυτήν μάλλον λάμψεστε ειν ταύτα ποιήσει. Αρμόσας δε και τα νομιζόμενα ποιήσας απίλαυνε εσούσα. Επί δε εκείτε απίκετο και υπάγετο εσεαυτού Δαρείο την γυναίκα. Ούτω δι της μασίστεο μεν γυναικός επέπαυτο. Ο δε διαμυψάμενος ήρατε και ετύχανε της Δαρείου μεν γυναικός, μασίστεο δε θυγατρός. Ούνομα δε τη γυναική ταύτη ειν αρταΐντη. Χρόνου δε προϊόντος ανάπιστα γίνεται τρόπο τιώδε. Εξυφήνας άμυστρης εξέρξεω γυνή, φάρος μέγατε και ποικίλων και θέης άξιων διδί Xerxes. Ο δε ισθής περιβάλλεται και έρχεται παρά την αρταΐντην. Ισθής δε και ταύτη εκέλευσε αυτήν ετήσε ό,τι βούλετε ή γενέστε αντί των αυτό υπουργημένων. Πάντα γαρτεύξεστε ετήσασαν. Τη δε κακός γαρέδε πανική γενέστε, προς ταύτα είπε Xerxes. Δώσ' μη το αν σε ετήσω. Ο δε παν μάλλον δοκαίων κίνην ετήσε υπισχνέτο και όμωσε. Ιδεός όμωσε αδεός ετέει το φάρος. Xerxes δε παντίος εγίνεται ου βουλόμενος δούνε, κατάλωμένου δεν, φοβεόμενος δε άμυστριν, μη και πριν κατοικαζούσι τα γινόμενα ούτω πευρεθεί πρίσον. Αλλά πόλιστε εδίδου και χρυσών άπλετων και στρατών, του έμελε ουδής άρξιν αλλή εκείνη. Περσικών δεκάρτα ο στρατός δώρων. Αλλού γαρέπιθε, διδί το φάρος. Η δε περιχαρής εούσα, το δώρο εφόρε έτε και αγάλετο.
The fact that she had possession of the cloak soon came to the attention of her mistress. However, rather than bear a grudge against the woman herself when informed what she was up to, her mistress presumed that responsibility for what was going on lay instead with the mother, the wife of Mycistes, and plotted her destruction. Her mistress bided her time until Xerxes, her husband, was celebrating the banquet that is held once every year to mark the royal birthday, and which is known by the Persians as tukta, meaning in Greek, complete. This, the one occasion when the king anoints his head, is also when he hands out gifts to the Persians. So her mistress waited for the day to come round, and when it did, she asked Xerxes to give her Mycistes' wife. Now, to Xerxes, the thought of handing over his brother's wife was both shocking and appalling, and all the more so because she was perfectly innocent in the matter. He had grasped, you see, what lay behind a mistress's request. So implacable was his wife, though, and so binding on him the custom that no request made during the course of the royal banquet be refused anyone, that he did eventually, albeit with great reluctance, give Amestris the nod and make her a present of the woman. Do with her what you will, Xerxes ordered, and then sent for his brother. Mecistes, he said, not only are you the son of Darius and my own brother, but you are a good man as well. That being so, divorce your current wife. I give you in her stead the hand of my daughter. Marry her. As for the one you have now, she does not seem good to me. Dispose of her. Mecistes was astonished by these words. Oh, master, he said, what an unconscionable thing to say. Divorce my wife and marry your daughter? These are seriously your orders? The mother of my children, my young sons and my daughters, one of whom, indeed, you have given in marriage to your own son, a woman with whom I am perfectly compatible. Most honoured though I am, O king, to be thought worthy of your daughters, yet I will not marry her, nor will I divorce my wife. Please do not resort to compulsion concerning this matter. Some other man will emerge, no less worthy of your daughter than myself. As for me, please let me continue to live with my wife. But this answer of his put Xerxes into a fury. This is how it is for you, Mecistes, he said. Not a moment more will you remain married to your wife. And on top of that, I withdraw the gift I made you of my daughter's hand. That will teach you to accept what you are offered. When Mecistes heard this, he said only, well, master, at least for now, you have not had me killed. And then out he walked. Meanwhile, at the same time as this exchange between Xerxes and his brother was taking place, Amestris had summoned Xerxes' bodyguards and brutally mutilated Mecistes' wife. She hacked off the woman's breasts and threw them to the dogs, cut off her nose, her ears, her lips, and her tongue. And only then, once she was terribly disfigured, did Amestris send her home. Of this, Mecistes had as yet heard nothing. But expecting that something terrible had happened, he came bursting into his house at a run. Immediately he had seen his maimed wife, he took counsel with his children and then set off for Bactria with his sons, and various others as well, no doubt, with the aim of raising the province of Bactria in revolt and inflicting as much damage on the king as he could. Indeed, I imagine that is exactly what would have happened had he only made it up to the land of the Bactrians and the Sacae without being intercepted. He was very popular with them, you see, and was the governor of the Bactrians. Xerxes, however, was informed of what he was doing and dispatched a squad of soldiers who killed Mecistes and his children while they were still on the road, and their own men with them. Such was the story of the grand passion of Xerxes and the death of Mecistes. In the meantime, the Greeks who had embarked for the Hellespont from Mycale were initially blown off course by contrary winds and made anchor off Lectum, from where they proceeded to Abydos, where the bridges they had been expecting to find still securely fastened, and which indeed had been their main reason for coming to the Hellespont, they discovered to be in pieces. It was at this point that the Peloponnesians, led by Leotychidas, decided to sail back to Greece, but the Athenians and their commander Xanthippus opted instead to stay put and make an attempt on the Chersonese. As the Peloponnesians sailed away then, so the Athenians crossed from Abydos over to the Chersonese and put Cestus under siege. When people from thereabouts heard that the Greeks were in the Hellespont, they all flocked into Cestus on the grounds that it was the best fortified of any settlement in the region. One man in particular who headed there from the city of Cardia was a Persian called Obarzus, who brought with him the various cables from the bridges. The native inhabitants of Cestus were Iolians, but there were also Persians and a great throng of their allies inside the city. The governor who ruled the province on behalf of Xerxes was a Persian called Artemisium, a man of such cunning and wickedness that he had tricked the king during the course of the advance on Athens into allowing him to filch the treasures of Protesilaus, the son of Iphiclus from Eloas. For in Eloas in the Chersonese there stands a precinct containing the tomb of Protesilaus, and the numerous treasures to be found there, gold and silver drinking bowls, bronze, robes, and various other dedicatory offerings, had all of them been stolen by Artacates after the king had given him permission to take them. He had hoodwinked Xerxes by telling him, "Master, there is the house here of some Greek fellow who took part in an invasion of your territory and met his just deserts by being killed. Give me his house, and it will stand as a warning to everyone against attacking your lands." This kind of story was bound to persuade Xerxes, who never so much as suspected the real motives, into giving him a person's house. Artacates' talk of Protesilaus invading the king's land had been very deliberate, you see. The Persians take for granted that the whole of Asia is theirs, the inalienable property of their kings. Once Artacates had been made a gift of the treasures, he had them removed from Eleos to Cestus. He also planted the temple precinct, turned it over to agriculture, and used the inner sanctuary whenever he came to Eleos in person, in which to have sex with women. But the prospect of the Athenians putting him under siege was something that he had neither anticipated nor prepared for, and so their descent, when it did come, took him completely unawares. As it happened, the siege dragged on into the autumn, and the Athenians, who were impatient to get home and frustrated by their inability to capture the stronghold, demanded that their generals take them back to Athens. The high command, though, refused, not until they had captured the city, or else been recalled by the Athenian people as a whole. Their men were content with this scenario.
אבל מצבם של אלה שבתוך העיר כבר היה בחירה, עד כדי כך שבישלו את רצועות האור שעל מיטותיהם ואכלו אותן. כשגם אלה אזלו, ירדו בלילה הפרסים וכן ארטאיקטס ואויובזוס מן הצד האחורי של החומה, במקום שהאויבים היו מעטים ביותר, ונמלטו בחסות החשיכה. כשהאיר היום, סימנו אנשי החרסונסוס מן המגדלים לאתונאים מה אירע, ופתחו את השערים. רוב האתונאים פתחו במרדף, ואילו הנותרים כבשו את העיר. את אויובזוס שנמלט אל טרקיה תפסו האפסינטים הטרקים, והקריבו אותו לפלייסטורוס, האל המקומי לפי נוהגם. את אלה שהיו איתו הרגו בדרך אחרת. ארטאיקטס ואנשיו החלו במנוסה מאוחר יותר, ונלכדו בהיותם מעט אחרי אייגוספוטמוי. במשך זמן מה התגוננו עד שמקצתם נהרגו, ואחרים נתפסו חיים. היוונים קבלו אותם והובילו אותם לססטוס, ואיתם הלכו כבולים גם ארטאיקטס עצמו וגם בנו. אנשי החרסונסוס מספרים שלאחד מן השומרים על ארטאיקטס, אשר צלד דגים מליחים, אירע המקרה המופלא הזה. המליחים שהיו מונחים מעל האש החלו לקפץ ולהתפתל כאילו היו דגים שזה עתה ניצודו. האחרים הצטופפו מסביב, אבל ארטאיקטס כשראה את המראה קרא אל צולי המליחים ואמר לו, איש אתונאי, אל תפחד מן המראה הזה, כי לא למענך נגלה, אלא זהו פרוטסילאוס מאליוס המסמן לי שגם בהיותו מת ומיובש הוא יכול להעניש בעזרת האלים את מי שפגע בו. לפיכך אני רוצה לשלם כופר בעדי, 100 כיכרות כסף לאל, כנגד האוצרות שלקחתי מן המקדש, ואתן לאתונאים 200 כיכרות כסף תמורתי ותמורת בני אם ישאר בחיים. אבל הבטחותיו לא שכנעו את אסטרטגוס קסנטיפוס, כי אנשי אליוס ביקשו ממנו לנקום את נקמת פרוטסילאוס ולהרוג את ארטאיקטס, וגם אסטרטגוס עצמו חשב כך. הם הובילו אותו אל הכיף שבו הקים קסרקסס גשר על המיצר, ולפי אחרים אל הגבעה שמעל העיר מאגיטוס, מסמרו אותו לסד עץ ותלו אותו, ואת בנו של ארטאיקטס סקלו לנגד עיניו. אחרי שעשו זאת,
Hi there.
I was exchanging WhatsApp messages with Rahel.
Hi, I think she's back.
Hello. Oh, okay. There were only a few lines, so I don't know. I was exactly at the chapter 121, so maybe we can end here.
Definitely finish, I'd say.
Okay, so I'll just mute myself. Sorry, are you waiting for me? Oh, so I'm so sorry. I thought that, okay, so it's just the last chapter. אחרי שעשו זאת, הפליגו חזרה אל הלס, כשהם נושאים איתם אוצרות רבים, ובמיוחד את ציוד הקשרים, כדי להקדישו במקדשים. בשנה זו לא קרה עוד שום דבר נוסף.
This Xerxes, who was so hanged up, was the grandson of Artemisium, who put forward a proposal that the Persians took from him and offered to Cyrus, and it was this. Since Zeus has given leadership to the Persians and among men to you, Cyrus, now that you've destroyed Astyages, let us move from this land of ours, for it is little and rocky too, and take something better than it. There are many lands next to us and many further off, and if we take one of these, we should be more admired for more things. It's natural for those who hold rule to do so. When shall we have a fairer opportunity than now, when we are rulers of many subjects and of all Asia? When Cyrus heard that, he was not amazed at their argument, but said that they should do as they said, but in that case they should prepare to be no longer those who rule, but those who would be ruled. From soft countries come soft men. It's not possible that from the same land stems a growth of wondrous fruit, and men who are good soldiers. So the Persians took this to heart and went away. Their judgment had been overcome by that of Cyrus, and they chose to rule, living in a wretched land, rather than to sow the level plains and be slaves to others. So I hope you can all still hear me. It was somehow characteristic and splendid that we ended up with technical problems at the end, in the same way we had at the beginning. But thank you. I just wanted to say thank you for staying with us, Rachel in particular, for staying with us for that last chapter. And just a few words, I'm not going to go on for a long time, but thank you to all of you for your readings, for your incredible good cheer. I've been so amazed and kind of rather astonished by how everyone's held up their hand in particular ways and waved goodbye and so on, and also how staggeringly patient everyone's been. It must have been, as I said in an email just a few minutes ago, like being on a train that never arrived, but was always getting later and later and later. So I'm hugely grateful to all of you for that. A few also particular thanks to Francesca Gazzano, who put together an amazing team from Genoa, but also had the idea of this in the first place, to Jan and the kind of wonderful community of the Herodotus Helpline more widely. I'm very aware that there are some people who aren't with us anymore, Doris Post and Peter Rhodes, who would have been all over this event if they'd been alive still. So it dawned on me in the final sections just how kind of in the thick of it they would have been. So to all of that group, and last but not least to the volunteers who've done a huge amount. Barbara, you had reading a few minutes ago, who's done the social media, but then in the last couple of days, an unbelievable team of volunteers who you've become familiar with by now. Ewan Bowman, who's been at the heart of kind of defining how this whole thing would work right from the outset. Edward Armstrong, who's been slotting you all in over the last month, and Marco. So Edward, Marco and Ewan over the last 24 hours have just been completely immense in staying up to completely ridiculous hours and getting this over the line, even with technical hitches at the beginning and the end. So just wanted to say, I hope you can still hear me. Thank you, all of you, for an amazing contribution. Thank you. And you'll see this up on YouTube with a little bit of editing, I suspect, to get rid of that little problem at the end. Okay, thanks all of you.